A young man's training was shattered when a deafening explosion ripped through his world. Humanity was oblivious, but this was the first tremor of the apocalypse. A colossal tower erupted from the heart of the city. He rushed to the window, witnessing the impossible scene unfold. But right before his eyes, something even more unbelievable occurred. A blinding light appeared, materializing into a blue book that floated into his hands. It was the legendary Book of the Sage. A power unknown to mankind had chosen him. One moment, Li Hoyong was an ordinary boy. The next, he was torn from his reality into another dimension. A system window flickered to life, announcing the start of a tutorial, a deadly game he was forced to learn. He was granted the Swordsman class as more windows flooded his vision. The main screen showed his name, his status, and his class Swordsman. Level 1. There was no time to deny this new reality. He simply gripped the sword, ready to seize this twisted opportunity. Another crucial window appeared, revealing his unique skill, the Sage's secret window. An ability that would show him the perfect path to power. A low-level creature spawned before him. He dispatched it with ease, gaining his first taste of experience. He ventured into the forest, hunting beast after beast until he finally leveled up. But just then, the Sage's hidden curse activated. Li Hoyong's level plummeted, from level 2 straight back to level 1. Yet in that moment, he noticed something incredible. Despite losing the level, the rewards remained. He still had 2 attribute points to distribute. He realized that if a god designed this game, then that god had made a critical error. He'd discovered a bug in the system. He spent hours grinding, turning the curse into a blessing, accumulating 20 status points and pouring them all into sensitivity. When the raccoon boss appeared, he was already a monster, felling it with a single, devastating blow. He thought the hard part was over. But in that instant, his entire world bled into a terrifying crimson. He blinked, but the red remained. He was surrounded by strangers. This was no dream. But the bizarre, rabbit-like creatures standing before them all made it feel like a nightmare. The protagonist demanded to know what was happening. Is this the end of the world, the apocalypse? The rabbit, named Kungum, pointed a finger at him. You're partially correct. This world will perish, unless one of you completes the final objective. Every person had been teleported to the first floor of the tower. If they survived this tutorial, their true mission would be to climb it. Our protagonist asked the vital question. What happens to those who refuse? The rabbit's smile was cruel. You have 2 choices: refuse and die. Or try the tutorial and probably die anyway. Unsurprisingly, the crowd began to rebel. Then it asked a chilling question. So, does anyone want to try and kill me now? This caught our hero completely off guard. His system, the Sage's Guide, was giving him a quest. Help the lower floor manager return home. The rabbit continued its taunt. If you kill me, you'd actually be doing me a favor. It's the only way I can get back home. Li Hoyong knew it had to be a trap, but the system insisted this was the correct path. Just then, a foolish man stepped forward. If you're begging for it, I'll send you to the next world. The man lunged with his sword, but his attack was a complete joke. With a single, brutal blow to the face, the rabbit made the man explode. He was completely annihilated, leaving only a red puddle on the ground and a blonde girl frozen in panic. The rabbit feigned innocence. My apologies, it said sarcastically. I retaliated unintentionally. Everyone stared in shock. Having just witnessed a man's life being extinguished, our protagonist was paralyzed. It was horrifying. How could a human being just turn into a red mist? What if he had been the one to step forward? Strangest of all, his system window, now splattered in crimson, still urged him to do as the rabbit asked. His mind raced, searching for an answer. He came to the only possible conclusion. The Sage's Guide had lied to him. In his distress, he accidentally activated his secret ability, the Sage's Eyes. This power allowed him to see other players' system windows, something that should have been impossible. And with it, he saw the rabbit's hidden secret. And a confident smile spread across his face. Li Hoyong raised his hand, offering to fulfill the rabbit's twisted wish to be sent to another world. The boss seemed intrigued by the boy's courage. But the blonde girl ran to him, pleading, It's too dangerous. Didn't you see what happened to the last guy? Why would you be any different? She cried. But our protagonist had a plan. Trust me, he said. You're about to see something really cool. The rabbit attacked with full force, but the punch phased right through him as if he were a hologram. Everyone gasped, thinking his head had been blown to bits. But nothing had happened. The protagonist sliced the rabbit in 2 with one clean strike. His Sage's Eye had revealed the truth. The rabbit said there were 24 people, but he counted 25. This rabbit was just an illusion. As the real one regenerated, its expression changed. Well now, this is interesting. It seems there's someone with courage among you. The rabbit dropped a gleaming pearl, a reward that the protagonist quickly secured. "This isn't a fake," he announced to the stunned crowd. "It will grant an extra status point to whoever uses it." The onlookers demanded to know how he saw the truth. He simply pointed out a fatal flaw in the illusion. The blood that hit the blonde girl left no stain on her clothes. And another thing, the rabbit claimed there were 24 people, but a quick count revealed 25. Just then, a hulking, red-haired man stepped forward. He had the aura of a demon, a monster named Kim Seong, level 4. He called Lee Hoyong a coward, declaring that such a priceless pill would be wasted on him. "Hand it over," he demanded. But our protagonist, tired of his arrogance, had a better idea. He would break the pill right in front of this thug's eyes. The man's face twisted with fury. He insisted that with the pill's power, he could protect everyone. It was for the greater good. But despite his murderous glare, our main character wasn't the least bit intimidated. He knew instantly. This was the kind of person you stay far away from. Before the argument could escalate, the ground trembled. A divine voice announced their success, congratulating them.
A reward was granted to every survivor, but the first-place finisher would get 5 times the coins, while others received a pittance. Lee Hoyong, the lowest-level player, pocketed 7,000.
Of course, this was a secret he would guard with his life, along with the fact that he could see the system and the gold every other player possessed. He immediately opened his status window and poured his points into his stats. He now had a balanced 20 points in every attribute. With 4,600 gold remaining, he spent 100 to change his ragged clothes.
Firmly deciding to help no one, he turned to leave, but the blonde girl from before, Chayol, a level 3, approached him for advice.
She was in awe of his skills and pleaded for his guidance. The protagonist, hiding the fact he could see her status, played along. He asked a simple question: how much gold did she have? And what was her greatest weakness? She admitted her stamina was abysmal. She was a terrible runner. His eyes confirmed it. Her stamina stat was pitifully low. His advice was simple: spend her points balancing her stats, starting with stamina. The girl agreed without hesitation, eager to follow his wisdom. Just then, the voice from above returned. The first floor's trial was about to begin. All players had 30 minutes to form teams of 3. Anyone left alone would be grouped at random. Hoyong expected group missions, but not this early. A man named Junong suggested everyone share their class to form balanced parties. Instantly, the high-level players, mostly level 4s, formed their own elite clique. The weaker players were left behind in the dust. A healer named Isol shyly asked to join Hoyong. He agreed instantly. A healer was a priceless asset on any team. But in everyone else's eyes, a level 1 swordsman was nothing but dead weight. The 30 minutes were up. Hoyong and Isol were grouped with the only other outcast, Seong Kim. In a flash of light, they were all teleported to the mission zone. Seong was already fuming, cursing his luck for being stuck with the 2 weakest players. With a team this fractured, cooperation seemed impossible. Their mission: annihilate the entire Cobalt tribe within 12 hours. Seong immediately declared himself the leader. "I'll handle everything," he grunted. "You two just stay out of my way." Hoyong just smirked. "This is a team mission," he replied coolly. "You should be grateful you have me to carry you." Xiang scoffed at his words. To avoid a pointless squabble, Hoyong let it slide. He was curious to see how this brawler planned to carry them all. As they crept through the forest, Isol nervously asked if kobolds were strong. He warned her they were on another level compared to the tutorial's raccoons. Even on the very first floor, they couldn't afford to be careless. This was the Tower of Apocalypse. After all, just ahead, they spotted their first target, a single kobold. But it was far from the weak creature they imagined. This monster was pure muscle, built like a professional bodybuilder carved from dark stone. As they hid, Xiang sneered at Hoyong's caution. "This is why you're still level 1, he spat before leaping into the clearing. He launched a powerful punch straight into the kobold's face. The impact was solid. For a heartbeat, they thought the fight was already over. But as the dust cleared, the kobold stood completely unfazed. Its crimson eyes began to glow with rage. With a manic grin, Seong unleashed a torrent of fists and kicks, completely ignoring his team. Seeing him take a few hits, Isol began chanting a healing spell. Meanwhile, Hoyong watched the battle, analyzing every detail. Despite Seong's high strength stat, his attacks were barely scratching the creature. Could it be they had a hidden weakness? Just then, a notification from the Sage's Guide appeared. It confirmed his theory perfectly. Kobolds were passive unless attacked. But more importantly, the guide hinted at a critical vulnerability. As he absorbed this new information, a frustrated Seong used a skill. He smashed a nearby tree, sending it crashing down, right onto an even larger kobold. This new one was level 6, now facing 2 enraged monsters.
The tide of battle turned instantly. The stronger kobold overwhelmed Seong with brutal, heavy blows. Pinned to the ground, the brawler screamed in desperation. "Why aren't you helping me?" But when he looked, Hoyong was nowhere to be found. As the level 6 kobold raised its club for the killing blow, Isol charged forward. She landed a weak slash with her sword, before tripping and falling flat on her face. The beast set its sights on the defenseless healer. But just as it raised its weapon, a small, round object soared through the air, landing squarely on the kobold's back. In a flash, Hoyong appeared, his blade sang as he sliced a strange fruit in two right above the creature. The fruit's potent juice rained down. The kobold's skin hissed and bubbled violently, and a second later, the monster erupted in a shower of gore. The level 6 kobold was eliminated. Hoyong then helped a tearful Isol to her feet. He'd noticed those strange fruits earlier. While insects swarmed every other plant, they avoided these ones completely. He pulled another from his inventory. A system window confirmed his hunch. Kobolds had a fatal weakness to poison. He had found the key to clearing the first floor. He was relieved Isol was safe, but their peace was shattered by a furious roar. "Where were you?" Seong screamed, storming toward Hoyong. Before our hero could answer, the brawler shoved him. "You selfish piece of trash! You hid like a coward and only showed up to steal the kill after I wore it down," he roared, pointing an accusing finger at Hoyong. "I knew it from the start. Ever since you took that stat point for yourself, you're nothing but a leech." With that, Song turned and stalked into the woods, his mind too clouded by rage and pride to grasp the truth of what had happened. The man known as Xiang Kim had a fearsome reputation. The power of his fists was legendary throughout the country. In his mind, these kobolds should have been child's play, a mantra he repeated to himself even as he was being mercilessly pummeled. Meanwhile, just a few feet away, Hoyong and Isol were calmly dispatching one monster after another, the fruit's poison doing most of the work. Seong could only watch in agony, his monumental pride shattering with every crushing blow he took. How were they making it look so easy? A heavy club connected squarely with his head, and tears of pain and frustration streamed down his face. Soon, 2 kobolds were on top of him, stomping him into the dirt without mercy. He tried to shield himself, his tear-filled eyes sending a silent, desperate plea for help. And then suddenly, the stomping stopped. He looked up just in time to see both kobolds bubble and explode. The threat was gone. A hand reached down to him. It was Hoyong. "Tried my luck carrying you," the main character said with a slight smirk. Seong stared at the offered hand, and something inside him finally broke. He began to weep, overwhelmed with gratitude for being saved. A short while later, the mission was officially complete. Back in the tower lobby, Song was in utter turmoil. He had just bowed before another man, shamelessly begging to become his subordinate. He couldn't believe he'd called a level 2 player boss when he himself was already level 8. The only other person he had ever called boss was the leader of his old gang, a man he respected above all others. But as much as it wounded his pride, Song was a man of his word. He would not take it back. Their trio had been the first to return. Hoyong theorized it was only because they discovered the kobold's weakness so quickly. Isol was quick to correct him, saying it wasn't luck, but his own keen observation that had saved them. Hoyong, however, humbly downplayed his role, insisting that without her healing, the mission would have been far more difficult. He felt a pang of guilt, like a fraud hiding his true ace in the hole the sage's guide. Soon, other portals shimmered to life, and the remaining squads began to file into the lobby. The groups led by Junong and Junho were next, meaning they had likely discovered the weakness as well. But as more teams arrived, a grim reality set in. One group returned with only 2 members. Then, a loudspeaker crackled to life, announcing that all teams had returned. Isol cried out in protest, shouting that some people were still missing. But the voice continued, cold and indifferent. Only 6 squads had successfully returned. 8 players had failed to complete the mission. The number struck Hoyong like a physical blow. He'd expected casualties, but a third of their number, gone on the very first floor. He couldn't help but wonder how many thousands, or even millions, were dying in the countless other towers across the world. How many more deaths would he have to witness before this nightmare finally ended? The voice then announced the mission rewards. The first group to complete the mission, as well as any group with all members surviving, would receive a bonus of 1,000 gold each. Having met both conditions, Hoyong, Isol, and Seong each received 2,000 gold. The other survivors began to murmur amongst themselves, wondering who could have possibly cleared the mission first. Hoyong knew he couldn't hide the truth forever. Junho's group had seen them arrive. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted. Seong Kim stepped forward, puffing out his chest and assuming the posture of a fearsome leader. The others stared in utter disbelief. Seong glared back at them. "What?" he growled. "You got a problem with us coming in first." While Xiang boasted, Hoyong remembered the man being beaten senseless by those same kobolds. But at least the brawler's loud mouth was drawing all the attention away from him.
But in their eyes, Hoyong was nothing more than a freeloader who'd scored 2,000 gold without lifting a finger. The poisonous whispers followed him. Leech, coward, baggage. Eol tried to argue, to tell them Hoyong was their true savior, but he gently silenced her. "It doesn't matter what you say," he told her quietly.
Words won't reach them now. I'll have to show them with my actions.
Junong, a high-ranking player, tried to restore order, reminding everyone that survivors must stick together. But just as a fleeting moment of victory arrived, the torches in the lobby flickered, their calm blue flames twisting into a sinister, blood-red hue. Then, the announcer's voice echoed through the hall once more. Due to the district's abysmal survival rate, a penalty would be administered, the death mission. The rules were as simple as they were cruel. Every player would secretly cast a vote for a single candidate. The one who received the most votes would face the mission. Alone. Refusing to vote was the same as voting for yourself. They had only 5 minutes. Panic ripped through the crowd. They had to choose a sacrifice. Eol desperately suggested that if everyone voted for themselves, the votes would tie and no one would have to go. But fear had already taken root.
What if that plan simply sent them all to their graves? The clock was ticking. And then, a single finger pointed toward Hoyong.
Junho, another high-level player, approached him, his face a mask of guilt. "I'm sorry," he said, "but we have to vote for you."
Hoyong had seen this coming, but the feeling of being chosen as the sacrifice was still a bitter pill to swallow.
Eol pleaded with them once more, but Hoyong stopped her. "It's no use," he said. "The trust between us has already been shattered." With every passing second, more votes piled against his name. Even Junho cast his ballot. Hoyong understood their cruel logic. They saw a low-level player and saw only weakness, an easy sacrifice. In the face of their own mortality, the ideal of protecting the weak had crumbled to dust. The so-called survivors revealed their true colors. In the final, dying second, Song Kim met Hoyong's gaze.
A twisted smirk played on his lips as he cast the final, damning vote. It was a stark reminder of their reality. This was the apocalypse.
The voting is now complete. The portal to the death mission will now open. Eol covered her mouth. A silent scream caught in her throat. Seong, however, erupted in wild laughter. "If the baggage I just picked disappears, I'll be fine. I'm a genius. The sacrifice has been chosen." The voice intoned, cold and emotionless. "The altar has been erected." Hoyong walked through the parting crowd, some faces etched with guilt, others with relief, but not a single one could meet his gaze. However, what awaited him was not death. A familiar blue window materialized before his eyes. "Participation in the death mission is recommended," the sage's guide continued. "Your chances of completion are high, and a satisfying reward awaits you." Back in the lobby, the survivors stewed in their own guilt. Seong, naturally, was back to his old arrogant self. Whatever, he scoffed. He deserved to die anyway.
All he did was cower in the back and steal the reward that I earned. What are you even talking about?
Eol shot back, her voice filled with fury. "Hoyong is the only reason we cleared that mission at all. He saved you from being beaten to a pulp."
Her words struck Zhang like a physical blow. How did a mere level 2 player pull that off?
For the very first time, a sliver of doubt pierced his arrogance. Meanwhile, Hoyong found himself back in the desolate Cobalt village. He wasn't angry about the mission itself. He'd been fully prepared to vote for himself to seize the reward. But Seong's betrayal? That was a debt that would be paid in blood. The mission began: defeat the tribe's returning hunting party and their enraged level 12 chieftain.
A quick glance at his guide confirmed it. They were all vulnerable to the exact same poison. This will be easy. He crushed a fruit, coated his blade in its venom, and waited. As expected, the hunters charged.
He effortlessly sidestepped the first spear and unleashed a sword skill, his poisoned blade singing through the air and cutting down all 3 minions in a single, fluid motion. Now, only the chieftain remained. It was a far more impressive foe. Clad in metal pauldrons and wielding twin short swords, Hoyong charged, but the chieftain crossed its blades, easily blocking the attack. It was skilled, but then the monster did something completely unexpected. It turned and fled. Hoyong gave chase, easily landing a slash on its back. The poison began its work. He couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. This wasn't a death mission. It was a bonus stage. He swung his sword for the final blow, but this time, it was met with a sharp clang. His blade didn't even leave a scratch. He looked up and saw the moon had turned a terrifying, bloody red. The chieftain's eyes blazed with an unnatural light. In a blur of motion, too fast for the eye to follow, a searing pain exploded in his shoulder. He looked down to see a deep, bleeding gash. The real hunt was just beginning. Back in the lobby, Song Kim was all smiles, loudly proclaiming that he alone could carry everyone through the tower.
All they had to do was obey his every command. But his words fell on deaf ears.
The death mission was named that for a reason. There was no point in praying for a man who was already as good as dead. "Stop it!" Eol's voice rang out. "Have you no shame?" But Siang merely sneered. "Why would I show respect? The man is already gone." But as their conflict raged, the portal roared back to life. All eyes snapped towards the gate. As a lone figure emerged from the shimmering light, the main character, Hoyong, had returned. A wave of pure relief washed over Junho's face, while Jun Chong's expression remained an unreadable mask. He stood before them all, a bloody, ragged gash torn across his chest. Yet he offered them a grim, chilling smile. "I'm back," he declared. "But to understand this miracle, we must witness the final, desperate moments of his duel." The guide's warning came a second too late. The chieftain's eyes blazed crimson as its power surged beyond measure. The blow had already landed, and Hoyong was bleeding profusely, his health plummeting below 50%. The monster's poison coursed through his veins, but it wasn't fast enough. He needed one more decisive strike. The cobalt beast charged forward, a blur of untamed fury. It swung its dual blades in a vicious arc, but Hoyong evaded the attack at the very last second. The attack missed its mark, completely obliterating the tree behind him. And in that display of raw power, a revelation sparked in his mind. A sword cannot cut through a wall, but a nail can pierce it. Until now, he'd only seen his weapon as a tool for slashing. The chieftain launched itself into the air, shattering the earth beneath it, bringing both swords down in a deathly arc aimed straight for Hoyong's skull. But this time, instead of dodging, Hoyong stood his ground. He channeled all his power into a single devastating point. Meeting the monster's overwhelming force, not with a block, but with a peerless, piercing thrust,
The focused attack tore through the chieftain's shoulder, extinguishing its life in an instant. A new skill was unlocked. Thrust.
the death mission, was complete. Isol rushed towards him, tears of pure joy streaming down her face. "I knew you could do it," she cried out. But before she could reach him, she was shoved aside by a human cannonball. Song Kim tackled Hoyong in a bone-crushing hug, screaming with unhinged relief.
"I always believed in you. Boss, a mere death mission could never defeat the great Hoyong Lee," Song declared.
Hoyong barely resisted the urge to punch him as the other survivors cautiously approached. They were completely stunned. How could his level still be so low after clearing such a mission? Alone, the familiar, venomous whispers began to spread. Maybe the mission was a trick, an illusion, just like that rabbit. This was the story of Hoyong's life. A painful memory flashed in his mind, a report card with perfect scores, and the jealous whispers of the other children. He must have cheated. An orphan like him could never truly earn first place. It was a world that viciously stomped on anyone trying to crawl their way up from the bottom. They were already twisting reality to fit their own narrative. He must have just hidden in a cave until the timer ran out. They were desperate to drag down anyone they saw as weak, just to secure their own fragile position at the top. But this time, things would be different. Isol stepped forward, her voice sharp. "Why do you keep doubting him? Isn't his survival proof enough?" Seong immediately leaped to his defense. "Exactly what she said," he roared, striking a ridiculous bodybuilder pose. "You should all be celebrating the return of our magnificent boss. How dare you ruin this moment?" Hoyong was grateful for their loyalty. To conquer this tower, he would need their cooperation. He drew their attention.
"There's something I need to show all of you." He revealed the chieftain's weapon, the indomitable sword, a rare grade item that granted a massive 15% boost to attack power. A wave of pure envy rippled through the crowd. Junong stepped forward, his eyes wide with genuine awe. "You truly are as extraordinary as Eol claimed." Hoyong's lips curled into an ironic smile. "You're all forgetting one little detail," he said, his voice dropping to a dangerous low.
"Every single one of you voted for me to die." Junho bit his lip, his face burning with shame. "You're right," he admitted. "We felt we had no choice. But in the end, we were just being selfish, relieved that we weren't the ones chosen." He bowed his head low. "I voted for you to save my own skin. I'm sorry, and I'm truly glad you survived." His confession sparked a firestorm of arguments. But Hoyong cut through the noise. "I didn't bring this up to wallow in guilt," he announced, his voice ringing with authority. "I brought it up to ensure it never happens again. This tower, it wants us to turn on each other. It wants to destroy us from within. My survival is proof that we can defy its will if we make the right choices." His plan was simple, yet profound: climb the tower as one, and find a way for everyone to survive. Deeply moved, Junho called him a saint for forgiving those who had condemned him. But that fragile moment of hope was instantly shattered by a sickeningly cheerful voice. "Oh, what a shame," Sniffles chirped, materializing from thin air. that the very next mission is a survival game. The meaning hit Hoyong like a physical blow. The second floor was a battle royale. Now, it won't be so intense right at the start, the rabbit cooed. Before laying out the twisted rules, the 16 survivors would be joined by 16 perfect doppelgangers. To clear the stage, the players simply had to eliminate their copies. It sounded simple. Except these doppelgangers would possess the exact same attributes, skills, and even memories as the originals. And then came the final, most diabolical rule: there was no reward for killing a doppelganger. However, if a player killed another player, they would receive a massive bounty of gold and skill points. Rage erupted among the survivors. The tower was actively forcing them to hunt one another. But Sniffles just gave a wicked smile. And with a snap of his fingers. And one more thing. If a death doesn't occur every 30 minutes, you'll all be brought back here for a little catastrophe. As he spoke, lightning tore through the lobby's center. A swirling vortex ripped open reality itself. A colossal, monstrous hand clawed its way through, belonging to a being of unimaginable power whose stats were only question marks. In a flash, Hoyong acted. He shoved Isel and Junho to safety, barely dodging the crushing blow himself. But the beast was relentless, already preparing its next strike. The other players could only tremble and scream, completely paralyzed by terror. The monster targeted another soul, but Hoyong moved like lightning, snatching the man from the jaws of death just in the nick of time. His eyes searched for Sniffles, but the cruel rabbit was cowering among the others, feigning fear. For a split second, Hoyong wondered if this was just another illusion, a cheap trick like the one in the lobby. The monster answered his doubt with pure destruction, swatting 3 players aside like flies. This was no illusion. This was horrifyingly real. The strongest among them began to fight back. Junong fired a volley of arrows, while Seong hurled massive rocks. But their attacks simply bounced off the creature's hide, as if they were nothing more than pebbles. Despair began to set in. Iziel was nearly out of mana from constantly healing the injured. It was only a matter of time before their defenses were completely shattered. Another devastating blow was coming.
Hoyong roared for everyone to fall back. He knew what must be done. Junho tried to pull him away, but our protagonist stood his ground.
If he failed here, then no one else stood a chance. He channeled every ounce of his power into the edge of his blade, took aim, and unleashed his level 2 sword technique. The world vanished in a blinding flash of light. When their vision returned, the monster was gone. Cheers erupted as the crowd chanted Hoyong's name, but he only stared at his sword, bewildered. That attack, it had felt different. A system window materialized before him. He had just used a skill far exceeding his current limits.
The price for that power? He would collapse from backlash for 3 minutes. His world faded to black.
When he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by worried faces. Junho gazed down at him, his eyes shining with pure awe.
"You're so humble," he breathed. "To wield such power and say nothing."
Hoyong simply asked, "The monster, what happened to it?" A sickeningly cheerful voice replied, "Oh, I just sent it away," Sniffles chirped, his face a mask of pure innocence. "Consider that a small taste of the penalty for breaking the rules." The rabbit's eyes glinted with malice. "But I see you're all still eager to play." He leaned in close, his voice a venomous whisper. "Don't forget, 1 death every 30 minutes.
Which means the person standing right next to you might be your executioner. With a final, chilling wink, he vanished. Paranoia spread like a plague.
How could they possibly identify the copies? A special mark, a secret password? All of it was completely useless. As chaos and debate erupted among them, Hoyong's voice cut through the noise. "I have a plan." His proposal was both simple and unbelievably audacious.
Everyone was to gather at the highest point on the map and do absolutely nothing. He, and he alone, would be the hunter.
If anyone else dared to attack, the group would treat them as a doppelganger and eliminate them together on the spot. A former Special Forces soldier immediately challenged him. The woman who had falsely accused Junho before also spoke up. Why should they trust such a reckless plan from some low-level nobody? But Hoyong countered with cold, undeniable logic. Sniffles himself told us the rules. There's no reward for killing a copy, but a massive reward for killing a real player. The tower doesn't want us to hunt the doppelgangers. It wants us to kill each other. His plan was the only way to defy the system's will. Junong voiced his support, realizing the truth. "You have a way to tell them apart, don't you?" Hoyong simply smiled. "Of course I do." And with that, the second floor mission began. The system's announcement was chilling 16 players, 16 copies. The scene shifts to Shang Kim, grumbling about the plan as he heads toward the rendezvous point. He hears footsteps and awkwardly tries to hide. A voice calls out, "Your shoulders are wider than that tree, Song." It was Hoyong's voice. The brawler's entire demeanor changed. Boss, he exclaimed, flooded with relief. It's really you. For a second, I thought you were a... His words were silenced forever as Hoyong's blade sliced clean through him. The plan was absolute. Only Hoyong would act as the executioner, because only he could distinguish the real from the fake. Just before the mission started, he had stared at his status window, knowing he needed a decisive advantage. He took a massive gamble, pouring more than half his gold into a single stat perception. The moment his perception score hit 50, a new system window appeared. He was the first player to reach this milestone, unlocking a unique achievement skill, Sixth Sense.
A brilliant blue light enveloped his body. All 5 of his senses were amplified to an inhuman level.
He could now perceive the very essence of individuals within a certain range. It was an extra-dimensional filter that allowed him to see the undeniable truth. Model. The price he paid was immense, but the power it granted was beyond measure. He could now see the truth, and the lies. Hoyong was still reeling from his newfound perception. He could focus his senses, bringing Shang's complaints from 500 yards away into perfect clarity, but as he observed, a chilling dissonance crept in. A faint yet repulsive stench reached his senses, the odor of something fundamentally wrong, and his sixth sense screamed at him, revealing a vile, malicious aura clinging to the brawler. This wasn't the real Sayang. 1 doppelganger vanquished, 15 remained, but the 30-minute death timer had reset. Standing over the disintegrating copy, Hoyong felt a surge of control.
With his power to pierce through the deception, all the others needed to do was trust his lead.
But that confidence was shattered by a cold system notification. A player has been eliminated. The game had only just started. Was it a copy's doing, or had a player already succumbed to temptation? He had no way of knowing. He tore through the forest, hunting his next target. Just as he dispatched another fake, a second notification echoed. Another player had fallen.
The hunter was moving with terrifying speed. Hoyong scaled a tree, his eyes scanning the terrain.
Below him, 2 figures. One stood with a sword drawn. The other lay motionless. He didn't hesitate, launching himself with inhuman velocity. Before the copy could even register his presence, Hoyong's blade flashed through its chest. 13 doppelgangers now remained. He knelt beside the victim, a level 4 player. And that's when he felt a cold knot of dread. The doppelganger he'd slain wielded a longsword, but the fatal wound wasn't a slash. It was a puncture, the clean work of an arrow. From the shadowed trees, an archer knocked another shaft. Hoyong dove for cover as it whistled past his ear. The killer wasn't a copy. It was a player. "Who's there?" a familiar voice called out. It was Jun Xiang. Hoyong's sixth sense confirmed it was the real one. He could also see the archer was wounded, an arrow protruding from his back. His own doppelganger must have ambushed him. Hoyong revealed himself from behind the tree. Jun Xiang instantly drew his bow, his voice tight with panic. "Stay back. I can't tell who's real." "The one I just killed was a doppelganger," Hoyong stated calmly. "Isn't that proof enough?" Realization washed over Jun Xiang's face, and he slowly lowered his bow.
Hoyong, you have to be careful. My doppelganger. His words were cut short as another arrow brutally slammed into his back.
He collapsed, seemingly unconscious. Hoyong rushed to his side. He lifted the wounded archer, who weakly apologized for being a burden. "It's a terrifying feeling," Jun Xiang whispered. "Knowing a copy of yourself is out there, murdering people." "It's not your fault," Hoyong assured him. "We're all victims in this game." Just then, ECL and Junho arrived, their faces etched with relief. ECL rushed forward to heal Jun Xiang, but Hoyong's body moved like a flash, blocking her path. "Stay back," he commanded, his gaze locking onto them. "You're both fakes." In an instant, their friendly masks evaporated, replaced by a cold, predatory hunger. They charged without a word. As Hoyong parried the copy of Junho, his mind raced. Why attack him so recklessly? ECL's copy shared her memories. She should know exactly how dangerous he was. At that moment, the fake ECL lunged for his back. He twisted away, just as Junho's copy brought its sword down in a devastating overhead smash, cratering the very earth where he'd stood. As he landed, an arrow sliced through the air, grazing his cheek. "So close," a new voice purred from the shadows. A third figure emerged from the trees, Jun Xiang's doppelganger. It was a 3-on-1 ambush, but Hoyong's eyes weren't on the copies. His gaze was fixed on the man he carried, the man who was supposed to be unconscious. "You can drop the act now. Jun Xiang." The wounded archer pushed himself off Hoyong's back, pulling the arrow from his shoulder with a mere grimace. He rose to his feet, his face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated ecstasy. "I admit, I got a bit carried away with my performance," he sneered, his voice dripping with false disappointment. "Tell me, Hoyong, how does it feel?" Betrayed and raged, Hoyong's face was a mask of ice and fury. "I was waiting for you to show your true colors. But you're far more depraved than I ever imagined. His sixth sense had already revealed the truth. Junxiang's stats were abnormally high. He was the one who had been hunting the other players. Why? Hoyong demanded. Was the lure of the reward that strong Junxiang laughed, a chilling, unhinged sound. Why does a man ever need a reason? In this magnificent new world, killing is the reward. How could I ever resist? He knocked an arrow, his eyes gleaming. The friendly, reliable facade had crumbled to dust, replaced by the face of a true predator. A killer finally unleashed. He hadn't just been hunting players. He had somehow seized control of the doppelgangers of their group's strongest members, the Swordsman and the Healer. A perfect hunting party, with him as its master. It's a shame, really, Junxiang mused, licking the tip of his arrowhead. You're a persistent one, Hoyong, but the more you struggle, the sweeter your despair will taste when I finally break you. He drew back his bow, spectral energy coalescing into 2 more deadly arrows. Now, he commanded his puppets. Attack! The 3 assassins lunged as one. Hoyong's sixth sense flared to life. The world washed over in a cerulean light, every movement slowing to a crystal-clear crawl. His opponents were a perfectly balanced hunting party, levels 7 and 8. But his own core stats were in a completely different realm, in a single, seamless motion. His sword sang through the air. The 3 incoming arrows shattered into nothingness. In the same breath, he closed the gap with the Junho copy, landing a devastating strike to its core. The Eol doppelganger raised a hand, beginning to weave a healing spell for her fallen comrade. But the incantation was never finished. Hoyong was already upon her, his blade descending in a silver arc, severing her hand at the wrist. As the doppelganger stared in disbelief, his sword found its final mark, ending her existence. His power was absolute. 2 more down, 11 to go. Hoyong fixed his chilling gaze on the last man standing. Junong's face was a canvas of pure terror. A shattered, desperate laugh escaped his lips as the weight of his foolishness came crashing down. He collapsed to his knees, his face a grotesque mask of fear. Mercy! He shrieked, pathetic tears streaming down his cheeks. He babbled on about being blinded by the rewards, about how Hoyong's impossible power had driven him to desperation, and how he'd finally crossed a line he could never uncross. The performance was masterful, almost convincing. As Hoyong stepped closer, Junong saw his one and only chance. He lunged from the ground, a hidden arrow aimed for the heart, screaming, "Die!" But the word died in his throat. Before anyone could register the movement, his head was already tumbling from his shoulders. A final, psychotic smile spread across his lips as he died. Finally grasping the truth, Hoyong wasn't just a big fish. He was the entire ocean. A player has been killed. 13 players and 11 doppelgangers remained. The 30-minute timer reset as fresh blood dripped from his sword. A wave of self-loathing washed over Hoyong. He had been forced to take a life. Just then, a system window materialized before him. He had eliminated a player who walked the killer's path. And now, he had the chance to take that player's place. An otherworldly aura began to swirl around him, forming into a spectral being, one half crimson, the other azure. It offered a translucent hand. As the system posed a fateful question, will you follow the killer's path? At last, Hoyong understood. This power, this was Junong's secret, the key to controlling the doppelgangers. The system then displayed the rewards: legendary grade equipment and skills, accelerated attribute growth, and unique abilities exclusive to killers. The power being offered was simply insane. The spectral figure waited patiently, her hand still outstretched. Killing the copies had been simple. They weren't truly human. But this path, it demanded he hunt down the remaining players, to become the very monster he'd just destroyed. He knew that if he refused, another, tempted by such power, would surely take up the mantle. He slowly raised his hand, hesitating for what felt like an eternity. But in the end, he let it fall. He would not become a murderer. When he finally arrived at the rendezvous, the real Seong Kim met him with a ridiculously cheerful grin. "Boss, what in the world took you so long?" For just a second, a dark impulse surged through Hoyong, a fleeting thought that perhaps the killer's path wouldn't have been so bad after all. He crushed the feeling before it could take root. "I'm glad you're all safe," he said, his eyes scanning the group. "Thank you for following my instructions." The survivors were a nervous wreck, a mix of originals standing beside their identical copies. The tension between them was so thick you could taste it. They were paralyzed by fear, unable to trust the person standing right next to them. Every eye turned to Hoyong, their faces screaming the same desperate question. "Can you really tell which of us are the doppelgangers?" "Yes," Hoyong declared, his voice cutting through the fear with absolute confidence. "And I'll start right now." At that very moment, a second figure emerged from the trees, identical to him in every single way. It spoke with his own voice, repeating his exact words. "I'm glad to see you're all safe. The survivors gasped, stumbling back in shock. 2 Hoyongs? Now who could they possibly trust? This was a complication Hoyong had already anticipated. But there was one crucial difference between them.
While the doppelganger was spotless, our protagonist was spattered with the dirt and blood from his recent battles.
But in their rising panic, no one seemed to notice the obvious. A battle of wits was about to begin. One of the survivors stepped forward, demanding proof. If you're the real one, then prove it. Tell us which of the doppelgangers you killed. It was a clever test. With 5 copies and 3 players already eliminated, naming the fallen fakes would confirm the identities of the true survivors. Hoyong began to list the names, but with each one he spoke, his copy echoed him perfectly, without a single flaw. The crowd stared in disbelief at the flawless imitation. This was not going to be so easy. Seizing the momentum, the doppelganger went on the attack. It reminded everyone how Hoyong had been teamed up with Eol and Song. Isn't it? It sneered. A little too convenient that their doppelgangers were among the first to die. And then, it twisted the knife deeper. The copy twisted his words, turning an accusation into a confession. It masterfully played on their hearts, painting Junong as a noble hero who had guided them all. Can you truly place your trust in a man who would kill such a person? The copy asked, its voice dripping with false sincerity.
Even if he is the real one, do you want to follow a murderer? The charismatic lie took root. Whispers of doubt erupted into a firestorm of accusation.
Grips tightened on weapons. The copy had completely won them over. He admitted to murder just to gain your trust, it declared. He must be the doppelganger. The crowd surged forward, ready to eliminate the perceived threat.
Aeong's protests were swallowed by their rising panic. The fear of the 30-minute timer was absolute. They needed a sacrifice, and they had found their target.
Hoyong watched them, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. His copy's strategy was flawless. In a way, he was complimenting himself. He took a single step forward, his voice calm and clear. The other me is right, he stated. I did kill Junong. A triumphant smirk spread across the copy's face. So, you admit it, doppelganger I have to say. I'm disappointed. But there's one thing you don't know, Hoyong replied. He walked past his double with an unnerving calm, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The entire crowd held its breath, expecting him to strike his copy down. Instead, his blade flashed out, striking another player in the panicked mob. As the man's body dissolved into light, Hoyong spoke the terrible truth. The real Junong, he announced to the stunned survivors, was a traitor. He was the one killing the other players. The crowd stared in disbelief. The Hoyong copy drew its own sword, screaming, "What are you doing?" Junho watched, his mind racing to connect the pieces. If his logic was sound, the Hoyong who just attacked had to be the real one. In this twisted game, players held the ultimate advantage. A doppelganger would never risk killing a player so openly, because if they made a mistake and killed an innocent, their own identity would be exposed in an instant. Only the real Hoyong Lee could have taken such a certain reckless gamble. He only needed to kill one more copy to prove his identity. And he'd just revealed the real Junong was the traitor. Junho's voice cut through the tension. Did Junong really kill those players? Hoyong nodded grimly. He was hiding the nature of a serial killer behind a kind mask, just waiting for the right stage to let loose. A woman named Unin, who Junong had saved in the first mission, refused to believe it. How dare you insult his memory, she screamed, drawing her sword and charging straight at Hoyong. I'll never forgive you. Her cry was cut short as an arrow sprouted from her back. She looked down in shock, whispering, "Why?" and collapsed to the ground. The arrow had come from Junong's doppelganger. With 12 players and 11 doppelgangers left, Hoyong readied his sword. The copy let out a wild, unhinged laugh. Yes, this is the despair I wanted to see. It cackled, reveling in the chaos. But a massive figure suddenly slammed into it from the side. Suchong, the ex-soldier, had made his move, finally eliminating the fake archer. He then turned to Hoyong. "I'm sorry I didn't trust you," he said, his voice firm. "Tell us what we need to do." With the truth finally revealed, the other survivors drew their weapons, their eyes now fixed on Hoyong, awaiting his command. Just as he was about to give the order, his own doppelganger lunged at him, sword raised. "Let's settle this now," it roared. Hoyong parried the blow and shouted a single, brilliant command to the others. "Spend your gold. Upgrade your attributes right now." The doppelgangers were perfect copies, but only of the players as they were at the start of the mission. By instantly upgrading their stats mid-battle, the real players created an insurmountable power gap. The remaining copies, suddenly and hopelessly outmatched, were dispatched without any further casualties. In the aftermath, the mood was somber. "We could have all survived if not for that monster. Junong," Su Chang said grimly. Hoyong felt a wave of crushing discouragement. He had wanted to clear this floor with 0 deaths. He could only imagine the carnage unfolding in other towers. where no one had a strategy guide and more killers like Junong were on the loose. His own power still felt insignificant. But as long as these people were willing to trust him, he would do everything he could to keep them alive. Suchang approached him again, formally thanking him for their survival. He noted that despite Hoyong's low level, his strength was undeniable. The perceptive soldier knew there was something special about him. Apologies and thanks came from the other survivors until Shang's booming laugh cut through the moment. "You all should have trusted the boss from the start like I did," he declared. Isol immediately shot back that she was the first to recognize Hoyong's greatness. While Junho offered another tearful apology, Suchang silenced them. "This may seem sudden," he said, addressing the group, "but I believe our best chance of survival is to officially recognize Hoyong as our leader."
Surprise flashed across Hoyong's face, followed by a confident smirk. He accepted.
Later, with only 5 minutes left on the clock, the final doppelganger was still hiding. Hoyong walked to a dense bush, and without hesitation, plunged his sword deep inside, eliminating the cowardly copy. The system announced their rewards. Most players got between 5 and 700 gold. Siang, however, earned 2,000, striking a pose as the 2,000 gold man. But his reward paled in comparison to Hoyong's. He received a staggering 12,500 gold, unlocking a higher tier in his shop and granting him access to rare and unique items. He immediately invested 5,000 gold to upgrade his ultimate sword technique. The risk of his body collapsing was a small price for such overwhelming power. Then, he did something no one expected. He transferred 1,200 gold to Isle, telling her their victory would have been impossible without her healing. He said her desire to save people was the very core of their team. Moved, she promised to become even stronger. He even tossed 200 gold to Siang, telling him to stop being so ridiculous. With their preparations complete, they moved on to the third floor. The mission was a siege battle. They were the attackers, tasked with capturing a castle and its altar within 24 hours. The system's warning was grim failure would have dire consequences.
Each player received a mysterious temporary item, a return stone. As the others worried, a hint from the sage's guide appeared only to Hoyong.
A brilliant plan ignited in his mind. He called Siang over. "You said you'd do anything I command, right?" he asked, drawing his sword with a menacing glare. A short while later, Siang was grumbling as he charged up the mountain path alone. His mission to scout the enemy castle? He reached the main gate and with a defiant roar, began punching it with all his might. The system announced the gate's durability dropped to 81%. A second punch brought it to 62, a third to 40. On his fifth strike, the massive gate shattered completely. The system announced the breach, but warned it would regenerate in just 2 seconds. It was just enough time for Song to slip inside. He got a quick head count 2 on the walls, 10 more near the altar before retreating. His orders from Hoyong had been absolute.
Scout, break the gate to test their defenses, but do not, under any circumstances, kill anyone.
He couldn't let the enemy learn the secret of the return stones upon death. They would simply respawn at the starting point.
Siang's confidence swelled as he saw the defenders tremble before him, but his orders were clear.
No killing. As he moved to engage them, a projectile slammed into his face, sending him reeling. Dazed, he saw the glint of a gun and then heard the crack of a second shot. Back at the starting point, Hoyang was stunned. A gun. It was an item none of them could even access in the shop, not even Sacheng, the former soldier. The only explanation was that the enemy team had a player who had chosen the killer's path. This fight had just become infinitely more difficult. "Eel," her face determined, grabbed his arm. "Don't worry," she said. "I'll be there to support you." The rest of the group voiced their resolve. This was a team fight. Hoyong drew his blade. "All right," he said. "Here's the strategy." Meanwhile, in the castle, a figure sat lazily on a throne, yawning as another knelt before them in utter fear. The assault began. Hoyong activated his sixth sense, his vision piercing straight through the castle walls. 2 archers, level 8, stood guard. Siang stepped forward once again, acting as bait and drawing their fire. Isol worried it would give away the secret of the return stones, but Hoyong knew the enemy would probably assume it was Xiong's unique ability. As the arrows flew, Hoyong became a blur, intercepting the projectiles in midair before they could even get close to the brawler. He used Xiong's shoulder as a springboard, launching himself effortlessly up the high castle wall and dispatching both archers in a single, fluid motion. They had only one chance to win this. If they failed this first assault, the enemy would discover their secret. With the walls cleared, the main force charged. Siang unleashed his level 2 power skill, obliterating the main gate in a single punch. But the blowback, or perhaps another bullet, knocked him unconscious. Aikal immediately rushed to his side to heal him. Inside, the enemy leader stood waiting. A woman armed with a high-powered sniper rifle. Her status window was terrifying. Level 13 with a level 3 sniper skill and a passive called Eye of the Assassin. She was the killer. Without hesitation, she raised her rifle and fired, The bullet slammed into Hoyong's shoulder. He dove for cover, quickly drinking a healing potion. Fortunately, he had taken precautions. Beneath his shirt, a suit of enchanted leather armor had absorbed the worst of the impact. He rapidly analyzed the situation. Each magic bullet cost her 10 mana from a pool of 150, with likely no way to replenish it. She had a limited number of shots. He just had to make her waste them. He relayed the plan. Weaving to avoid their aim, they charged. He had equipped them all with identical leather armor. It was just enough to withstand a single fatal blow. They surged forward as one. Junho was the first to fall, a bullet slamming into his chest. But the armor held true. Isol's healing magic washed over him, and he staggered back to his feet. Seeing their relentless advance, the sniper gave the command to engage. The courtyard exploded into a whirlwind of chaotic battle. Hoyong moved like a phantom through the fray, his strikes precise, disabling his foes without killing them. A silver streak of death shot straight for his head. In a flash, Junho threw himself in its path, his sword taking the impact and shattering from his grasp. "Go now!" he roared, but the sniper was already locking on for another shot. The second bullet found its mark, slamming into Junho's temple. His body was thrown back, utterly lifeless. Rage burned white-hot in Hoyong's eyes. He knew Junho would respawn back at the stone, but the sniper's cold-blooded indifference, the chilling emptiness in her eyes as she took a life, filled him with a cold fury, and she just smiled. Her voice dripped with condescension. "Your group is quite interesting." That was the last straw. He gripped his sword as a brilliant blue aura erupted around him. He had activated his ultimate ability, the level 3 sword technique. He knew the terrible cost of this power. The last time he unleashed it, the backlash left him completely drained. But in this moment, he didn't care. He became a maelstrom of pure destruction, cutting down 3 more defenders in the blink of an eye. Reaching the altar, he leaped, soaring through the air directly towards the sniper. She met his charge with unnerving calm, taking aim. His sword met her magic bullet, triggering a cataclysmic explosion of raw energy. The shockwave ripped across the entire altar. With the battle raging below, the two powerhouses faced each other, locked in a deadly stalemate.
"Who are you?" she demanded. "How can a mere level 2 possess such skill?" "I could ask the same of a level 13, he shot back. Silence was her only answer. Hoyong took a step forward, and the very ground beneath his feet began to glow.
He was now occupying the altar, but the rules were clear. 3 people were needed to complete the capture. He had to force her off this platform. She pulled the trigger again. Hoyong dodged, the deafening crack of the rifle echoing in his ears. In an instant, he closed the distance, his blade a silver blur aimed directly for her face. She parried with her rifle, and he unleashed a storm of strikes. Too fast for the naked eye to follow. She tried to create distance to fire, but he deflected every single bullet with contemptuous ease. He gathered his aura for a powerful slash, but she was already in motion, leaping into an impossible backflip and firing relentlessly while inverted in midair. None of her shots connected. A jolt of shock ran through her. He was predicting her every move. This was a skill he'd honed from watching Junho. The former table tennis prodigy was a master of prediction, able to read an opponent's posture and line of sight to know exactly where the ball would land.
Hoyong had adapted that very same principle for the battlefield.
He feinted, forcing her to dodge, then unleashed a massive horizontal cleave that tore through the stone pillar behind her. She barely escaped with her life, a thin cut bleeding on her cheek. The truth was now undeniable. His base attributes were somehow higher than hers. Below them, the last of her team had fallen.
"Finish them off before they can respawn," Xiang roared from below. The sniper coolly wiped the blood from her cheek.
"So the return stones really do bring you back from death," she mused, knowing that won't save you now. Hoyong declared.
He braced himself for her final, desperate assault. But instead of fighting, she spent 8,000 gold to instantly upgrade her sniper skill to level 4.
Before Hoyong could even process what had happened, she raised her rifle and fired twice. The bullet slammed into him with the crushing force of a meteor strike. He could hear his teammates' desperate screams as his vision and his world faded to black. The mission had failed. But then, Hoyong opened his eyes. "Why the long face?" he asked a gloomy Xiong. "We won." The brawler grumbled that he'd done all the work for almost no reward. Hoyong just smiled. He hadn't foreseen the 2 consecutive shots from her upgraded skill, but in his final moments, he had landed a fatal blow of his own. As the sniper fell, she swore she would remember his name. With both team leaders dead, his remaining teammates had easily captured the altar. Suddenly, a portal shimmered into existence, revealing the lobby of the defeated team. As the losers, they now had to face the catastrophe monster. His team could only watch in horror as a man pounded on an invisible barrier, his face a mask of terror, begging for help.
Isol reached for the portal, but a shock of energy threw her back. They were helpless as a colossal monster's hand descended, crushing the man and the rest of his team into oblivion.
When the horrifying carnage was over, the system announced that since only one player survived from Tower C-1427, the groups would be reorganized. And then, a figure stepped through the portal before them, covered in blood. It was her, the sniper. "How unpleasant," she said, wiping someone else's blood from her face. A new, terrifying group had just been formed. A deep sense of foreboding washed over Hoyong. The fourth floor was a sprawling, ruined city.
A catastrophe was imminent. Their mission: hunt the monsters that appeared and escape through one of 20 randomly generated, single-use portals within 6 hours.
The group, now a battle-hardened unit, quickly formed a strategy. They would hunt only when absolutely necessary and escape the very moment a portal appeared. But there was one glaring problem. The sniper, whose name they now knew was Seyun, had absolutely no intention of cooperating. "Don't you dare give me orders," she snarled, turning her back. "Or I'll personally send you to the next life." When Seong moved to confront her, she sent the massive brawler flying with a single devastating punch. That's when Hoyong stepped between them. "We meet again," he said. The words were barely out when a deathly chill raced down his spine. A system window flashed. The killer had just marked him as prey. His guide updated with an ominous new strategy. It warned of a coming day of blood, a time when killers would reach the absolute peak of their power. If he died to a killer on that fated day, they would gain an unimaginable reward. To prepare, Hoyong had only one objective: level up and do it fast. The hunt began. He encountered an orc, but instead of fighting, he kicked Seong straight into a nearby portal, getting the reckless brawler to safety. Now, he could finally focus. He quickly discovered that the portal-generating orcs gave off a uniquely foul stench. He tracked one down, a fat blue creature, and sliced it clean in two. Just as he planned, a portal shimmered into existence. His escape route was secured, but he didn't take it. Instead, he calmly walked off until he found Seo. The moment he saw her, he dropped to his knees, his face a perfect mask of pathetic desperation. "Please, let me live," he begged. Seo could only stare, completely baffled.
Hoyong then spun a tragic tale of his terrible luck, how he could never seem to find a portal, and how he had to keep hunting.
It was a masterful performance. Seoan, wanting to kill him on the Day of Blood for that maximum reward, had no choice but to let him continue his hunt. She could only watch, seething with impotent rage, as he, luckily, killed monster after monster, all while faking his own frustration. In reality, he was secretly farming experience, clearing paths for his teammates, and driving his would-be assassin utterly mad.
"Oh no, only 5 portals left," he'd cry out, striking his head in mock despair. "Curse my rotten luck." "Just shut up and keep hunting," she'd snarl back, gnawing nervously on her nails.
She was completely unaware she was being played. She was genuinely worried that if Hoyong died on this mission, her chance at the grand prize would vanish with him. He glanced back, his sword resting casually on his shoulder. "Why so nervous?" he asked innocently. "After all, I'm the only one who hasn't found a portal yet." He pressed his advantage. "You should tell me how many portals you've opened so far." She grudgingly admitted to opening 5. It was a lot, but Hoyong's calculations were precise, even after everyone else escaped. There should still be 3 portal-generating orcs left on the map. The system confirmed his math was perfect. That meant they were the last 2 people in the mission area. It was time to make his exit. With only 10 minutes left on the clock, he feigned total panic. "I have to find a portal," he shouted, turning to run. "You find yours and get out of here." "Wait," she called out. He froze, a nervous sweat breaking on his brow. Had she figured out his plan? He turned, forcing a look of impatience. "What is it? I have less than 10 minutes. She just mumbled something incoherent. Just as he was about to leave, she lunged at him. His instincts took over, his sword flashing up to defend himself. But instead of attacking, she grabbed his sleeve, with a look of deep embarrassment. She confessed.
Hoyong just stared, then looked past her at the vast, featureless terrain. Her sense of direction wasn't just bad, it was practically a superpower. Back in the tower, a voice shouted, "He's back!" A pair of heavy footsteps thundered across the lobby as Seong charged forward for a celebratory hug. "I knew you could do it, bro."
His words were cut short by Hoyong's fist connecting squarely with his face, sending the brawler flying. "Sorry," Hoyong said, lowering his guard. "You startled me. I thought the mission wasn't over." Seoan deadpanned. "He really does look like an orc."
"You probably shouldn't have said that out loud," Hoyong advised. Just then, Eastol and Junho rushed over, relieved to see them both back safely.
Junho extended a hand to Sean. "I know we started as enemies," he said, "but I hope we can get along now." She simply crossed her arms, turned her back on him, and muttered, "You're annoying." Seong, nursing his bruised face, grumbled that she should have been left behind. "Shut up, you pig," she shot back instantly. As they argued, Hoyong realized he now had leverage over the killer. She wouldn't try anything serious before the day of blood. For now, he was safe. It seems you're all getting along so wonderfully," a sickeningly familiar voice chirped. It was Sniffles. In the next instant, a gunshot echoed through the lobby, and the rabbit's head exploded. Sean stood there, her rifle still smoking. "Why did you crawl back here?" she demanded. But the rabbit's headless body simply remained standing. "Now that was quite a welcome," the body said, as its head regenerated in a swirl of grotesque flesh. A moment later, Sniffles appeared before Seowon and sent her flying with a single devastating kick. She slammed hard into the far wall, coughing up a spray of blood. Hoyong noted with cold clarity that, given the rabbit's immense power, he had actually gone easy on her. Perhaps the killer role was too important to the tower's game to be eliminated so carelessly. "Calm down, everyone," Sniffles said with a chilling laugh. "It's not time for me to go home yet, but it is time for your next mission." With a snap of its fingers, the lobby transformed into a massive library. The rules were simple, yet brutal. Each of them would choose one book, a choice that could become a legendary weapon, or a worthless curse.
Their very survival now rested on a single decision.
Instinctively, most players chose books matching their class. But Hoyong's guide was insistent, pointing him to a bland-looking fantasy novel tucked away in the fiction aisle. The title read, "The SSS Rank Returner's Connection Monopoly." Trusting the system, he accepted his fate. But a cold dread coiled in his gut. Just the title alone screamed third-rate garbage. His worst fears were immediately confirmed as the others showed incredible results. Junho practiced divine sword forms, while Seang mastered devastating martial arts. Eol radiated a powerful, holy aura. Meanwhile, Hoyong was trapped. Reading a pathetically written fantasy story, envy burned within him. He was certain he had made a fatal mistake.
Elsewhere, Sai Chong used his book to magically build a campsite, while Sean furiously stabbed a voodoo doll of Sniffles with a nail.
When time ran out, a flash of light transported them to the 5th floor. They were in a high school classroom, surrounded by students frozen in time. And somehow, they were young again. Sucho was a scrawny bookworm. Eol and Junho looked mostly unchanged, just stuck in school uniforms. And Seoyan had become a shy girl with thick glasses, which she promptly broke in a fit of pure embarrassment. Suddenly, the PA system crackled to life. It was Sniffles. "Enjoying the trip down memory lane?" his voice mocked. The 5th mission is a role-playing game. In this world, you are all cadets at a prestigious Monster Hunter Academy.
For the next 4 days, you will face a series of brutal tests. Fail even one, and you'll face an instant death mission.
Ice flooded Hoyong's veins. He'd survived one death mission, but he knew the others might not be so lucky. He cursed the worthless novel in his hands. Just then, Sniffles' voice echoed again. "And now, you will receive the memories necessary to play your roles." Blinding pillars of light slammed down from above, striking each player and plunging them into darkness. Shards of another life, another story, violently flooded Hoyong's mind. He awoke, gasping for air. A startling realization hit him. He now held 2 timelines in his mind, his own, and the memories just forced upon him. They belonged to the hero of that very same garbage novel his guide had chosen. Sniffles announced their first test would begin at the end of class. And just like that, the world unfroze. As the professor lectured on mana amplification, Hoyong scanned the room, his eyes landing on a familiar face. The protagonist of the story he now knew by heart. His name Unum O, a powerful regressor who had returned from the future. Armed with forbidden knowledge, Unum was destined to monopolize every event and become the world's strongest hunter. Then, the professor asked a question so obscure, no ordinary cadet could possibly know the answer. Unum smirked, ready to reveal his future knowledge. But before he could even raise his hand, Hoyong spoke the answer calmly. Exion. He then detailed the entire university research paper on the subject, stunning the class into silence. Unum could only stare, his perfect plan shattered. In that moment, Hoyong found his path. He didn't need a book of sword skills or martial arts. He had something far better. The ultimate cheat sheet. He would steal every opportunity, every power-up, meant for the story's original hero. After class, the first mission dropped. Clear the dungeon that just appeared near building B37 within 60 minutes. Failure meant another death mission. Hoyong's eyes lit up. He knew this dungeon's boss dropped an item of unbelievable power. In the original story, Unum claimed it for himself, but not this time. Hoyong rallied his friends, and they sprinted towards the dungeon, arriving just as Unum was about to enter alone. The regressor was stunned. Why were all these worthless extras here? But Hoyong gave him no time to think. He blasted past him, cleaving the first orc guard in two. "This dungeon is open to everyone," he declared.
The race had begun. Unum, realizing his perfect future was being threatened, finally unleashed his true power. His spear was a silver blur, felling 4 orcs in one fluid motion before flying back to his hand as if by magic.
The Regressor's strength was overwhelming. But while Unum had raw power, Hoyong had his sixth sense, allowing him to pinpoint the location of every single hidden orc. Seoyeon joined the fray, her movements deadly and precise, taking down monster after monster with clean, efficient. Inspired by Hoyong's impossible strength, Junho rallied the others,
screaming for them to fight with everything they had for their new leader when the dust finally settled. The system announced the final count.
Unum O had killed the most orcs, earning the right to challenge the boss alone. Hoyong watched, his fists clenched. Had he already lost his chance? No, not yet. He strode towards the Regressor, just as Unum reached for the boss room door. "Give me the right to fight the boss," Hoyong demanded. Unum scoffed. "And why on earth would I do that?" Hoyong leaned in close and whispered, "Because you crave the secret to shattering your endless cycle of regression. Don't you?" Unum froze, his face twisting into a mask of pure rage. He seized Hoyong, pressing a spear to his throat, demanding how he could possibly know his deepest secret.
Hoyong calmly spoke of his greatest desire to finally see the winter of his 32nd year, a future he was eternally denied.
He was cursed to repeat his life between the ages of 17 and 32. For thousands of years, this had been Unum's one and only wish. Gritting his teeth, the Regressor was left with no other choice. He surrendered his right to the boss. Now alone in the chamber, Hoyong faced the fearsome orc chieftain. He had no guide in this place, but he possessed the novel's script. He knew the orc's opening move was a warrior's roar, a scream designed to shatter morale. Trusting his sixth sense, he simply switched off his hearing. As the orc let loose its deafening cry, Hoyong charged forward, completely unaffected. He then moved to exploit its second fatal flaw. For all its monstrous upper body strength, the chieftain's legs were shockingly weak. With a flurry of precise slashes, he severed the orc's tendons, crippling the beast. As it collapsed to its knees, Hoyong delivered the final, decisive blow. The boss dropped a single, unassuming item, a simple band known as the Ring of Nika. It was one of only 2 legendary items in this entire world, and its effect was simple, yet utterly game-breaking. It granted its wearer overwhelming luck. Back at the academy, Hoyong put his new power to the test, crushing Seong in 11 straight games of rock, paper, scissors, and taking all his gold. Intrigued by this display, Seoyeon challenged him to a match for a staggering 3,000 gold. Feeling his luck surge, Hoyong met her gaze and raised the stakes to 5,000. Juno could only remark that he expected nothing less from Hoyong, a true master even at games like this. The main character sips his drink, a simple ring now adorning his finger. He mused to himself that only 2 legendary items exist in this story. The first is Yunam's spear, Gungnir, a divine weapon that never misses its mark. And the second is the Ring of Nika, which grants its wearer an unbelievable surge in fortune. The ring's effect seems simple on the surface, but its power is nearly on par with the legendary Gungnir. This single item would prove invaluable for the countless critical decisions that lay ahead. Yunam would now have to forge his own path without this artifact. But our hero fully intended to repay him in another way. After all, there was only one thing the original protagonist truly wanted in life. And we already know what it is. Suddenly, a hand slammed a cup down on his table. Someone took a seat. It was Seon Yoon, demanding a round of rock, paper, scissors with our protagonist. But this wasn't just a game of luck. It was a test of speed, too. And the main character's dexterity was already nearing 50. He asked her what the wager was. Her reply, 3,000 gold. Seon was stunned by the sum. But our hero gave her a look worthy of a JoJo character and raised the bet to 5,000 gold. The next day, the entire student body gathered in the school courtyard. The protagonist immediately recognized the scene from every fantasy story imaginable. The classic strength measurement using a magical artifact. Would this be the moment everyone witnessed his true, hidden power? Of course, Seon lost the bet, making her 5,000 gold poorer. Now, our hero stood before a massive blue crystal, sword in hand. A teacher began to explain the rules of the test. They would each strike the crystal, which would measure their magical power. This would divide them into groups for the upcoming dungeon crawl in 2 days. Juno thought this was a brilliant idea. He had been curious about the true strength of his classmates. The first cadet in line stepped up and struck the stone. It flashed with a reading of 43. Murmurs of impressed cadets spread through the crowd. Juno noted that based on their reactions, that was an exceptionally high score. And our hero recalled from his implanted memories that this particular cadet was indeed quite powerful. The instructor called the next name. It was Juno's turn. He channeled his energy and struck the stone. The crystal blazed with the number 69. The crowd was even more impressed. And Juno couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, boasting that he was pretty strong himself.
A shirtless Seon shoved past him, declaring that he excelled at this sort of thing. He roared, pouring all of his strength into a single, devastating punch.
The crystal flared violently, settling on a score of 75. The other students gasped in disbelief. It was an unbelievable score for someone using only their bare fists. But suddenly, a magic bullet whizzed past Xiang's head and slammed into the stone. The number instantly skyrocketed to a mind-blowing 98. Seo Yan stood with her rifle still smoking, not even bothering to glance at the result. The students were rendered speechless. No one had ever imagined it was possible to infuse magic into ammunition. Hoyong watched, a proud smile gracing his lips. His team was on a completely different level. Just then, a colossal explosion of energy erupted from the crystal. The meter struggled to keep up, finally stopping at a world-shattering 115. Yunam was already walking away, having no need to confirm the score.
Hoyong knew the story's original protagonist was an absolute monster. But as he watched him leave, he remembered a dark fate that was destined to befall him very soon.
Later at lunch, Sejong grumbled that Hoyong should have shown off his own power. But our hero had his own, very specific reasons for holding back. He deliberately suppressed his power, striking the crystal with just enough force to register a deceptive 64. A leadership role was a liability. His only mission was to be placed in the same group as Yunim for the coming dungeon. But his strategy was shattered by a system-wide alert. A second surprise mission was activating. Now, their objective: rescue Cadet Yunim O, location, Wateride Park, time limit 1 hour. Confusion ripped through the group. How could a prodigy like Yunim possibly be in trouble? But Hoyong knew. He knew exactly what was unfolding. In the original story, after Yunim's return to the past, he had a run-in with some bullies. One of them, by a twist of fate, was the son of the Red Moon Guild's master, one of the 10 most powerful guilds in the world. For revenge, the master sent elite assassins to teach Yunim a lesson, leaving him on the verge of death. In the novel, he was saved only by a mysterious stranger, a 1-in-a-million miracle. But Hoyong knew the truth. That miracle wasn't luck. It was the passive effect of the Ring of Nibelungen, the very ring he now possessed. Without it, Yunim was utterly doomed. This mission is a death trap, Hoyong warned them as they raced through the night. Our enemies aren't cadets. Prepare for the worst. They arrived to find Yunim on his knees, a crushing hand on his shoulder. You dare touch the master's son! You insect, one of the agents sneered. Before he could finish his threat, a bullet ripped through his chest. So Yun had opened fire. You shouldn't have attacked so rashly, Hoyong yelled. But Xiang was already roaring with battle lust.
I like her style, he bellowed, charging headfirst into the enemy. With diplomacy off the table, Hoyong drew his blade. Everyone, advance.
The 3 guild members easily parried the chaotic initial assault. They were on a completely different level from the cadets. But the surprise attack gave Yunim the one opening he desperately needed. He summoned his spear and fought back, desperately trying to draw the attention of all 3 men. As the battle intensified, Hoyong's group crashed into the fray, with Xiang leading the charge. In the ensuing chaos, Hoyong and Yunim found themselves standing back to back, completely surrounded. I have no idea how you found me again, Yunim panted. But now isn't the time for questions. You can thank me later, Hoyong replied, his eyes locked on the approaching enemy. Right now, we need to deal with these guys. The blue-haired man rose to his feet. With a mighty roar, Song charged, his fist glowing with the energy of a level 2 stone fist. But the agent simply raised a hand, and a shimmering barrier of pure energy sent Song flying. The man sneered, his face a mask of utter contempt. Insolent children, he spat. He and his 2 comrades advanced. The real battle was about to begin. Si Yoon engaged one, Junho clashed with another, and Hoyong met the blue-haired leader head-on. Seo Yoon, Hoyong commanded, we'll hold the front line, give us covering fire. She scoffed at him taking charge, but her rifle was already cracking, laying down precise support fire. A soft green light enveloped the battlefield as Isel began weaving her healing arts. Yunim watched in awe as his own injuries vanished in an instant. They're strong, Hoyong yelled to the others. But the tower never gives us a trial we can't overcome. Now is the time. Unleash the skills you gained from your books. A new wave of power surged through them. Junho unleashed a brilliant sword technique while Xiang's veins bulged, slamming into an enemy with the first form of the Fist King. In the background, Siyun frantically began setting up a tent. The 3 agents, unimpressed, decided to end the fight. They launched a powerful joint attack, and the battlefield erupted in a blinding explosion. When the dust settled, Hoyong's team was still on their feet battered, but far from broken. He knew they were strong, but the flawless teamwork of their enemies was on an entirely different plane. Their coordinated defense was like an impenetrable gate of steel, but the blue-haired leader was finally losing his patience. You're a real pain, he screamed, his eyes burning with rage. He broke formation, making a single, fatal error. He targeted the healer. He leaped through the air, his mace raised to crush Yi-Sul. Yi-Sul! Hoyong cried out, but Yunim was already moving. Not so fast, the regressor said calmly, his spear flashing out like lightning to intercept the blow, striking the agent squarely in the stomach. The man collapsed to the ground, his mind reeling. He was sure he had dodged it. How did it hit? Their perfect formation was broken. The steel gate now had a crack. As his comrades rushed to help him, the leader's mace began to sprout wicked metal spikes. That's it, he seethed. Now all of you will die. But Hoyong had seen all he needed to see. Their impatience. Their haste. He knew exactly why. You'd better wrap this up quickly, he called out, a confident smirk on his face. Your master must be getting absolutely furious by now. The three agents froze solid. The blue-haired man demanded to know what he was talking about. You're far too impatient, Hoyong continued, just like the master of the Red Moon Guild, Park Yong-jin. Their faces went deathly pale. How do you know that name? One of them stammered. The gate wasn't just open. It had been completely shattered, model. Their spirit was broken. Hoyong pressed his attack, his words cutting deeper than any blade. How many missions have you failed because your leader couldn't control his temper? Their professional masks shattered, revealing pure, panicked rage. Their defenses were completely gone. That was the signal. In a flash, the three strongest cadets moved as one.
Yunam's spear pierced the leader's gut. Sean's bullet ripped through his side, and Hoyong's blade carved a deep gash across his chest.
A perfectly coordinated strike, focusing all their power on a single point. The blue-haired man crumpled to the ground. His comrades could only stare in shock. Then, the black-haired man started to laugh.
Let's call it a day, he declared, sheathing his sword. They moved to their fallen leader, hoisting him onto their shoulders.
The boss is probably going to have our heads for this, he muttered to his partner. He then turned to Hoyong's team. But seeing the future hunters of Korea, I have no regrets. With a final smile, they vanished. The system announced their triumph. Mission complete. With just 2 minutes left on the clock, they had snatched victory. As the team erupted in cheers, Yunam approached Hoyong. You knew all along, he stated, his voice flat. Shouldn't you be thanking me first? Hoyong teased back. The regressor's face flushed with embarrassment as he mumbled a quiet thank you. Hoyong smirked. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Thank you, Yunam repeated, much louder this time. A look of true gratitude shone on his face. Nothing like this ever happened in my past lives. Be careful from now on, Hoyong warned, his tone turning deadly serious as he began to walk away. This regression? It's going to be the hardest one yet, Yunam called out. I have one more question. Are you a regressor, too? Hoyong paused, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. No, he answered. I'm something far greater than that. Just then, a hand landed on our protagonist's shoulder, asking where he was going. He'd almost forgotten to mention the most crucial detail of all the key to escaping the endless curse of regression. A new day dawned at the academy. The professor announced he would be forming the teams for tomorrow's dungeon practice. But our protagonist wasn't listening. His thoughts were entirely on Yunam. That guy really knows how to show his gratitude. He checked his inventory and saw an item called Thea's Armor. It granted a 25% boost to defense power. A rare item indeed. The main character recalled the deal. It was a thank you gift, in exchange for the secret to breaking his regression curse. It was getting easier and easier for our hero to accept these unbelievable realities. After all, this was the kind of thing you only read about in novels. The professor's voice cut through his thoughts. Group 4 will be led by Yunam, with members Wu Jiho, Shinsung Bayong, Go Youngwoo, and Lee Hoyong. A smirk played on our protagonist's lips. He was in Yunam's group, just as he'd planned. It was all thanks to the Ring of Nikki. To get the ultimate rewards, infiltrating Yunam's party was a must, but it was too soon to celebrate. Later, out on the school grounds, Yunam found him. Are you aware, he asked, his voice low. The dungeon we're entering tomorrow? It's going to be a frenzied one.
Our hero said nothing, prompting Yunam to continue.
A dungeon might go frenzied on rare occasions, but it's unheard of for several to erupt at the same time. In all his past regressions, he had struggled through these dungeons, never understanding the reason why. Yunam stared directly into his eyes and said, I expect you to tell me everything you know. If you truly are something greater than a regressor, then you must know something.
According to the story our hero read, 3 of the 4 teams formed were about to experience a frenzied dungeon.
In that incident, the only team that survived was Group 4, Yunam's team. But the novel never explained the details of the frenzied phenomenon itself. The protagonist replied that even he doesn't know everything. Yunam refused to accept that answer. He grabbed our protagonist by the collar, shouting, What's meant to be will be, but shouldn't we at least try to fight it? Our protagonist yelled back that he honestly didn't know. The author never dropped any hints in the novel, ending that part vaguely. There was nothing he could do. Nearby, Seo, Yan heard a familiar voice and grew curious. As she rounded the corner, she called out, "What are you two doing?" But from her angle, it looked exactly like our protagonist and Yunam were tearing at each other's clothes. It was a scene straight out of a scandalous webcomic. Seo Yan froze, completely at a loss for words. The two boys had no idea how to react either. She quickly turned her back, muttering, "I must have taken a wrong turn." They both screamed after her that it wasn't what it looked like, but she was already gone. We cut to the dungeon entrance. The professor ordered Group 4 to enter. They stepped through the shimmering portal, and the system announced their arrival, issuing a new mission. The objective, clear the assigned dungeon. He was still reeling from the misunderstanding with Seo Yan, but a much bigger problem loomed ahead the frenzied phenomenon. Yunim gives the order split up and scout the dungeon. Any anomalies were to be reported immediately over the radio. The team gave their assent.
Our protagonist, however, was adrift in his own thoughts, wandering the cold stone halls without a destination.
His steps led him down a seemingly endless corridor, where his mind began to race. The frenzy dungeon incident involved Squads 4, 9, and 12. Squad 4 was his own. Squad 9 had Eol and Seo, and Squad 12 had Seong.
Squad 9 would likely be all right. Eol possessed healing magic, and an assassin blessed by the tower wouldn't fall so easily on the 5th floor.
It was a strange irony, for him to worry about the very man who had tried to condemn him to death. Then there was Squad 12, led by Seong. A thought crossed his mind, a silent wish for the best for his fake Yujiro-like companion. Suddenly, a massive canine paw slammed down right in front of him. His senses flared instantly. Looking up, he saw at least 4 towering wolves, drool dripping from their jaws, ready to devour him whole. The main character drew his sword, realizing he had to focus on his own survival first. But the real problem was the person cowering behind him. His name was Go-Young Woo, an explorer class, the youngest player on the team, and he was weeping. He kept apologizing, but our protagonist was just confused by the bizarre scene, unable to grasp why the boy was in tears. The wolves were already dead. He approached the younger player, and a bitter memory bubbled to the surface. He remembered being labeled the weakest, the disposable one. This very boy was among those who voted to send him on that suicide mission. The boy finally spoke. You haven't forgiven me for what happened then, have you?" "I should have spoken to you sooner," he choked out. "But I couldn't find the courage." He apologized again, a waterfall of tears streaming down his face. As the boy tried desperately to wipe them away, our hero simply stood in silence, giving him the space to compose himself. "This kid's heart is too soft," he thought, gripping the boy's shoulders. "You don't have to apologize," he continued, his voice firm. "If a moment like that ever comes again, you must make the same choice." The life or death situations they faced were brutally real. In a tower where death lurked around every corner, a soft heart was a death sentence. Learning to put yourself first is the only way you'll survive. He offered a faint smile and ruffled the boy's hair. "So you don't need to feel guilty." The boy managed a weak smile, his emotions swelling once more. I think you're incredible," he stammered. The main character pulled his hand away.
"I don't know what you're talking about," he said flatly. But it was far too late. The kid was already completely captivated.
Young Woo, now with a spark of life in his eyes, said, "You must have been someone truly amazing before the apocalypse." But our protagonist fell silent, haunted by memories of his own past. An orphan who had to claw his way through a world of discrimination, just to survive. Before he knew it, he was in his 20s, just another office worker with a paycheck that barely covered his meals. The only thing that made him even remotely special in this tower was a single chance encounter with a monster he had saved. Without that one twist of fate, he doubted he would have even made it this far. Who was he to be teaching anyone how to live? Young Woo called out his name, snapping him out of his intense reflection.
But Hoyong just waved it off, saying it was nothing. The younger boy then offered his heartfelt thanks.
He explained that even though Hoyong preached self-preservation, he was the one who was always throwing himself into danger to protect others. Young Woo looked at him with pure, unadulterated admiration. "I want to be like you," he declared. "Someone strong enough to help people." The words struck Hoyong like a physical blow, leaving him stunned, but also undeniably happy.
The past didn't matter now. The only thing that counted was the path he walked from this moment on.
He thought this while gently patting Young Woo's head. Just then, the boy placed his hands against a section of the stone wall. Our hero asked, "Is this the spot where you felt that strange energy?" Young Woo nodded, confirming that something was seeping out from behind the stone. The protagonist realized a critical weakness. His own impeccable senses couldn't perceive everything. If this was an energy only an explorer could sense, then there was only one course of action. He told Young Woo to stand back. The main character drew his blade, pouring his aura into a level 3 sword technique. The strike shattered the wall, triggering a strange resonance and a second, much larger explosion. In that instant, a system window appeared before them. They had entered the labyrinth. They were transported into a massive cavern, illuminated by the vibrant glow of countless multicolored crystals. As our protagonist scanned his surroundings, a chilling realization washed over him. This labyrinth was never in the novel. Even throughout all of Yunim's infinite regressions, a place like this was never mentioned once. This could only mean one thing. This entire domain was not created by the author of the story. As Hoyong and Yongwu pushed deeper, he suspected this place might hold the key to the Frenzy Dungeon incident itself. But as they walked, Yongwu suddenly tugged on his sleeve. Ahead, 7 figures that looked human appeared in the labyrinth.
But on closer inspection, they weren't human at all. The system window flashed, identifying them as the fairy race, with one at a staggering level 134.
His name was Jamba Jamba, and his stats were off the charts. The dwarf-like creature griped about the huge annoyance, flanked by 6 others who also boasted immense power levels. Do they have a Snow White back home, too? Our hero wondered, before asking aloud, "What are these monsters?" "Hold on," one of the dwarves named Cum told the others. "Those two, they're not part of the script." He pointed a finger at the main character. "Especially the tall one." The dwarf then bellowed, accusing him of derailing the entire story by giving the hero a massive spoiler. Hatred blazed in Jamba Jamba's eyes as he stared at the protagonist. "We need to talk." In an instant, the 7 creatures surrounded him, their arms crossed in judgment. He might have felt nervous. "If they weren't all half his height," Jamba Jamba demanded. "Who are you?" Noticing the fairy's low-angled gaze, our hero instinctively covered himself. He then replied, "I was a reader. One who read the story of this world."
Another dwarf asked, "So you just woke up inside the novel one day?" The protagonist confirmed it was something like that. 2 of them began whispering to each other, debating whether to believe his wild tale. The protagonist then asked who they were. "We are the repair fairies," they replied. "Shouldn't they be repair dwarves?"
They explained their job. They fix plot holes in terribly written novels. Like this one. Jamba Jamba even tried to strike a cool pose, but his hammer had mysteriously vanished. It all clicked into place. These weren't random monsters. They were characters from the novel itself. A smirk spread across his face. "You must have a hard time, with all the plot holes that need fixing." The fairies or dwarves? He still couldn't decide, were suddenly overcome with emotion. Someone finally understood their suffering. The book must be trash in his opinion, too. He agreed wholeheartedly. It was an absolute struggle to finish reading that piece of garbage. The fairies burst into laughter. "We were just about to bury you right here, but now we'll just wipe your memories and let you go."
A cold dread washed over the protagonist. How could they say something so terrifying with such cheerful faces?
He couldn't let them do it. Losing his memories now would mean finding this labyrinth. All his hard work was for nothing. He shouted, playing his trump card. "The 3rd floor's Frenzy Dungeon. That's the mistake you still haven't been able to fix."
You still haven't found the solution. Jamba Jamba's hand, which was reaching for his head, froze in midair at the mention of the error.
The fairies swarmed him, demanding, "How do you know about that?" Even if the novel was trash, it had its uses. A confident smile grew on his face. "I believe I can give you the solution to your problem."
Without warning, a portal ripped open in the air. The protagonist and Yongwu were instantly teleported out of the labyrinth.
Yongwu glanced at his friend, but he was just standing still, staring blankly into space. "What's wrong?" he asked, but got no response. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Did the dwarves torture him? Yongwu screamed his name, but the protagonist didn't seem to hear, the sound feeling distant and faint. We flash back to that critical moment. Our hero was explaining to the fairies how he could solve the Frenzy Dungeon problem once and for all. The lead fairy thought to himself, "If this isn't fixed, it will become the biggest plot hole in history, and our reputation will be ruined." He decided to hear the human out, but kept his hand ready to wipe his memory in an instant. The protagonist laid out his plan. Merge the 3 dungeons set to go into a frenzy, combining them into one massive dungeon using a portal. Another fairy's eyes widened. If we combine them, it would seem more natural for one large dungeon to go wild instead of 3 small ones simultaneously. Jamba Jamba agreed that the logic was sound, but if the dungeon's size increases, so will the rewards. The other fairy gasped. He's right. It would create a consequence that not even they, the story's repairers, could handle. He understood their fear of breaking the narrative. If the original hero received such an oversized reward, he clenched his fists and played his final card. "Then wouldn't it work better?" he proposed. "If I receive the entire reward instead of Yunim?" The dwarves immediately began to debate the shocking proposal. The protagonist knew the dice had been cast. He was leaving everything up to luck, and the power of the Ring of Niki. Finally, Jamba Jamba announced their decision. It would be better for everyone if your memories were erased. The words struck him like a thunderbolt. If an anomaly, managed to get such a huge reward, it would put them in an even more complicated situation. The main character tried to protest, but it was useless. Jamba Jamba's hand was already on his head, and all he could do was scream, flipping off the tiny gods of this world. We snap back to the present moment. A sharp slap echoes as Yong-woo desperately tries to break the main character from his daze, sending a spray of crimson from his lips. But it's no use. He won't wake up. Reaching into his backpack, Yong-woo pulls out a fair hammer, his mind racing with what those fairies could have done. Our hero stands there, completely bruised, whispering Yong-woo's name, insisting that he's fine. Relief washes over the boy's face. He's back, but the protagonist is trembling, his eyes locked on the hammer. He thought he was about to get bashed. As they continue deeper into the dungeon, Yong-woo apologizes. He explains he was terrified that his memories had been completely erased. For a moment, it looks like he might use the hammer for repairs. Thankfully, that wasn't necessary. The protagonist thinks to himself, he was lucky the mission had a time limit. It was the very argument he used to escape the memory wipe. After all, what's the point of erasing the mind of someone who's fated to disappear from this world soon anyway? As they journey onward, the protagonist spots the hammer in the boy's pack, asking if it belonged to Jamba Jamba. Yong-woo's face lights up with excitement. He explains that when the fairies vanished, taking the protagonist with them, one left the hammer behind, so he grabbed it. A system window suddenly materializes, displaying the item's info. It was a fairy's mechanic hammer. It could repair broken items, with a chance to even strengthen them, but it had a 24-hour cooldown. The protagonist is floored. It's a unique grade item. He looks at the boy in a new light. He's not just some weak and fragile kid. A secret quest suddenly appears. He must be the first to clear the dungeon, and do it covertly. The reward was also a secret. This had to be part of the contract he made. His only way to avoid becoming another permanent error in the story. The mission's condition was absolute stealth. He had to accomplish his goal without drawing any unwanted attention. If he could pull it off, a special reward was waiting. But then, the very ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. He recognizes this feeling. It's starting. The system announces that due to an unknown energy, the dungeon is entering a frenzied state. More powerful monsters have started to emerge. The 3 separate dungeons had merged into one. What's happening? Yong-woo shouts his name in panic. 3 dungeons combined. But our hero continues forward, telling the boy to stay focused. He orders him to head northeast and find Yunam. With his scouting ability, he could evade the worst of the monsters and get to him safely. The kid is stronger than he lets on. Once he's with Yunam, the main character won't have to worry about him. What about you? Yong-woo asks, his voice laced with concern. The protagonist just offers a faint, determined smile. The scene shifts to another part of the now chaotic dungeon. A monstrous scorpion erupts, spewing corrosive venom everywhere. A cadet screams, asking why this is happening. Another yells back that the frenzy has awakened the monster's true power. He thanks a girl named Iziel, saying they'd all be dead without her. Focus! She screams at the cadet, cutting through the chaos. When he turns back, the scorpion's stinger is mere inches from his neck. Suddenly, the deadly barb freezes solid. The cadet stares in utter disbelief. The scorpion's head was already gone, and then she descends. Are we on a picnic? Seo-yan scoffs. Get it together, unless you want to become a pile of skeletons. Meanwhile, our hero is cutting down every monster in his path when the familiar sound of Seo-yan's gunfire echoes through the caverns. He understands instantly. He's now in the same fused dungeon as her group. Her firearm gives her an edge against these beasts. But for the other cadets, they are a walking death sentence. But the protagonist must remain unseen. He can't risk intervening and helping them directly. Leaping forward, he knows his only choice is to clear this dungeon faster than anyone else. A giant purple scorpion suddenly appears, perched on a throne of skulls. Its burning red eyes glow with intense, killing intent. Its horrid mouth opens wide, letting out a soul-piercing shriek, ready for its next meal. The protagonist now stands before a dark cavern inside the dungeon. He steps inside, drawn by the most toxic stench in the entire place. The scorpion is massive, already blocking his path. This was the Scorpion King. Is he about to become the Rock? The king's venom shoots out like a bullet, but the main character is far faster, dodging cleanly to the side. Still, the protagonist is on edge. The creature's venom is endless, preventing him from getting any closer. He knows Yunam can handle things with Group 4, one way or another. But the other 2 dungeon groups need a hero. He may be aiming for the number 1 rank, but he refuses to let a tragedy like this happen on his watch. The protagonist charges forward, weaving through the venomous spray. He delivers a powerful diagonal slash, aiming straight for its neck. It wasn't enough to bring the beast down. He launches himself into the air for a follow-up strike. But a second later, a devastating blow comes from the side, slamming into the protagonist and sending him flying into a wall. The The blow landed squarely, pinning him against the cold stone by its overwhelming force. The monster lets out a screeching cackle, as if laughing at his plight. The main character knows. He has to close the distance, no matter the cost. He lands hard, squaring off with the beast. A final trump card remained. But he wondered if he was truly forced to use it. He gritted his teeth, not wanting to reveal his hand so soon. But with a powerful kick, he launched himself toward the monster. There was no time to hold back. Before this dungeon, the protagonist had received a side quest, a challenge from his professor to knock over a single drop of water from a full bucket. Our hero had accepted without hesitation, because the reward was a perfect single-use shield. Back in the present, the monster unleashes a torrent of venom against him, but he calmly activates the perfect shield. This legendary item was an absolute cheat, allowing him to perfectly block any single attack. The beast reels back, stunned that its ultimate attack failed. Enraged, it lunges with its pincers for a physical assault. The main character prepares his strike, his eyes glowing with the immense power he's about to unleash. The blow descends in a brilliant vertical arc, slicing the scorpion clean in two with his level 3 sword technique. The system announces the boss has been vanquished. A shimmering portal opens, and the protagonist steps through it. He emerges in a new area, the dungeon where Seong was trapped. A thought pierces his mind, is that guy. Okay, he's shocked to find himself genuinely worried about the fake Yujiro. His first impression of the man was the absolute worst. He'd been called trash. But now, that loudmouth had somehow found a place in his thoughts. The protagonist is horrified by this strange new feeling, trying to convince himself he's mistaken. It was just concern for a rival, nothing more. He looks ahead, finding himself in a completely desolate wasteland. There was nothing there. But then, a flicker of movement catches the protagonist's attention. A shape erupts from the earth to ambush him, but he defends with his sword. A tiny paw steps onto the blade, and the creature somersaults right over his head. The monster's spinning attack ends. He sees it's a horned mole, and its level is so high, it's completely unreadable. With a swift diagonal slash, the main character cuts through the grotesque creature. It appears to be defeated. But as the protagonist looks back, he sees dozens of mounds forming in the ground. Countless other moles begin to emerge, charging at him. They're impossibly fast, striking from all sides as crimson splashes paint the air. Hoong notes that despite their small size, they are extremely fast and sharp. If he loses focus for even a second, this could get deadly. He endures the onslaught, his only thought being, I just hope Seong is still alive. Meanwhile, Seong is shirtless again, looking like Gray from Fairy Tale, while his teammates are scattered and grievously injured on the ground. Seong is also wounded, but manages to withstand the pain and stay on his feet. He curses the moles and charges towards them, his fist raised. As one of the monsters leaps from the ground, Seong screams that he is the mole exterminator. He relentlessly punches the ground, shouting that he used to walk around his neighborhood smashing every single whack-a-mole machine. But Seong's stamina is fading. We now see the world from the viewpoint of one of the moles. It spots Seong's unguarded back and rushes towards him at full speed. Seong screams, but when he turns, he sees the protagonist with a mole impaled on his sword. He had saved Seong's life. The fake Yujiro asks what he's doing here. Our hero dryly remarks that he somehow managed to stay alive. Seong gets emotional, tears welling in his eyes. He runs to hug the protagonist, but is told to keep his distance while he's still being asked nicely. For now, our hero is relieved he's alive. But the others weren't so lucky. Seong apologizes, his head hung low. The moles had attacked them out of nowhere. The protagonist realizes a grim truth. He might not be able to protect everyone. Even if they were just extras from the novel, they were still human beings. In that moment, they were his comrades. Hwang's expression turns serious, and he clenches his fists tightly. Song asks what they should do now, if they can even get out of this place. The ground begins to tremble violently. Seong is startled, shouting, "What's happening?" But the protagonist remains calm. There's only one thing to do. A giant mole erupts from the ground and attacks them both. The main character defends against the blow with his sword. They have to kill this dungeon boss. The mole is much larger than the others they had faced, but the protagonist isn't afraid. Quite the contrary. A sense of finality washed over him. The long nightmare was finally ending. As a heavy rain began to fall, an old man resembling Dumbledore speaks at a microphone, expressing his sincere apologies for the incident. He explains that they understand no amount of compensation can appease the pain of those who lost loved ones. But the Academy would do everything possible to help. The protagonist and Yunim are walking together under the pouring rain. He apologizes for not being able to save everyone, but Yunim disagrees. "No," he says firmly. He reveals, "I have returned countless times, but never once managed to stop the dungeon frenzy. Yet somehow, you prevented the deaths of cadets who were all meant to perish." As he speaks these words, the sun finally begins to rise. Yunim halted, his gaze fixed on him. He finally declared that he saw our hero as something far greater than a simple regressor. A knowing smile passed between them. Unum then offered him a handkerchief, stating he would now seek him out for guidance. And with that, he turned and walked away, leaving the protagonist holding the cloth. It almost felt like a confession scene. How bizarre. Our hero wiped his face, but a silent apology echoed in his mind. The Hoyong Lee that Unum would meet tomorrow wouldn't be him. Their time here was ending. Just as Unum yearned to see the winter of his 32nd years,
Our protagonist had his own destiny to fulfill, to climb to the next floor, and conquer the end of this tower.
Unum's ending was already written in stone, but the tower's finale, that would be decided by him. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence, calling his name. Wait up. His party was catching up. He realized then that they were all the authors of their own story, and every single one of them was praying for a happy ending. A familiar blue window appeared. The 5th floor mission was officially complete. One of the party members sighed in relief. We all made it out alive. Another groaned, feeling like he'd aged several years. The air was filled with celebration, but no one was happier than our main character, for he had gained a new skill, intermediate sword technique. This was an art he couldn't even purchase in the system shop. The thought alone was exhilarating. Even a single level in swordsmanship made a world of difference. Imagine gaining an entire intermediate grade in one go. But that wasn't all. The reward from the fairy's hidden quest held another surprise. A brand new class slot. He scoffed to himself. He never thought he'd be working 2 jobs, even at the end of the world. But unlike any dead-end job he'd had before, a fire of excitement burned within him. He crushed the reward items in his hand, absorbing their power. The system's voice echoed in his mind. A new class has been acquired. He dreamed of something legendary. A shadow monarch, a rune regent, maybe even a king of coins. The system began to reveal his new path as his heart pounded with anticipation. Nikki's ring, which had mysteriously stayed with him, began to glow, and his new class was revealed. Tamer. His expression fell into ruin. He screamed internally at the system. Where is the legendary class I was promised? Siong just stared at him, utterly bewildered. After a moment, our hero calmed down and began to think. Tamer. The word triggered a memory from his past. A time when a small cat started following him home.
He'd told it to go away, insisting he couldn't care for it. The kitten just tilted its head and let out a questioning meow. A blush crept up his face. Don't look at me with that cute face.
The cat's expression turned to one of pure sorrow. He squeezed his eyes shut, his face burning, and ran away, apologizing for having to leave it behind. He barely had enough money for himself back then. But now, the situation was completely different. If he could become an officially licensed cat butler, then maybe the Tamer class wasn't so bad after all. Right, another system window popped up, notifying him of a new guide. His eyes lit up. It had been a while. The guide revealed a special monster on the 7th floor. A creature he could make his very own pet. Not only was it agile and powerful in battle, but it could also serve as a mount. He thought for a moment. Could it be some kind of wolf?
Hoyong's spirit soared. Soon, he would reach the 7th floor and claim his new companion.
He struck a pose, brimming with newfound energy. This was the first time he'd ever been this excited for the next stage. But his optimism was a grave miscalculation. Reaching the 7th floor wouldn't be so easy. The 6th floor's mission was titled Endless Battle. With Isol healing from the rear, they faced a literal tide of orcs, werewolves, and countless other beasts. Yongwoo even resorted to using his backpack as a weapon, smashing a goblin into a nearby wall. But for every monster they struck down, 2 more took its place. He charged into the fray, his blade a blur of silver light. But as the bodies piled up, exhaustion began to set in. This battle truly lived up to its name. Song, however, was having the time of his life, carving a path of destruction through the horde.
Our protagonist could only wonder, why was he enjoying this hellscape so much?
Hoyong asked if he wasn't getting tired. Shang just laughed. A chance to gain this much EXP is rare, of course not. And he had to admit, the logic was sound. The story-driven 5th floor offered no opportunities to level up. Siong glanced over, noticing his friend had hit level 5. Our hero cut down another beast without even looking. But for him, reaching level 5 was meaningless. His stats were already at the absolute limit for his current tier. The system confirmed it with a cold, mechanical message. Your stats have reached the maximum allowable value, model.
Without shattering his limits through brutal training, his stats would forever remain stagnant.
Hoarding mission items was a huge boost, but raw power needed refinement. Suddenly, the crack of gunfire shattered the silence, forcing him to turn. It was Soan, cutting through a horde of monsters like a phantom. In a flash, her attributes had already eclipsed his own. A fire of frustration ignited within him. Was there no ceiling to an assassin's potential? So-on felt his stare. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, met his. What are you looking at? Do you have a death wish?
Our main character simply gave her a thumbs up. Just making sure you're keeping up, don't fall behind.
Her personality was insufferable. But thanks to her rampage, the mission was practically complete. The time was drawing near. His thoughts drifted to the companion waiting on level 7. Just wait for me, he whispered. At last, the 7th floor mission was about to begin. A dedicated strengthening area. The system announced that hunting monsters on this floor could yield a strengthening crystal, causing players to buzz. Was this like the enhancement items from their old games? The tower's voice boomed again, explaining that gold and crystals could be used to empower their equipment. There was a catch. However, only weapons and armor could be strengthened. The mission window appeared, detailing the conditions for the 7th floor. They could freely travel between the lobby and the hunting grounds to power up their gear.
Their time limit a full 72 hours, 3 entire days to grind, level up, and reforge their arsenal. Junyo pointed out the obvious. With no specific completion goal, the floor would clear the moment those 72 hours were up. A bonus stage, the tower is finally giving us a break, a player exclaimed, as others sighed in relief after the grueling battles they had faced. A girl shouted, pointing to the shop. Look, you can buy a strengthening crystal chance increase scroll.
For 1,000 gold, it would boost the drop rate of the precious crystals, a small price for a massive advantage. Many didn't hesitate, immediately purchasing the scroll. They would push their equipment to the absolute limit for the trials ahead. The moment had arrived. Like a tidal wave, the players surged toward the mission portal.
Our main character watched them go, a small smile on his face. This excitement was a familiar sight. They'd calmed down once they'd burned through all their gold.
For him, wielding the Ring of Nikki, this entire floor was a freebie. But his true prize was something else entirely. The ultimate companion he knew he would find on this 7th floor.
Striding toward the shimmering gate, he declared his intent. It was time to claim his pet and ascend to new heights. All around them, the hunt had begun.
Man, these crystals don't drop as easily as I thought, Junho complained, wiping sweat from his brow. Suchang shot him a look. That's because you lack desperation. Search for it like a soldier searching for a single lost bullet casing on the battlefield. Junho could only stare back, wondering what on earth he was talking about. Nearby, the sound of rapid-fire punches echoed, like Luffy's Gatling attack.
For the love of all that is holy, call PETA! Someone screamed. The source of the commotion was our main character, pummeling a wolf.
He was trying to hold back, but even his bare fists were overwhelming for the monsters on this floor.
It dropped! A strengthening crystal finally dropped, Zhang bellowed, drawing everyone's attention.
He held the crystal aloft triumphantly. My luck is legendary. They called me the god of strengthening back in the day. The main character deadpanned. He remembered a few. Other nicknames Xiong had claimed. He called out to the wannabe Yujiro Hama. Xiong instantly clutched the crystal to his chest. I can't give this to you. Not even for you. Our hero sighed. That's not what I was going to ask. Yang chimed in. What would you even strengthen? You only fight with your bare hands. The reality of his situation crashed down on Xiong, who spiraled into a deep depression. Meanwhile, the main character tossed the dazed wolf aside. It wasn't worthy. Too small, too weak. He still had plenty of time. He would expand his search for the perfect pet. The system window flared to life, only 2 hours remaining. Had 70 hours truly passed in a blur of combat? Now that is what you call a serious time skip. Our hero paced frantically, his nerves shredded as he chewed his nails. He hadn't found his companion, and the clock was ticking down. He'd found a few candidates, like a mighty king bear. It was adorable, but far too slow to be used as a proper mount. He then found a lightning-fast black wolf, but its stamina was pathetic. A 2-headed cat was just bizarre. A crime against cuteness. His finger was now bleeding from his anxious habit. He cursed the guide's vague information. He could have at least given him a hint where to look. He'd managed to get 3 crystals, so the time wasn't a total loss, but without the pet, it would all be for nothing. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes, a silhouette that seized his full attention. Something launched itself from the foliage, performing 3 perfect somersaults in midair before landing gracefully right before him. He stares at the monster, wondering if his long-awaited partner had finally arrived. A pair of boxing gloves materializes before him. As the system announces a level 20 Kangatao, it radiated immense power, but the protagonist couldn't ignore its sheer ugliness. There was no way a creature this hideous could be his pet. But he had to be sure. And so, he raises his guard, preparing to face the monster head-on. The creature growls in its own tongue, an instinctive dislike for the protagonist in its voice. The main character simply beckons it forward. Come and get it. The Kangatao mirrors his stance, raising its own fists. In the same heartbeat, they both launch themselves forward. Their fists collide, unleashing a devastating shockwave from the impact. They'd both pierced each other's defense, their knuckles inches from the opponent's face. The Kangatao swings its other arm in a powerful overhead blow, but the protagonist dodges with a hair's breadth, leaning back just in time. In that instant, it pulls back its right arm for another crushing punch. But our hero leaps back, evading the attack once more. The force of that punch was absolutely immense. It was truly powerful, and its speed was nothing short of incredible. Its legs were like coiled springs, packed with explosive strength. It was like a furry version of Bellamy from One Piece. The Kangatao's jump was so mighty that the very ground beneath it shattered. And in the next instant, it closed the distance. Hoyong weathers a barrage of lightning-fast punches, realizing all that speed originated from its powerful, muscular legs. The furry beast roars in excitement, asking the protagonist what he thought of that flurry of blows. But Hoyong was already above him. What the Kangatao had been striking was nothing but an afterimage. The main character thought to himself, it wasn't cool or cute, but this was definitely the pet he'd been searching for. He grabs the Kangatao by its ears and swings onto its shoulders, leaving the beast completely stunned by Hoyong's bold move. The system announces that the protagonist has become the master of the Kangatao. The creature falls to its knees, bowing in submission. Now, he just needed to give his new companion a name. Calling him Bellamy might be pretty amusing. The protagonist mulled over a fitting name for the Kangatao, which remained in its bowing posture. Suddenly, an idea sparked. The Kangatao's name would be Kangasu, a tribute to a classic Korean children's cartoon. Kangasu seemed to adore its new name, flashing a radiant smile that honestly just creeped the protagonist out. Maybe he should have looked for a cuter pet after all. In that very moment, Kangasu began to glow with a brilliant light. The protagonist was momentarily blinded by the flash. The intense glow illuminated the entire area around them. When the main character could finally see again, he was left speechless. Kangasu had transformed into a miniature, impossibly cute version of itself, looking more like a tiny rabbit. The protagonist's heart melted at the sight. Just then, time ran out, and the 7th floor mission finally came to an end. Back in the tower's lobby, everyone was staring at the floor. Isol looked amazed, while the others were just plain confused. Their eyes were fixed on the tiny Kangasu, who was busy practicing its boxing moves. They couldn't help but ask if it was a kangaroo. The protagonist told them to greet Kangasu, and the tiny pet offered a perfect little salute. Junho demanded to know what was going on. Our hero explained that, somehow, he had managed to acquire an additional class and was now a Tamer. Junho found it odd that Hoyong just said he got the class, somehow. The protagonist tensed, realizing how weak his excuse sounded. But then Junho simply said he believed him, adding that a single class was far too little for someone of Hoyong's caliber anyway. Everyone immediately started showering the protagonist with praise, saying it was exactly what they expected from the almighty Hoyong. A man like him truly deserved to have at least 2 classes. They all began chanting, "Almighty Hoyong." Someone told Kangasu it was a pleasure to meet him, leaving the little pet to wonder if he'd joined a cult that worshipped his master. Cradling his new pet, the main character asked everyone a question. He wanted to know if they'd managed to strengthen their equipment, but most just looked away, their faces etched with disappointment. It seemed things hadn't gone nearly as well for them. He had a bad feeling this might happen when they started to fall behind schedule. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a laugh and looked over. Yang Wu was sporting a new backpack, which the system identified as a high-level leather pack. He recalled the incident with the fairies, when Yang Wu had pocketed one of their hammers. He wondered if that tool had helped him locate crystals. According to the guide's information, he had successfully enhanced his backpack 3 times. The protagonist patted Yang Wu on the head, thinking he was far sharper than he let on. Even Kangasu offered a little cheer of praise. Isol then approached the protagonist and asked if he hadn't upgraded any of his own gear. Hoyong casually revealed his sword, then his armor, both of which had now ascended to the unique class. He struck a dramatic pose, showing off his new items to the party, who erupted in even greater praise than before. The main character was basking in the attention, while So-on trembled with pure rage, her hands empty of a single crystal. But in that moment of glory, he had no idea of the dark future that awaited them. To everyone else, he was simply the Almighty. Suddenly, the torches in the lobby flicker and die. Utter darkness consumes everything. As panic spreads through the blackness, a voice cuts through the nervous whispers, saying they all look much better now. Hoyong and Seoyong whip their heads to the side, a chill running down their spines as they recognize that voice. Stepping slowly out of the shadows was none other than Sniffles, who sneered that they must have had it easy while he was away. All eyes lock onto Sniffles, the air thick with dread for the mission he was about to unleash. He declared he'd prepared a small event, since they all seemed so bored. Fake Yugjiro immediately shot back, demanding to know what nonsense he was planning. But the main character felt a sinister chill creeping over him. Red flames began to dance around Sniffles' hands as he mused. "You've all had moments when you coveted another's power, haven't you? A wave of realization washed over the players. He was about to do something terrible. With a flick of his wrists, Sniffles launched crimson fireballs at the tower's torches, bathing the lobby in a hellish red light once more. To satisfy that greedy desire of yours, he announced, I've prepared this event especially for you.
Sniffles spread his arms wide, revealing a group of strangers standing behind him. An opposing team, led by a man with a mustache, now stood before them.
With a terrifying look of pure ecstasy, Sniffles roared for everyone to enjoy this bloody festival to their heart's content.
A cold, emotionless system window appeared before them all, announcing the event mission.
They had to kill players from the other area. The reward, a portion of their abilities. Shock jolted the protagonist as he read the words. Realizing the piece had been a lie, he scanned the enemy group. He didn't know them, but surely normal people would want to avoid a slaughter like this. Just as he was about to speak, to try and reason with them and prevent bloodshed,
Sewon raised her gun beside him. His eyes widened, fixed on the cold steel of the weapon.
The enemy team reacted instantly, summoning their own weapons in response. The main character yelled for Sewon, but his voice never reached her.
Her eyes were locked on her targets. A wave of frustration crashed over him. He'd thought even she had a shred of humanity left.
He had forgotten her true nature. She was an assassin. In a blink, every player had their weapon drawn, except for him.
Sniffles stood between the two groups, a devilish ringmaster watching his circus of death unfold.
The enemy leader, a man named Choi Gangdu, bellowed, Are you declaring all-out war by pointing your weapons at us? The protagonist despaired. In the end, would they have no choice but to kill each other, just as the tower commanded?
Sniffles brought a hand to his mouth in a theatrical gasp.
Do give it your all,
he mocked. The stage was set. He would now transport them to the battlefield. I hope you all have fun. The main character's eyes shot open. He found himself lying in a strange bed. A system message flashed for every player. Anyone who failed to move to a new room in 10 seconds would be eliminated.
Some hesitated, while others steeled themselves for battle. The main character leaped from the bed as the 10-second countdown began its deadly march. He sprinted down the hall, grabbing the doorknob of the nearest room and carefully pushing it open. He then bolted to another room, number 304, bursting through its door at the very last second. Inside me, a voice greeted him. Well, we have a visitor. The man with the mustache sat at a table, a simple glass of water before him. Please, sit, the man said, calling him by name. This was Sangdu, a commander class at level 25, far higher than even the assassin. So on. A single thought echoed in his mind. This man is dangerous. The system's warning was a trap. The 10-second rule was a trick by the tower, engineered to spark chaos between the two teams. By forcing them into sudden encounters in a state of high anxiety, the tower guaranteed they would fight to the death. However, something about this was different. Sangdu apologized, wishing he had more than water to offer. The main character was stunned. Why was this man so impossibly calm? The fact that he'd identified the main character as the group's leader, despite his level, was enough to unnerve Hoyong. This was no ordinary player. Sangdu stated he had no intention of attacking. If my group is forced to fight, we will, he said. But we'd prefer to avoid bloodshed. The main character replied that they felt the same, but Riley added that someone might have forgotten to tell that to his teammate. Too much blood has already been shed, Sangdu said, his voice trembling slightly. He didn't want to get caught in the tower's vile schemes and lose any more of his precious teammates. The words struck a chord, echoing the main character's own vow to never be deceived by the tower again. And his team's promise to help him? He stared at Sangdu and wondered, was this man truly an enemy, or just another victim of the tower, desperately trying to protect his comrades? Sangdu pressed the question, wanting to know if the protagonist felt the same way, if he was truly ready to cooperate. Hoyong conceded, but pointed out a fatal flaw. Even if they joined forces, their teams were scattered. How could they possibly coordinate their plans? The protagonist glanced at Sangdu's status, and his eyes widened. He possessed a skill that could shatter their current deadlock. There is a way, Sangdu said, revealing his trump card telepathy. He laid out the terms. If the protagonist could guarantee his group wouldn't attack, Sangdu would use his skill to command his own comrades to stand down. A flicker of respect ignited within the protagonist. To reveal such a powerful ability to a potential enemy? This man was deadly serious. He knew his own team wanted no part in this fight. The real problem, the wild card, was Seo Yan. Still, he had no other option. If he wanted to clear this mission without any casualties, this negotiation had to succeed, one way or another. Sangdu declared his group were pacifists. Unless attacked, they would never strike the first blow. The main character explained there was one person who had joined them midway. Sangdu's eyes sharpened. He knew instantly he was talking about So-Yan. The protagonist confirmed it, admitting that her actions were beyond his control. If she causes a problem, he vowed, I will stop her myself. Understanding dawned on Sang-doo's face. He would trust him, sending the message through his mind. The protagonist moved to a new room, finding it completely empty. Perfect. With the truce peacefully sealed between the two leaders, only one task remained to find a Seoyeon. As he thought this, he raised his hand, revealing a glowing map of their surroundings. After clearing the 7th floor, the main character had amassed over 50,000 gold, enough to purchase a random skill box from his shop. His shop was already level 5, granting him access to items others could only dream of. And from it, a truly convenient skill had emerged. The skill was called Minimap. With it, he could see the exact location of every player on his current floor. An ability this powerful was practically a cheat code. The mission area was a small, 5-story hotel. The good news. For now, everyone was safe. He began his search for Seoyeon, pinpointing her in room 505. But just then, a sound made his blood run cold. He whipped his head back, his eyes darting to the map. The red dot that had been in the same room as Seong had vanished. The system notification blared to life. They had to change rooms. Immediately, the countdown began 10 seconds. The protagonist exploded into motion, rocketing towards the 4th floor where Seong was last seen. He reached room 401 just as the timer nearly ran out and kicked the door open. On the floor lay one of Sang-doo's allies. It was already too late. A storm of fury possessed him. He lunged at Seong, grabbing his shirt and roaring his name like a curse. What did you do? Hoyong demanded, his voice raw with disbelief after everything he'd done to secure peace with Sang-doo. Seong's face was a mask of bewilderment. He had no idea what the protagonist was talking about. The other guy attacked first, screaming for him to die. The protagonist couldn't believe it, his grip tightening on Seong's collar, knuckles white with rage. A system window popped into view. An assassin class can see the number of people their target has defeated. He recognized the line. It was a description for an assassin skill. But why was this information appearing for him now? In that instant, an image flashed in his mind. Seoyeon's posture when she first saw the enemy group in the lobby. Could it be, had she seen a kill counter on one of Sang-doo's teammates? Seong shouted that he was telling the truth, begging to be believed. The protagonist's hand fell from Seong's shirt. He understood now. Seoyeon had seen Sang-doo's kill count before the mission even started. And with that, the puzzle pieces of this nightmare began to click into place. In another room, Sang-doo swirled a glass of wine. What an interesting coincidence, he mused. That we should meet again? Come in, he beckoned to the protagonist. Have a seat. Hoyong's voice was ice. You really think this is a coincidence? He drew his sword. I know everything. Stop the act. You're a murderer, he snarled. And those words finally got Sang-doo's attention. A slight smile played on his lips, hidden beneath his mustache. It grew into a soft chuckle, a sound that utterly baffled the protagonist. Then, Sang-doo stuck out his tongue, his face twisting into a psychopathic mask of madness. Your ability, he hissed, is very interesting indeed. The friendly facade had shattered. Sang-doo was hiding his true, monstrous face. The main character's hand began to tremble, not with fear, but with pure rage as he gripped his sword. If you were so greedy for power, the main character demanded, why send your companions to do your dirty work? You'd gain far more abilities killing them yourself. Sang-doo hurled the wine glass at him. Because, he roared, when my army grows stronger, I grow stronger with them. The protagonist bisected the glass with a clean strike, but his senses screamed. Sang-doo's allies were attacking from behind. A massive commander charged forward, raising a fearsome axe to cleave him in two. You're all alone, he bellowed. Do you really think you can handle me and my entire army? The axe descended with devastating force. A deafening roar tears through the room, followed by a sudden, violent explosion. Our hero can only think that this was all a pointless waste. As the dust clears, Sang-doo stares in disbelief. Kangasu stands before him, smoke curling from his maw, effortlessly holding the massive axe with a single hand. In the same breath, our protagonist deflects the attacks from the other 3 henchmen in the room. He and Kangasu stand ready, a united front. The protagonist declares he is not fighting alone, utterly bewildered. The commander can only ask, what is that thing? He sneers, calling Kangasu ugly, a grave mistake. The creature is deeply offended, the veins on its neck bulging with raw, untamed fury. I can't exactly deny that, the protagonist admits, earning a shocked look from his companion. The commander smirks, noting that the more he learns about our hero, the more fascinating he becomes. But he scoffs at their chances. 2 against his entire crew. They were hopelessly outnumbered. This, the protagonist announces calmly, will be simple. With that, he and Kangasu surge forward, launching a perfectly synchronized assault. With a single, crushing blow, he strikes one of the men in the gut. His strategy is clear: take out the weaker links first. A man with a spear lunges at the main character, but a predator's instinct warns him of the attack. and a powerful tail coils around the man, stopping him cold. Before the spearman can even process what's happening, a devastating kick sends him flying into the wall, knocking him out instantly. The hero gives Kangasu a slight nod of approval, and his loyal companion returns a vicious grin. The Wolverine wannabe rushes Kangasu, but the beast sees the telegraphed attack. It answers with a punch so powerful it caves the man's face in. The goon is launched across the room, unconscious before he even lands.
Kangasu scoffs. The man's fighting style was far too reckless, his movements too wide.
Our protagonist turns his gaze to the commander. "What will you do now?" he asks, his voice cold. "The army you were so proud of has already crumbled." The commander trembles with a mix of fear and confusion. This is impossible. How were my men defeated so easily? But he was even more baffled by the fact that the hero hadn't finished them off. Just then, his men begin to stir, getting back to their feet. Sang-doo's sadistic smile returns. "You have a soft heart," he mocks.
The three of them coordinate their attack, striking as one. This time, their blows connect, landing squarely on our hero and his companion.
"Do you really think you can survive the tower with that kind of attitude?" the commander taunts. Sang-doo had unleashed his full power, a direct hit that shook the protagonist. The clash of auras was so intense that the very walls and furniture began to splinter from the pressure. "Kangasu, are you all right?" the main character asks through gritted teeth. His partner growls back a defiant "yes."
Hoyong narrowed his eyes. How did they suddenly gain so much power? He hadn't seen a single healing skill activated.
Then, looking closer, the horrifying truth dawned on him. That monster had burned through his own ally's life force to trigger a forced awakening.
Hoyong was exhausted and wounded. He clutched a deep gash on his chest, blood seeping through his fingers.
The commander confirmed his terrible suspicion. In their current state, all of their attributes had been doubled.
"What do you think?" the man sneered, as his powered-up men looked more menacing than ever. But the main character saw the truth. "They'll die if you keep draining them like this." Someone like Sang-doo, who treated his own comrades as disposable tools, dared to speak of protecting anyone. The hypocrisy was sickening. "Don't you dare look at me like that!" Sang-doo growled, unnerved by the hero's piercing glare.
"In the end, my own life is all that matters," he roared, charging forward. "You think you're any different? You couldn't have survived this long without blood on your hands." Hoyong parried the blow, pushing Sang-doo back. He had to admit, the commander had a point.
He was no saint, and certainly no hero. But if there was a path that could save even one more life, he would walk it. Because that was the path of a human being.
And that was the reason he hesitated to kill any of these men. But if he held back any longer, his own companions would pay the price. He knew what he had to do. "I have to harden my heart." A colossal blue aura exploded around him. The commander recoiled in shock. He could feel it. Something about the protagonist had fundamentally changed. He activated his impeccable senses. Once again, the world was painted in the blue glow of his perception. 3 attacks were about to converge on him, but Hoyong remained perfectly calm. In a movement that defied the eyes, he evaded all 3 strikes simultaneously, appearing behind them in an instant. With a single horizontal slash, he shouted and lunged toward Sang-doo, who could only scream as the hero's killing intent washed over him. The blow struck Sang-doo diagonally, sending a crimson spray across the room. His axe clattered to the floor, shattered in 2.
A broken laugh escaped the commander's lips. Kneeling on the ground, he muttered, "I really am unlucky."
Perhaps he was lucky just to be alive. Our protagonist had every reason to send him straight to the afterlife. He never imagined he would face a monster of this caliber, especially not on a mission outside the main tower. For the commander, his companions had always been nothing more than pawns, pieces to be used and discarded at his convenience. As his consciousness began to fade, he wondered if maybe, just maybe, he had been wrong. Kangasu let out a triumphant roar, but the protagonist merely gave a final, cold glance over his shoulder. A system window appeared. Hoyong was randomly absorbing a portion of the defeated opponent's abilities. Most of the people from Sector C-1520 were evacuated, completing the mission. Back in the lobby, Junho anxiously asked if everyone had made it back safely. Siang lets out a sigh of relief. Admitting the mission had him on edge, Junho agrees, saying he was a hair's breadth away from death. The enemy he fought had simply vanished. Hearing this, the protagonist reflects, once again. They had all cheated death. His gaze shifts, landing on Xiaoyan, who sits alone on the stairs. He approaches, offering a sincere apology for his harsh judgment. But she scoffs, telling him not to misunderstand. She didn't do it for them. He urges her to be honest with herself. But the pressure is too much. With a strained voice, she tells him to get lost, and he wisely retreats. You can almost see the sparks fly between them. But my money is still on Eel. What do you all think? Hoyong walks away, his mind racing. Why would she choose the life of an assassin? She doesn't have the heart of a killer, but she must have her own dark reasons. The tower's voice echoes once more, announcing the event's conclusion.
The 8th floor mission would commence shortly.
Junho can't believe it. Were they really being thrown into the next trial so soon? Our hero knew. Their greatest challenge yet was waiting on the floor above. The attributes he had bled for had received a small but crucial boost from the battle. A system window confirmed it 5 points added to agility and 3 to strength. A fight decided by stats alone can turn on a dime at any moment. He recalled his speech about protecting others. If he were weak, those words would have been nothing but empty promises. Right now, he didn't deserve to say them.
What he needed to perfect, what truly mattered now, were his skills and his skills alone.
The 8th floor mission renewal of eligibility. The players had already gathered, awaiting the details of their next trial.
Our protagonist stands at the forefront, sword in hand, his spirit steeled for the battle to come.
Before them stands a massive statue of an armored warrior, but they weren't alone. The area was filled with unfamiliar, dangerous faces. Is that what I think it is? Junho asks. The main character confirms his fears. Every single person here was a gladiator. More than that, his senses screamed a warning. Among the crowd were warriors of terrifying strength. A system window materialized before them all, and in an instant, weapons were drawn. A lone silhouette began to take shape. Someone whispered, "Is that Sniffles?" Now called Kum. But our hero knew better. As the silhouette solidified, its true form was revealed, a figure covered head to toe in bandages. It raised a single finger, peeling back a strip of cloth to reveal a piercing eye. This was the administrator of the tower's middle section, and his name was Keem Keem. The crowd murmured in awe, but our hero could only wonder, who in the world was giving these rabbits such ridiculous names? Keem Keem's voice cut through the air. He despised being ignored, so it would be wise for everyone to listen very carefully. His chilling tone sent shivers down their spines. This was the requalification field, where all gladiators from region B456 had been assembled. Only those who proved their worth as gladiators would earn the right to ascend to the next floor. So if we don't pass, Junho muttered, we die. The main character's grim expression was all the confirmation he needed. Keem Keem then declared the commencement of the level 1 mission. A notification window detailed the gruesome task.
Form a group of 4 and hunt the purple mammoth. The time limit was 2 hours. To kill 8 mammoths.
A monster that required 4 players to kill just one had to be immensely powerful. He quickly did the math. There were 36 people here. If they formed groups of 4, that meant 9 groups in total. The problem, there were only 8 mammoths to hunt.
A blond man stepped forward, pointing out the discrepancy. He asked Keem Keem if their goal was to eliminate one of the groups from the start.
The rabbit simply tilted its head. Why would he even bother asking such an obvious question at this stage? Did he think this was some kind of picnic? Or was he foolish enough to ignore the warning he had just been given? Keem Keem delivered these words with a terrifyingly sweet, sinister smile. After a moment of heavy silence, the rabbit relaxed, adding that he would give them one more special condition for this level 1 mission. He leaned forward, his posture once again menacing, as the system announced the additional rule. If you kill another player, you will be credited with killing 1 purple mammoth.
A wave of dread washed over the arena, every player tensing, except for one. A man with a striking resemblance to Archer from Fate UBW.
Our hero thought to himself that this rabbit was no different from Sniffles. They both invent the same twisted games just to satisfy their bloodlust.
A shimmering portal tore open in the center of the arena. Without hesitation, players began scrambling towards it, eager to begin.
But some were still struggling to form groups. Suddenly, a figure stepped between the crowd and the portal, telling everyone to wait. It was the man who looked like Shiro Emiya. He scanned the crowd and posed a single, chilling question. Are there any assassins here? The protagonist's senses went on high alert. What in the world was this man planning? His status window read, Han Kanguk, class assassin. But why would an assassin be hunting for another of his kind? He stood before the portal, his silent question hanging in the air. Some wondered what it truly meant to be an assassin. In the tower, their kind were ghosts, legends unheard of. A random player brushed past him, scoffing. No idea what you're on about, and I don't care. Like sheep following a leader, the others blindly rushed into the portal after him. Soon, everyone was gone. I thought for sure I'd find one here, Han mused, disappointed. But then, his gaze shifted, landing on the main character's party. Han requested to join their group. And at the same time, a girl appeared from behind, asking the same. He sized them up, one eye closed in sharp assessment. The main character's group was racing through the forest, hunting the mammoth. The girl, meanwhile, thought she'd just hit the jackpot. All the men in her new party were incredibly handsome. Our hero simply accepted them both. They were the only ones left. After all, in the end, it was for the best. This way, he could keep a close watch on Han and discover what the assassin was truly after. Suddenly, a message from his guide lit up. A hidden piece had been located to the northeast. A purple mammoth sealed within a powerful barrier. Without breaking his stride, the main character pulled up the minimap. Red dots marked the normal mammoths, but a single, brilliant gold dot pulsed on the screen. The hidden piece. This was perfect. If they could take that one down, the entire mission would be cleared. He took the lead, guiding them through the deepening night.
Han smirked. I wasn't sure I should trust a low level like you, he admitted. But you actually found it.
Before them stood a massive purple mammoth chief, trapped inside a shimmering golden barrier. The system confirmed it. They were facing the purple mammoth chief. Han's eyes lit up. So this is a hidden piece. Surprised, Junho said with a proud grin. You can't judge Hoyong by his level. He began to praise his friend so excessively that Hoyong cringed in embarrassment, and the girl's interest in Junho instantly died.
Han moved closer to Hoyong, his eyes glinting with curiosity. You don't seem like much. A chill ran down our hero's spine. What in the world was wrong with this guy?
He was so strange. Was he using some kind of assassin's insight to see through him? He'd always been the one observing others, so this was how it felt to be the prey. Nearby, the girl was getting giddy from the tension, and Junho could only think she was a total weirdo.
If we want to kill that thing, she announced, we have to break the barrier.
Junho unleashed a strike, but it fizzled out uselessly. It'll open on its own, the main character said calmly. A system window then appeared. The barrier will deactivate after 5 mammoths are defeated. His guide would never give him a challenge he couldn't overcome.
4 mammoths had already fallen across the map. That meant the final battle was about to begin.
A sudden, chilling sound made the main character whip his head around. He and Junho turned to see Han walking towards them, sword in hand. In the same moment, they saw the girl's head was already tumbling through the air, her own sword sheared in two. An expression of pure shock was frozen on her face as it flew, while Han's face was a mask of cold satisfaction. The head landed with a soft thud. A storm of pure rage erupted in Hoyong's heart.
Han, he roared, his voice cracking with fury. What the hell are you doing?
The killer lazily twirled his blade, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Just a little insurance, he replied, in case the barrier didn't open.
Insurance? Junho bellowed, enraged. Are you insane? You killed our teammate for insurance.
Hoyong trembled, not from fear, but from the sheer cold-bloodedness of Han's casual reply. Shock and rage warred on his face. This was his fault. He knew Han was an unpredictable killer, but he had done nothing. Standing before Han, sword gripped tight, he realized he'd been so thrilled about finding the hidden piece that he had completely lowered his guard. At last, Han seemed to grow tired of their shouting. He calmly smoothed his hair, licking his lips. Well, since things turned out this way, he mused, I'll just kill you all and take the reward for myself.
With a cry of rage, Junho lunged at the killer. Han's sword instantly blazed with dark energy as he prepared to counter.
In a flash, Hoyong moved. Throwing himself between them, he met Han's devastating blow with his own sword. Junho, caught in midair, watched in disbelief. Get back! Hoyong shouted over his shoulder, straining against the immense pressure. In the next instant, the energy surging from Han's blade erupted past Hoyong's block. Fear flashed in his eyes as he followed its trajectory. Shards of shattered steel filled the air. The blast of aura slammed into Junho, whose sword instantly broke under the force. The blow sent him flying backwards.
Whirling around, Hoyong screamed his friend's name. Reflected in his own polished blade was the image of Junho, collapsing to the ground.
His grip tightened on his sword, knuckles turning white. Flashes of past battles, of rare opportunities seized from the jaws of defeat, raced through his mind.
A tremor of sheer helplessness racked his body, furious with himself for failing to protect his comrades. He remembered a bitter echo from his childhood, shaking with the same powerless rage. Seeing the boy's frozen state, Han wondered if he was truly paralyzed by fear.
A moment later, Hoyong cursed him, calling him a bastard, but Han simply ignored the insult. His gaze then shifted to the scene behind the boy, where the barrier surrounding the mammoth leader had begun to crack. As the monster swung its colossal trunk, the barrier unexpectedly opened. The next instant, a thunderous explosion ripped through the jungle. A massive scar was torn into the earth, solid ground pulverized into dust. When the mammoth swung again, Hoyong acted instantly, grabbing Junho and sprinting to the side with his friend on his shoulder. The boy scrambled to get away. Han, however, stood his ground, choosing to face the beast alone. After laying Junho under a tree, Hoyong checked his injuries. A wave of relief washed over him. His friend had avoided any fatal wounds. His attention then snapped back to Han's fight with the monster. He moved like a phantom, effortlessly evading all of the mammoth's devastating blows. With a sword pulsing with energy, the man was clearly enjoying this battle. Watching them, a chilling realization dawned on Hoyong. When the energy from Han's sword struck the mammoth, he understood. The gap between them wasn't a rift. It was a chasm. He was especially mesmerized by the killer's exclusive skill blade aura. Because the aura moved independently from the sword itself, It was almost impossible to predict where the attack would land. Standing up and gripping his own sword tighter, Hoyong's mind raced. He wanted to deal with this killer now, but he knew it would be a guaranteed defeat. The system announced that only 15 minutes remained for the mission. Hoyong surged forward. Dealing with the mammoth leader was the top priority. He needed to analyze the beast's patterns while fighting alongside Han. A system message appeared. The mammoth leader had been slain. Another followed, confirming a reward for clearing the hidden objective, standing before the monster's disappearing corpse. Han stretched. He muttered that the beast was stubborn, but had at least provided some entertainment. He remembered the moment Hoyong had struck the beast's eye, and a predatory smile crossed his face as he licked his lips. He had just discovered something rather interesting. Twirling his sword, Han casually announced that since the reward was secured, so be it. He would allow Hoyong to live. But with a deep frown, the boy's voice, cold as steel, cut him off, staring at him without a hint of fear. Hoyong asked, "Why are you hunting other killers?" Hearing this, Han's casual demeanor vanished. An unreadable emotion flickered across the man's face before he asked, "Do you know any of them?" Sometime later, joyful shouts echoed through the Hall of the Night sculpture. They had survived. Junho, now conscious, thanked Hoyong for saving his life yet again. Then his eyes shot a venomous glare to the side. Han was humming to himself, sprawled lazily on the floor, which only enraged Junho. Looking at his hands, Hoyong replayed the conversation in his mind. As Han had approached him, he'd asked if Hoyong knew any killers. The boy had replied, "I do. You, for example." Han had thrown his head back and laughed. Looking at the boy with newfound irritation, he said, "You're far more interesting than I thought. So, what do you want?"
Hoyong's expression turned deadly serious. "I will tell you everything I know about the killers. But first, you have to answer my questions."
Han agreed, on the condition that the information was actually interesting. Hoyong paused, gathering his thoughts. Then he spoke of a killer in his zone. One so special they received an exclusive weapon in the form of a pistol. The image of Seo Yan flashed in his mind, and Hoyong gave her a title, the King of Killers. Rubbing his chin, Han thoughtfully replied, "So such a title exists." Looking at the man, Hoyong knew this was the perfect bait, whether the title was real or not. In a flash, Han's sword was at the boy's throat, demanding, "Who is this killer?" A faint smile touched Hoyong's lips. He knew it. The man had taken the bait, despite the cold steel against his neck. Hoyong didn't flinch. "I'm not telling you anything yet," he said. "Now, answer my questions." Grabbing the blade with his bare hand, he asked, "Why are you searching for other killers? What is your goal?" The man just chuckled, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the boy's hand, which still ached despite being healed by the portal.
Hoyong knew Han was a complete psycho, but he was glad. He had learned some crucial facts.
The first fact was a chilling one on the Day of Blood. All the killer's powers would fully awaken, and a true massacre would begin. Secondly, and more critically, Han held information about the approaching Day of Blood. And third, succeeding would require an alliance between the other killers. A chill ran down Hoyong's spine as he recalled Seun marking him as her target.
According to the tower's rules, any killer who eliminated their target on the Day of Blood would receive unimaginable rewards. It was a sanctioned festival of slaughter. Hoyong scowled. The weight was becoming unbearable. He wondered if the girl felt this same burning anticipation.
Remembering her past actions, he questioned the true nature of what it meant to be a killer. That very thought drew his gaze toward Han.
Seeing the man collapsed on the floor, Hoyong's resolve hardened. Now that he knew his target, he couldn't afford to let him linger in this state.
Rage coiled in his fist. He had to deal with the killer on this floor, right now, no matter what it took. A maniacal laugh suddenly echoed through the hall, making everyone flinch. A rabbit-like avatar appeared on the screen, radiating pure fury. "Who was it?" Ron demanded. "Tell me the name of the one who found the hidden mammoth."
A palpable bloodlust filled the air, putting Hoyong on guard. At that exact moment, Seo Yan was renewing her killer certification when her ear suddenly began to itch.
Gritting his teeth, the manager announced, "There's no other way. From now on, we're accepting volunteers to kill other players."
Fear washed over the crowd as he delivered the chilling condition. It's on a first-come, first-served basis.
The manager, Sniffles, pressed a hand to his head in annoyance. Too many players survived because someone just had to kill the hidden mammoth. His gaze swept over them coldly as he added, "At least 4 of you should be dead by now." Looking to the side, a player nervously asked, "So, there are more survivors than you expected, right?" Another man looked up, utterly bewildered. "Wait a minute, how does this relate to us killing other players?" Sniffles put a hand to his face, sighing. "There's a minimum death count for every mission." This led to a horrified realization. "So if at least 4 more people don't die, the second mission won't begin?"
A twisted smile formed on the manager's lips. "Precisely. I could kill 4 of you at random. But that would be boring, wouldn't it?
The player stared at the screen as he continued. By the way, you'll get a special reward for killing players, so I suggest you pick an easy target. Hoyong gritted his teeth, the truth hitting him hard. This was all a game to him. He's just trying to reduce our numbers. So what was the point of the hidden mammoth in the first place? But that's completely illogical, someone shouted in protest. With his hands shoved in his pockets, a guy spoke up calmly. You dangled a hidden objective just because you wanted to watch us stab each other, didn't you? The manager's eyes widened in surprise. A nearby player whispered in disbelief. Can he really talk to the manager like that? But Charlie just scoffed. He's behind a screen. What can he do? Hoyong frowned. Charlie was right. Sniffles had only threatened them, never physically harmed them. You should stop right there. The manager's voice turned ice cold. A system notification appeared before them, never provoke Sniffles. The message was clear. Do not make him angry. Closing his eyes, Charlie muttered. So this guy in bandages is all talk. Exactly. His job is just to explain the missions. But as those words were spoken, Charlie's eyes shot open in shock. His hand flew to his side. Charlie looked down and let out a strangled cry. He raised his head and screamed, stretching his hand forward in a desperate plea. The manager's voice dripped with smug satisfaction. I told you so. He hates being ignored. Looking at the terrified players, he taunted. Did you think I couldn't get to you from behind a screen? How naive. Sniffles' face then pushed through the monitor itself. This is the Tower of the End. Throw all your logic in the trash. The players stared back, frozen in absolute terror. A bandaged hand stretched out from the screen. I will ask again, he smirked, giving them a cruel ultimatum. Will you kill each other? Or do you want to die by my hand? As panic set in, Hoyong had a thought. What if... A man with a grim smirk stepped forward. I want to. Frowning, Hoyong declared. I'll do it too. Thinking this might be his perfect chance. The scene shifted. The two volunteers now stood facing each other, a heavy tension filling the air. Hoyong's mind was made up. This was for the best. He stared at Han with cold resolve. No matter what happens, I will finish him right here. Standing before him, Han broke the silence. Well, isn't this unexpected? It is, Hoyong replied. I never planned to kill you, and I didn't expect you to choose me. He met Han's gaze. But I'm sure I can handle it. With his skills, Han was certain he couldn't be defeated. Hoyong simply watched him, his expression a silent, unreadable mask. You shouldn't judge an opponent's strength by their kill count alone, Hoyong said. The boy frowned. He knew those eyes. The eyes of a killer. Looking straight ahead, Hoyong's voice was low and steady. There are many different ways to become stronger in this tower. Dodging aside, he declared this was more than just murder, staring at his foe with burning eyes. The protagonist knew this was personal. Han's blade sliced through the air. In that instant, he felt it. His opponent was undeniably stronger. Steel clashed against steel, with every parry. The bitter truth became clearer. The man's assault was relentless. Even with his unique, indomitable sword technique, it was all he could do to fend off the deadly blows. A crimson mist materialized before him. He knew instinctively. This was the power of the killer's eye. He was forced to look away. Looming over him, the man sneered. What's wrong? Your skills don't quite match your arrogant words. With a cruel smile, he added, Don't disappoint me now. I expected so much more from you. Entertain me a little longer. Lowering his head, our hero muttered that this wasn't enough. Then a grin spread across his face as he added, Good thing I'm not alone. The man's eyes shot open. An attack flew from nowhere. Han was sent flying, his sword skittering across the stone floor. His opponent froze, gritting his teeth as he faced the new challenger. Han himself wondered what in the world this kangaroo-like beast was. Hearing a scoff, he frowned. Snatching up his sword, the protagonist challenged, What's so funny now? Han was thrown back again, sliding across the ground. The man glanced at the beast. Taking a step forward, he asked, Isn't summoning a familiar cheating? Grinning maliciously, Hoyong taunted, What's the matter? Can't handle two of us at once. To which Han declared that the numbers didn't matter. Gripping his weapon, he vowed, I'll just cut you all down. A devastating blow tore through the ground. The creature's eyes lit up with fear. Frowning, our hero yelled for it to jump aside. Suddenly, Han slammed his blade into the earth. He remembered it now. Back during the mammoth leader hunt, they had discovered Han's only weakness. The man swung his sword furiously. His blade aura was incredibly powerful, but it consumed a massive amount of mana. Rushing forward, he goaded him. What, are you just going to run away? The plan was to enrage him, to make him burn through his skills at full power. A sly grin crossed Han's face as he said, I told you this would be fun. Just as he'd planned. His opponent's mana was draining rapidly. An opening appeared, and a sharp blow landed as his eyes widened in shock. The problem was, his enemy's attacks were nearly impossible to predict. Another devastating strike carved a trench in the earth. The protagonist slid back again. He frowned, but with his senses pushed to their limit, he could just barely dodge the incoming onslaught. A health status window appeared. Hoyong's plan was simple: hold out until Han's mana ran dry, then finish him with the secret skill he'd been saving. Hoyong unleashed his attack, absolutely certain of his victory. The hero's eyes widened in horror. This wasn't supposed to happen. He looked forward in terror as the kangaroo spat out blood with a cry of pain. Wounds appeared on his own hands, yet the man only smiled wider. But why? The hero wondered. Another blow tore across the ground. The man rushed forward again. While his furious aura blades were fast, he lacked the focus to land a single, truly powerful strike. Gritting his teeth, Hoyang was getting frustrated. But thanks to the kangaroo, there were more targets, and they were somehow still holding on. The mana status bar updated. The decisive moment was almost here. His mana was slowly but surely decreasing. The shimmering particles around the sword began to fade. A realization dawned on him. As his enemy grit his teeth, forcing more aura into his weapon, the hero saw the truth. His blades were becoming dull. The kangaroo glared with rage. They both rushed forward at once. Now! The man angrily clenched his jaw. The kangaroo swung a powerful fist. At the same time, the protagonist used the skill of an expert swordsman. Their attacks clashed. They stared at each other in mutual surprise. Han seized the opening, swinging his sword with a powerful roar. Hoyong's eyes widened in absolute shock. A brilliant beam of light slammed into the ground. The hero's eyes went wide. He silently looked onward as Kangasu coughed up blood. Our hero knelt beside him. The man smiled, victorious. A single glove fell to the floor. Hoyong froze, thinking, Kangasu. He's dead. Walking forward, Han asked coldly, have you run out of tricks? A grin touched his lips. Weren't you the one saying there are ways to become stronger without killing? Hoyang replied, well, I'll give him credit. He did well. Staring straight ahead, the man declared, but it seems that I was right after all. Standing over our hero, he added, you relied only on your pet, and now you kneel before me. But looking up, the hero replied, no, it wasn't like that. The man smirked questioningly, clutching the fallen glove. The protagonist said gravely, it's not that simple. Frowning with emotion, he continued, he wasn't just a pet. Han just smiled and raised his eyebrows. Are you really going to say some cheesy line now? Call him a friend, a comrade, or something pathetic like that? Lowering his head, the man lectured. You see, the more people are attached to something, the weaker they become. Pushing himself to his feet, Hoyang replied, maybe it is a cliché. All eyes in the area turned to look at him. Their time for games was over. The warrior lunged forward. This was a clash of equals. Gripping his weapon tight, the hero declared, a peaceful life. That is what makes us human. But standing before him, the man spoke of his own blood-soaked path. Han frowned, knowing such a path could only end in solitude. He hoisted his sword high, roaring that it was nonsense with a powerful swing. The boy shouted that he'd had enough of this empty talk. Han charged, a sneer on his face. In the face of oblivion, he mocked. It's pathetic how you cling to your fragile humanity. The hero parried the vicious assault, pinning him with a swift move. The warrior hissed, you're completely dependent on that beast. With another furious swing, he added, and I will crush it. But the protagonist dodged with lightning speed. Crimson droplets stained the ground. Hoyong frowned. Dependent. He scoffed. No. If it weren't for Kangasu, I would already be dead. He surged forward once more. A new strategy sparked in his mind. Thanks to Kangasu, he had drained his opponent's mana. As the hero moved in for the final charge, a sudden thought struck him now. Is the time. But in that instant, Han leaped high into the air, lifting his blade to the heavens. Han screamed, just die already! Crackling lightning engulfed his sword. Now! It was his turn to strike. The protagonist met the attack with a furious roar. The boy's eyes burned a demonic red as their weapons clashed in a torrent of power. Suddenly, the hero's eyes blazed with a brilliant light. An ethereal aura exploded around him. Stunned, his opponent could only gasp. What is this power? He was frozen in pure shock. Han's face twisted in agony as he wheezed for air. He couldn't believe it. Those weren't just empty words. Heavy footprints marked the shattered ground. A strained sigh echoed in the silence. The floor itself was fractured from the sheer force of their battle. On one knee, the protagonist gasped for breath. Pillars of light descended around him. A new power was awakening. He could finally use release. His swordsmanship, it had leveled up in that final desperate moment. He knew then. He had been incredibly fortunate. He gritted his teeth, thinking, But if a single attack consumes nearly all my mana, its combat efficiency is far too low. He raised a trembling hand. The destructive force was undeniable. A smirk played on Hoyong's lips. Yes, I brought him down. His fist tightened with satisfaction. The killer, the beast, is finally on his knees. The hero slowly lifted his head, victorious. He gazed at where Kangasu had fallen. Forgive me, and thank you. In his memory, his companion's spirit was more majestic than any king's. A notification appeared. The summoned creature that had fallen can be resummoned in 24 hours. The protagonist stared at the message, silent. It could be revived. The manager covered his face, muttering, "Well now, that was unexpected." A sly smile spread across his face. "I do prefer the obedient ones," he purred. "Congratulations on your victory." But as the hero met his gaze, a sharp warning cut through the air. "Don't let it go to your head.
Now that the killer is gone, the missions will grow even harder." Frowning, the protagonist demanded, "What are you talking about?"
The manager closed his eyes. "I meant exactly what I said." Visions of other powerful players flashed before them. The killer wasn't just one of the strongest elites in the tower. He was a fundamental part of its difficulty scale. The manager spread his hands wide. "Now that one of them is dead, the tower itself will compensate, making every mission tougher." Hoyong gritted his teeth. What does that even mean? The more killers they manage to stop, the more arduous their climb will become. Kneeling, the manager added, "But if you don't stop them?" The hero's eyes blazed with fury, imagining the bloody catastrophe that would follow. What was he supposed to do? The manager's eyes widened. "Well, regardless, since you managed to do it." A brilliant light suddenly enveloped them.
"I'll send you to your second mission now, along with a very special reward."
In a flash, the protagonist stood on a strange platform. He gazed at the new surroundings. This place. This is the second mission. It all felt strangely familiar, like a scene from an old martial arts comic. Turning, Hoyong suddenly remembered. Right. The special reward. His eyes fell upon an old man sitting nearby. At that moment, a mission window materialized before him. He scanned the notification. They just want me to train. The objective seemed deceptively simple. The manager's voice echoed in his memory. I was going to give you a random skill box, but for the achievement of slaying a demon, you get something truly special. Hoyong turned back to the old man. Who are you? Then it clicked. Don't tell me. This old man is the special reward. The man simply stretched and let out a huge yawn. Hoyong deadpanned. Wouldn't a random skill box have been more useful? The old man paused, feigning surprise. Did you just ask who I am? He slowly sat up, his entire presence shifting. He extended a hand, his gaze becoming sharp and piercing. I am the heavenly demon, he declared, and I am here to become your master.
Hoyong's eyes shot wide open in disbelief. The heavenly demon.
An old man appeared before him, a master straight from a martial arts webtoon. Gritting his teeth, the hero realized this man wasn't part of the original story. In a flash, a strike whipped past his face. The old man held a simple wooden stick. Your mind is filled with the impure thoughts. What the hero thought, stunned. Can he read my mind or something? His eyes widened in shock. That last attack, it was just a warning, but his body couldn't even begin to react. The heavenly demon scoffed, unimpressed. This is the level of utter trash. I will strike again. Watch carefully this time, and try to block it. Staring back with determination, Hoyong answered. Understood. He gripped his sword with both hands. That first attack caught me by surprise, but I won't fail a second time. A fire ignited in the hero's eyes. He raised his weapon, focusing his mind, and activated his skill. Absolute sense, and once again, the strike was instantaneous. The master stood before him, perfectly still, raising an eyebrow. The old man noted. So, you can heighten your perception. He casually scratched his back with the stick. But it's pointless, when your body can't keep up. The hero frowned in frustration. His body couldn't react. But his agility stat was already maxed out. The old master let out a deep sigh. This isn't a simple matter of being fast or slow. He gestured forward with an open hand. Now, you attack me. The master's eyes glowed with a faint pink light.
Hoyong stared, taken aback by the command. Vincent's expression was firm. Use your ultimate skill, best sword, and show me what you are truly capable of.
The hero's gaze hardened. Fine. Let's forget he's just some old man. He checked the man's status. But even the sage's window couldn't read him. This heavenly demon? Gripping his weapon tightly, the protagonist steeled his resolve. Best sword? He could only use this skill once for now. An otherworldly glow enveloped his blade. But if I have to use it, I will. Hoyong's glare was filled with killing intent. His eyes blazed with power. The skill, release, was activated. In an instant, the hero lunged at the master. Vincent simply held his stick forward. The beam of energy harmlessly split around it, grazing his hand, but nothing more. The hero's mouth fell open in disbelief. He was frozen in pure shock. Raising an eyebrow, the master repeated himself. A large piece of garbage. This can't be happening. The protagonist was stunned as the master continued. No matter how you swing that sword with your magic technique, it's all just children's play. Magic technique? He thought. Is he talking about my average swordsman skills? Vincent stood before him, his voice absolute. If I am to pass on my martial arts, we must first erase those so-called magic techniques from your body. To which Hoyong immediately protested. Wait a minute. He held out a hand defensively. What are you saying? You're going to take away my skills. They're the foundation of the tower's system. The old master's reply was cold and indifferent. I do not care. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist panicked. No, I can't live without my skills. He swung his sword, raising his hand high, and fired another blast of energy. As the energy flew, he recalled his past struggles, how he never would have survived without those very skills. He remembered the constant threat of death, knowing that if he didn't reach a certain level of power, his life would be forfeit. A timer appeared in his mind. Time was running out, and this man wanted him to start over. From scratch, he clenched his jaw in frustration. But I'm an average swordsman. The master placed his hands behind his back. The smaller the vessel, the more obsessed one becomes with its contents, believing it to be all they have. His gaze was piercing. I will not force this upon you. The choice is yours to make. The heavenly demon pointed his stick forward. You can remain a frog in a well for all eternity, or accept my teachings, and truly ascend. He turned his head slightly. Countless warriors would give their lives for a shred of my knowledge. Yet you would throw away the chance to become whole.
Flashes of his past battles surged through his mind.
Gritting his teeth, he knew the master was right. He'd felt it for some time now. That relying on skills and stats alone had a limit. His expression hardened with resolve. The protagonist lifted his sword high, then plunged it firmly into the ground. All right, the old master watched with a flicker of surprise. Hoyong knelt before him. Please, teach me. His eyes were filled with unwavering conviction. From this day forward, I am your student. A puff of smoke, and a faint sigh could be heard. After having all his skills erased, the hero discovered something miraculous. He had somehow regained all his previous levels. He glanced at a body lying on the floor. His former clone, now dead. He had grown even stronger than before. Gripping his weapon, the protagonist pondered. In just 3 days? No. He wasn't sure how much time had truly passed. He stood before a mystical clock. Not even half the allotted time had gone by.
A smirk crossed Hoyong's face. He knew he would surpass all his past achievements. Nearby, Vincent leaned back, a knowing grin on his face.
He dropped to the ground, hands behind his back. The master stated he'd finally surpassed his former self, to which the hero humbly replied that it was all thanks to his teachings. The old man's eyes narrowed as he declared, You're still at the level of trash. But a frown creased his brow as he thought, It seems he has more potential than I ever expected. The protagonist looked away, a shocking thought crossing his mind. His qualities might just surpass every disciple in the entire sect. Vincent looked down at the boy. From this moment, he declared, our master-disciple relationship is official. Now, show me the proper respect and bow. Gritting his teeth, Hoyong asked, You mean we weren't master and disciple until now? The man stared him down. You wouldn't call someone your master just because they taught you how to walk, would you? What do you mean by that? The protagonist asked. The master simply said that it was the truth. The old man's expression grew stern. From this day forward, I will teach you swordsmanship. The very technique I perfected, based on the art of the heavenly demon. The greatest sword style of all time. With a piercing gaze, he revealed its name. The shadowless phantom sword. The protagonist could only stare in utter shock as a vision of towering mountains appeared. A voice echoed the legend. He was proclaimed the greatest genius in the history of martial arts. As the man sat upon a throne, by the young age of 29, he had unified the 7 branches of the demonic cult and ascended to the throne of the heavenly demon. The hero's brow furrowed. It was said that the world hailed him as the greatest demon lord of all eras. The man stood firm. I dedicated my life to the way of the sword, achieving unity with my blade, only to ascend and find myself in this tower.
And it was only upon arriving here that I realized my path was not yet complete.
Frowning, the hero asked, Does that mean you're trapped in this tower too? To which the master scoffed. Nonsense. Stroking his beard, the teacher explained. I have a pact with the tower. I play a certain role here, but I am by no means chained to it. At any given moment, I can return to my own world.
The protagonist looked down, a stunning realization dawning on him. If his words are true, then everyone here is like an NPC.
The man frowned. My pact forbids me from revealing the details. Just know that you are about to master a sword art of unprecedented power. A brilliant aura flared around him. Hoyong heard the master's voice declare, a sword that pursues the very soul, leaving no shadow behind. Standing before his new master, the hero replied, understood. I will do my absolute best. The teacher raised an eyebrow. Is that your reaction? Did you not hear me? I said this sword hunts the soul itself. They faced one another as Vincent continued. If you were a disciple from any other cult, you would be on your knees weeping with joy. But not a single drop of emotion showed on his face. The protagonist simply thought, well, this is the first I've ever heard of this technique. Hoyong lowered his head. In any case, I have no time for tears. Every single second counts. The sand in the hourglass continued to fall as a grin spread across the hero's face. To master such an incredible technique, the man looked at him, his eyes shining with approval. Good. From now on, you will train relentlessly. Be ready for anything. His skills appeared in a window, even though he had removed the sword skill from his status. Restoring it to its previous level wouldn't be that difficult. As the hero walked forward, he realized he was simply following a path he'd already traveled. He breathed heavily, thinking, but this technique. Gripping his weapon, the protagonist finally understood. Calm but effective. Soft yet powerful. It's unbelievably difficult. He turned to hear his master's voice. This is the sword technique that I, the greatest genius of all time, honed for my entire life.
Balancing on a thin staff, the master asked, did you truly think it would be simple? Hoyong could only think about the branch in his hand. Sweat poured down the hero's face. He lowered his head, admitting, I'm not even sure if I'm doing this right.
Ever since I started learning this technique, it feels like my sword skills have gotten worse. The master watched him, lost in thought. He stepped firmly on the ground. Walking forward, his master's eyes lit up as he asked, well, in that case, why don't you try to fight me? The hero froze. He looked at him, a deep frown on his face. But I barely defeated his clone.
And now I have to fight the real thing, especially when I'm weaker than I was before.
The man raised his eyebrows. Why are you hesitating? Attack me. Gripping his sword, the protagonist knew he was right. The sand in the hourglass flowed onward, relentlessly marking the time. He rushed forward. There was no time to hesitate. Hoyong's sword sliced through the air, but the master deftly dodged his blows. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. The man leaped into the air, his expression unreadable. The protagonist wondered, what are these ghostly movements? He couldn't even catch his shadow. The master's stick swung down as he announced, a blow to the head. Hoyong deflected the strike, his mind racing. Perfect, a flawless block encounter. The master's staff slammed against his blade with incredible speed. Clutching his head, the hero recoiled. He'd seen that coming. He was sure of it. So why couldn't he react in time? The master stared into the distance. What are you thinking? Your pathetic sense of smell can predict my sword's path. After images of the staff flickered around him. But perhaps that only worked against simple feints before. With a powerful swing, the master's staff became a blur. Or attacks that changed their target at the very last second. Vincent gestured dismissively. It's far too easy for me to deceive a crude sense like that. Wait, the hero cried out. He grabbed his throbbing head. What the hell is this? What is the master even trying to teach me? A timer appeared in his vision. Time was running low, and this complex technique was scrambling his brain. Was it even worth it? Hoyong's brow furrowed with frustration. The teacher's gaze remained fixed forward. You must cast aside your impatience. Placing his hands behind his back, he continued. Abandon everything you have relied upon. Instead, feel the texture. Hoyong looked on, completely bewildered. Staring at the man, he thought, the texture. What does that mean? The master stood perfectly still. Everything, whether tangible or intangible, possesses its own texture. Vincent lowered his head, his voice a whisper. And if you can feel it? In a flash, he struck. Blinding light erupted like lightning. An ethereal glow washed over them. The hero stared in awe as his master's voice echoed. You can cut anything. He froze in sheer amazement as crimson particles danced in the air. This was the legendary sword that pursues a soul without a shadow. The protagonist closed his eyes, the realization dawning on him. A sword that could sever even the immaterial. The very texture of existence itself. Clutching his head, Hoyong reeled. The attack was so calm, yet overwhelmingly powerful. He had seen it clearly, but his body refused to move. He raised his own sword forward. A new thought surfaced. It was soft, yet unstoppable. A brilliant golden beam of light began to form. The protagonist's eyes flew open. The master charged forward, shouting a challenge. "Come on, attack me!" In response, Hoyong unleashed a ferocious strike. In a breathtaking flash, they passed right through each other. The staff flew into the air. The master froze, a look of pure bewilderment on his face. He spun around, thinking, "This kid." A confident smirk grew on the hero's face. Gazing at his blade, he exclaimed, "So this is it. The sword that pursues the soul without a shadow." A new thought emerged. It seemed he had finally learned something profound. Standing before the hero, the man asked, "So you've finally begun to understand?" The protagonist nodded. "In that moment, I finally comprehended the true depth of your teaching." Hoyong closed his eyes, reflecting. He had always tried to trace the path of the sword, but not everyone is granted the ability to perceive its true essence. The master's cloak billowed around him as he spoke. "You must remember this." With his hands clasped behind his back, he revealed the ultimate secret. The art of this sword is not about filling yourself with power, but in emptying your mind. Vincent gazed upward, his brow furrowed. "Only when you reach your absolute limit and cast away all that is unnecessary will you achieve true mastery." The hero stared at him, utterly speechless. A memory surfaced, and he realized the truth. If he had succumbed to the temptation of flashy techniques for a quick power-up, he would have never grasped the soul of the sword. Images of other warriors flashed in his mind. A new thought appeared. Still, no hairstyle. A grin spread across his face. "Can outshine the brilliance of a bald head." The master's eyes blazed with irritation. "You're asking for punishment to the very end." Hoyong grabbed his head as the timer reappeared in his vision. The hero fell silent. The master looked at him in surprise. Dropping to one knee, the protagonist bowed. "Thank you for your instruction. Your words will forever remain in my heart, and I swear I will reach the top of the tower." Hoyong bowed his head low. The old man watched him in silence as a set of clothes fell to the floor. The hero exclaimed, staring at the new suit. As he turned, Vincent's voice stopped him. "It is not proper for a disciple of the heavenly karma to walk around like a beggar." Closing his eyes, he had a final thought. "We will definitely meet again on the path to the tower's peak." The old man stood frozen in silence. Behind him, a notification appeared. Mission completed. Hoyong was abruptly teleported. He looked around, completely disoriented. Where am I? Wasn't he supposed to be in the gladiator's waiting room? Suddenly, the hero's eyes shot wide open with realization. He staggered back, his mind racing. "The manager?" A deep frown creased his forehead. The protagonist recognized the room from the monitor. "This is Sniffles' room. Why did you bring me here?" The manager simply chuckled. "I have a proposition for you." He swirled a glass in his hands. "You remember the vacant Slayer position? The one Han left behind?" Extending a hand forward, the manager gestured to a seat. "Take it." Standing firm, the hero replied. "What is this proposition?" The manager seemed surprised he could even refuse. Closing his eyes, he spoke with cold formality. Formally, he had no right to force the issue. But the liquid in the glass began to bubble ominously. A chilling smile crept across the manager's lips. "Who knows what might happen if I get upset? I truly despise it when my words are ignored." Gritting his teeth, Hoyong seethed internally. "No right to force, huh? But I guess making threats is perfectly acceptable." His eyes snapped open, blazing with power. "If you agree," he hissed, "everything you've built will turn to ash." He'd have to break this deadlock with sheer force. An immense pressure began to radiate from the manager, but at his current level, he couldn't even begin to fathom the man's true power. Facing this monster, Hoyong's mind raced. Damn it, what do I do? His eyes widened. A system window had just appeared. A walkthrough guide. That's right, he still had the guide. The guide's interface materialized before him. The message was clear after completing the gladiator mission. He would be sent back to the start of the 8th floor mission. The trainer mission would begin anew. Hoyong stared at the words, his mind reeling. The tower could even rewind time itself. A deep frown creased his brow. But how did that connect to this impossible choice, then? A slow grin spread across his face. If he returned to the beginning of the mission, Han would still be alive. He looked down, a small, determined smile on his lips. In that case, the choice was simple. Seizing the glass, Hoyong declared, "I accept." The manager stared back, completely stunned. With his gaze locked forward, our hero confirmed, "I agree." The manager's grin was wide and triumphant. "Now we're talking." A brilliant light enveloped Hoyong's entire body. System notifications flooded his vision. "You have acquired the title Killer. Your life force has been greatly enhanced. A blade aura has been applied to your sword mastery skill." He stared at the message, completely baffled. Sword mastery, but his master had sealed that skill away. Hoyong blinked in disbelief. His sword mastery skill was gone. It was impossible to apply the blade aura. Instead, alternative weapons and skills were granted. He gazed at the light around him in awe, wondering what this power was.
A player suddenly dashed forward at blinding speed. Hoyong's eyes tracked his movement.
The man stretched his arms out. "I'm okay." Looking back, he shouted, "What was that speed? I didn't even see you move." Grinning, the player asked, "Just how strong did you become?" Hoyong replied coolly, "I reached my goal, too." Overcome with emotion, Junho suddenly pulled him into a hug. Junho's eyes went wide as he exclaimed, "You even changed your clothes." Hoyong gave a satisfied nod. "How do I look?" Junho answered. "You have a majestic aura." Hoyong grinned. He'd been afraid he'd get a ridiculous battlesuit like his master's. But this outfit was actually incredibly stylish.
Plus, its special effect was unbelievably useful. His gaze drifted toward the other players. However,
Looking over the survivors, he knew in his gut, these were the only people who stood a chance. The manager chuckled darkly. It's finally gotten less crowded in here." A chill of pure terror ran down the players' spines. Extending a hand, he announced, "This final mission will be far more brutal than all the others. I wonder how many of you will survive." With a sharp snap of his fingers, he commanded, "Now, flounder in agony until the very end." From a dark portal, countless glowing eyes ignited. Monstrous beasts began to pour out, surrounding the players in a terrifying horde. A new mission appeared. Destroy the Iron Lion. A player gritted his teeth, a horrifying realization dawning on him. This arena was the gladiators' graveyard. So, this was the stage for their final desperate struggle. A menacing energy pulsed from the beasts. Every single one of these iron lions radiated the same terrifying power as the frost mammoth. It took 4 of them just to defeat that single monster. The man closed his eyes in despair. This place would be his tomb. A lone warrior roared in defiance. "But I, the swordsman Dave, will not." In that instant, the beasts charged. A lion lunged, its eyes burning with rage. The man screamed, his face a mask of determination. "I won't give up so easily."
A devastating blow ripped through the charging beasts. The lead lion recoiled in shock. The crowd of players froze, completely stunned.
Even the manager's eyes shot open in surprise. Looking at his new weapon, Hoyong laughed. "So this is what it can do." He began unleashing a volley of attacks. "This is even better than I imagined." A wild laugh escaped his lips.
The other players stared at him, utterly bewildered. Just then, a giant clock materialized in the sky.
A new notification appeared. Gladiator status successfully updated. Return to the lobby is now impossible. Returning to the start of the mission,
Hoyong found himself standing in the middle of a forest. A message read, "Qualification renewal stage."
Clenching his fist, he knew where he was. This was the trainer's waiting room. He had really returned, his gaze fixed on the system window. First things first, I need to check my status. His new statistics materialized before him.
A sly grin spread across Hoyong's face. Just as he predicted, the killer trait had vanished. Han's revival had reset the board, filling the empty slot once more.
His eyes widened in shock. A system window flickered into view. His inventory. But wait, why was everything exactly the same?
Standing alone in the dense forest, a grim thought struck our hero. Without his sniper skills, this was all for nothing.
All right, he'd have to put that aside for now. Suddenly, his eyes shot open in alarm. A vicious strike tore through the air, aimed right at the man. A new notification flashed. It could accidentally absorb a portion of an enemy's power. The skill description for telepathy materialized. In the next instant, the man was sent flying, crashing hard, and the protagonist raised a hand to his ear. A look of utter astonishment crossed the other guy's face.
Hoyong's brow furrowed with concern. He had to warn Junho about Han, especially since he was tackling the gladiator mission all alone.
Kneeling, the man raised his hands skyward. Closing his eyes, our hero felt a sliver of hope. With this message, Junho would definitely be able to survive. Gritting his teeth, a heavy sigh escaped him. With his head bowed, he whispered the name. "I'm calling for you, Kangasu." First, a familiar head materialized from the light. Then, tiny arms and legs took shape. A small kangaroo shimmered into existence amidst the glow. A wide, relieved grin spread across Hoyong's face. The little pet turned and immediately leaped into his arms for a hug. Our hero held him tight, whispering, "I missed you so much." He pressed the kangaroo close, relief washing over him. "Thank goodness you're safe," he added. But with its eyes shut, the kangaroo just grumbled. "Get off me!" Looking down at his pet, the man chuckled. "Well, aren't you just a cutie?" Closing his eyes, he wondered, how on earth did this little guy manage to survive all this time? An immediate thought crossed our hero's mind. What an unpleasant guy. All the while, the man just kept smiling that wide, unsettling grin. The hound-like beasts snarled, baring their fangs, staring him down. The player asked coldly, "Are you hoping to become my pet's next meal?"
Hoyong stared in utter disbelief. What? What is he saying? Placing a hand to his face dramatically, a man named Ron announced, "Welcome, challenger, to the 8th floor."
This man was the tower's intermediate manager. Our hero gritted his teeth as the manager added, "And for the record, I absolutely cannot stand being ignored. So from now on, you will listen." Fury burned inside Hoyong. How dare he call Kangasu food? With his arms crossed smugly, the manager announced he was sharing the mission details. A system window flickered to life, displaying the trial. As he scanned the screen, our protagonist heard a new rule. By the way, as long as you don't die, even if you fail the mission, you can remain here. So don't give up.
A thought crossed his mind. There are only 4 participants, so the rules are actually quite lenient.
Ron's grin widened into a cruel smile. Let the fight begin. Standing before his beast, the other challenger looked confused. What's going on? It was as if destiny itself had orchestrated this confrontation. Baring its teeth, Kangasu growled. "I won't let you not anymore." Frowning, the opposing player asked, "What kind of transformation is that?" This was certainly no ordinary pet. He licked his lips with anticipation. "This is even better." The man thrust his hand forward and roared, "Go on, enjoy your special treat." The monstrous beast lunged in a blur. Vicious energy beams erupted from the attack. Our hero parried the strike as Kangasu wound up for a devastating blow. The beast's jaws gaped wide, dripping with malice. It charged forward, a blur of motion and bared teeth. "Not bad," Kangasu muttered. Hoyong analyzed his foe. Incredible speed, raw power, and total unpredictability from those 2 heads. He frowned, adding, "Not bad at all." From behind his monster, the trainer yelled, "What are you doing? Press them harder. Don't give them a moment to breathe." And right then, the trainer's critical weakness was exposed. A dangerous glint ignited it in the beast's eyes.
A piece of system knowledge surfaced in his mind. With proper training, a pet's power could rival even a pure combat class player.
Joe clenched his fists. The trade-off became clear by focusing entirely on a pet's development. The owner's own combat power inevitably remains pitifully low. This man was holding his own pet back with an invisible chain. This created a fundamental flaw in his strategy. The pet is forced to protect its weaker master, which severely limits its effective combat range. Hoyong's brow furrowed. "So that's why there are so few trainers." He then declared, "I'll show you how it's done." He and Kangasu stood ready before the snarling monster. This was far more than just a simple monster battle. The trees themselves seemed to groan under the pressure. The clash of raw power echoed through the air. Raising his eyebrows in shock, Joe demanded, "How is this possible? Why is a Tamer so skilled at wielding a sword?" The 2 beasts locked eyes, a primal hatred passing between them. Thrusting his hand forward, the man screamed, "Kel, tear them to pieces!" In an instant, both creatures lunged forward. Hoyong and Kangasu shared a knowing glance. Our protagonist surged ahead in a blur of motion. Confusing the beasts, they began to circle him in a deadly dance. Kel, the enemy beast, lost sight of him completely. Its master cried out in pure bewilderment. The beast whipped its heads around in frustration. Suddenly, its master clenched his teeth in pure rage. Hoyong frowned. Kangasu's eyes shot wide open. At the command, they rushed forward as one. A realization dawned on our hero. Before, I only focused on my own attack. Kangasu and I weren't in sync. But now, I can feel it. A crackling aura of lightning began to surge around his incredible pet. The thought became a strategy. Kangasu's lightning strikes and his own sword path would create the ideal route for battle. His small partner crouched low, ready to spring. He knew this mission was a new opportunity for him. Together, they shot forward like a single arrow. The enemy beast could only stare back in utter amazement. A realization struck him. The sword was from the mission. The man cried out in sheer terror. A spark lit up in our hero's eyes. After this, he thought, he and Kangasu would become the ultimate partners. System messages confirmed the trainer qualifications were successfully renewed. Returning to the main hall, the players were already gathered. Gritting his teeth, the man spun around. Standing before the hero, he demanded to know what a killer was. The protagonist met his gaze with heavy silence. The girl's eyes widened in surprise as joyful players began to appear. Ho grinned, thinking to himself, "Looks like everyone renewed their qualifications. What a relief." The other man looked away, hearing he only survived because of him. Wow, he has telepathy? The man was completely stunned. It was as if a god was speaking directly into his mind. Clutching his chest, he shouted, "Wait a minute, you've had telepathy this whole time, then why didn't you use it on me?"
I was so scared, doing that mission without you.
Turning her head, the girl admitted she was a little offended, too, to which our hero replied, "I'll be sure to use it on you next time." Sean turned away, but a thought lingered.
Why is she so upset putting his hands on his hips?
The guy declared. "It's obviously because he likes me more." Our hero frowned. The man grinned, but a darker thought surfaced. This time, not everyone managed to return alive.
What was even more tragic was that everyone was trying to hide their grief, staring forward. The protagonist heard someone mutter, "But,"
standing right in front of him, the man demanded, "Who are the killers?" Hoyong's expression darkened. The girl looked on, shocked.
Yol stared ahead and asked, "A killer? What is that?"
Frowning, our hero finally connected the dots. He now understood just how dangerous Han was, and why his status was labeled. And the worst part was, not even Soon knew that he was aware of the killer's existence. What should he do? Frowning, the protagonist made a decision. Let them wait. They'll be ascending to the 9th floor soon enough. Looking to the side, he began to explain. A killer. The girl stared at him in disbelief, hearing his next words. Someone who controls the difficulty of the tower's trials. A new thought sparked in his mind. Perhaps this could be an opportunity.
A voice boomed from the speakers. "Ascension to the 9th floor will begin in 1 hour. All players, continue your training."
The players sparred, weapons clashing around them.
The protagonist practiced his swordsmanship, knowing the shadowless soul hunt technique was too complex to let his training slide.
Our hero frowned, looking away. Just then, the girl approached him, suggesting they talk. A single thought crossed his mind. She took the bait. Hoyong casually took a sip from his glass. He explained that when he himself was a killer, he managed to uncover vital information about the Day of Blood. A vote concerning the Day of Blood would be held on the 9th floor. If the majority voted yes, the 10th floor would become its bloody stage. The girl aimed her gun. He remembered that since their areas merged, Seo couldn't use her weapon to its full potential, and there was a high probability that she would want to make the 10th floor a Day of Blood. No, she would definitely do it. Frowning, our hero knew his objective. It was time to play the card hidden up his sleeve. The girl stood frozen, to plant a seed of doubt. He smirked and asked, "What's wrong? I thought you wanted to tell me who you really are." Turning his head slightly, he dropped the bombshell. "You're the killer, Seo." She stared at him, utterly stunned. "What are you talking about?" Holding his own gun steady, Hoong replied, "There's no need to hide it anymore." He aimed the weapon forward and declared, "Because I'm a killer, too." Seo's eyes flew wide open. He's a killer. Suddenly, it all made sense where all those insane abilities came from. Her expression twisted into a glare. Our hero casually tossed the gun over his shoulder. Standing before him, the girl insisted, "No, you're not a killer." To which he shot back, "And why's that? Because I haven't killed enough people." A sly grin spread across his face. "Or should I just blindly trust the eyes of a killer?" Seo Yan froze. He knew about her special eyes. Gritting her teeth, she spat. "So you really are a killer?" She frowned, conceding. "Fine, let's say you are." In a flash, a gun materialized in her hand. Pointing it straight at him, she demanded, "How did you know I was one, besides trying to guess my kill count?" "There was no other way for you to find out." Staring right through her, the protagonist stated calmly, "I saw everything." In his vision, glowing panels appeared behind her. He saw it all: her class, her stats, her skills, and even her exact amount of gold. Seo looked on in pure amazement. "How?" Pushing the gun forward, she yelled, "Don't try to trick me. You can't possibly have an ability like that." Hoyong remained perfectly still. "You have 350 units of mana. With that amount," he continued, "you could use any magic weapon you choose." She looked shocked as he listed her stats. "Your endurance is 51, and your strength and agility have both increased by 3 points." Staring intently, Sewon finally said, "That's enough." Holding out a hand, she admitted defeat. "I understand. You can stop." A smirk touched his lips as a thought crossed his mind. "Now she thinks I'm a murderer. She won't be so quick to vote for a Day of Blood. After all, a killer faces a huge penalty if they dare to kill another murderer." Lowering her head, the girl spoke. "I have one last question." A faint smile grew on his face. Did she want to know his choice on the 9th floor, or perhaps why? For a killer, he looked her dead in the eye. "Ask, but whatever your question is, the answer you receive will be the one that benefits me." Stepping closer, Hoyong's voice was steady. "You can ask me anything." Her gaze locked with his, unwavering. "You are a great killer," she stated. His mind blanked. "What?" He stood frozen, utterly bewildered. The others watched, sensing the shift in the air. Suddenly, an alert declared the break was over. A brilliant light consumed the 9th floor. The protagonist's eyes snapped open in shock. He scanned his surroundings. So this is the 9th floor? But where had everyone else gone? His eyes widened. Don't tell me. It's another individual mission. In a flash, he sensed a presence and spun around. A lone figure had taken a single, menacing step forward. A tremor of pure dread shot through him. No. Fear flashed in his eyes as he stared at her. It can't be. The mission of the 9th floor was her. The woman stood before him, a familiar smile gracing her lips. You've grown so much, she said, her voice a chilling whisper of his name. A system notification blared to life. The 9th floor head of the dead. He could only stand there in stunned silence. He stared in disbelief, his voice shaking. What is going on? His hand trembled, overcome with a terrifying realization. The woman's grin widened as he choked out the word. Director. The scene around him dissolved, replaced by a playground filled with children, school kids running through the halls of an orphanage. A younger boy's face twisted in a scowl. Give it back, right now, he shouted. But the young protagonist stood firm. I told you, I didn't take anything. The bully slammed his fist on the table, his eyes burning with rage. Don't you lie to me, he roared. There were witnesses, you took my wallet. Turning to another student, he demanded. Right. The boy lowered his head, nodding his approval. What did you see? The bully pressed.
Hoyong shut his eyes as the accusations continued. Just give it back, he screamed internally. I really did not take his wallet.
Just because you're a beggar doesn't mean you can steal wallets, a voice sneered. That's right, another chimed in. The memory was still so vivid. He remembered exactly why they did this to him. The bully leaned over the table, his expression smug. It was because Hoyong had taken first place during the second semester midterm exams. You're not a beggar, he taunted, looking down his nose. Then what are you trying to prove, you idiot? He jabbed a finger in his direction. Orphaned idiots like you live off the taxes we rich people pay. Hoyong's fist clenched tightly. He wasn't a beggar. The bully closed his eyes in mock sympathy. That's right. The orphanage where you live is also for beggars. A sharp crack echoed as Hoyong's fist met the boy's face. It came back to him so clearly. All fights between 10-year-old boys begin the moment you insult their family. His fist flew again. He had exploded. Hearing them talk that way about the orphanage? About the only family he had. But what came next was not justice. Now, it was the director on her knees, apologizing. What? The bully's mother sneered. What good is your apology to me? Go kneel in your church, not in front of me. She looked down at the director with contempt. If he's an orphan, he should act like one. How dare he raise his hand against my son?
With her eyes closed, the director bowed her head lower. I am asking for forgiveness. I am truly so sorry. It was all my fault.
Hiding behind the door, Hoyong heard the mother's ice-cold reply. Yes, it was your fault, so you will get what you deserve. His eyes widened in horror. Peeking into the room, he saw the director pleading with her to calm down, but she was beyond reason. I will wear that little brat down, no matter what it takes. Tears streamed down Hoyong's face. On that day, he learned a harsh lesson. Justice without force to back it up only leads to an even greater injustice. The memory of that day burned within him. After that moment, he decided to never stand out from the crowd again. He would simply grow up unnoticed. He learned to pass by, even when he saw others treated unfairly. He walked through life like a ghost in a uniform. He ceased to exist, completely merging with the gray masses. Just another person in a world full of people, because he lacked the strength to protect anyone. Tragedy followed. Grave crosses appeared where people should have been. The doors of a forgotten memory opened. The mission description materialized. A single horn protruded from the head of a strange beast. He stared at it, his blood running cold. Standing before the creature, he finally understood. A raccoon? She was killed by a one-horned raccoon. Hoyong's fist clenched, knuckles white. Through gritted teeth, he apologized to the director. Tears streamed from his eyes. Forgive me for not being strong enough to protect you. Walking down a familiar street, a kinder memory surfaced. She was hit because of me, he'd said. The director turned to him, her expression soft, looking into the distance. She smiled gently. How long are you going to keep calling me Director Model? Call me Mom. At those words, his head bowed low. A faint, knowing smirk graced her lips. As she pulled Hoyong into a warm embrace, she closed her eyes, a sense of peace washing over her. Everything's all right now. Truly. His gaze remained fixed ahead as she continued. This is what her spectral form wrapped around him in a final hug. His eyes shot open, her words echoing in his soul. They protect their children, surrounded by tombstones. Her voice cut through the silence. So what? You have nothing to apologize for? He stared at her, his mind flooding with memories. It was because of her. He'd grown this strong. In that instant, everything became clear. Resolve ignited, and he surged forward. His eyes were locked on the horizon, her voice a guide. Now, you too have the power to protect others.
A proud grin spread across her face. You're kinder and stronger than anyone I've ever known. Help those who are lost, and become a beacon of hope in this dark world.
He lowered his gaze, remembering his past self. All he ever wanted was to live unnoticed, to be invisible. But now, he was determined to honor her final wish, even if it was at the end of the world. No matter how ironic that sounded, suddenly, the beast's eyes blazed with crimson light. It threw its claws to the sky with a horrifying shriek. The woman flinched, turning away in terror. But in a flash, our hero seized the monster's arm. The director stared in absolute astonishment. The beast snarled, its eyes burning with pure fury. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Killing this one-horned raccoon would be far too easy. A system window materialized, a quest to hunt the monsters who devoured the dead and release their tormented souls. His gaze hardened. If he died here, she met his gaze with a confident smirk. He looked back, startled by her words. Don't you dare hesitate.
Reaching out her hand, the director's voice was firm. You have someone to protect now, don't you?
Standing by his side, she offered one last piece of wisdom. All you have to do is walk the path you've chosen. For a moment, he simply stood still. Then, his silent gaze shifted forward. A new light ignited in Hoyong's eyes, and in a flash of energy, a weapon materialized in his grasp. He launched the beast into the air. His mind said, I will climb that tower. Lifting his head to the sky, he made a vow. I'll destroy it, and
with a vicious roar, he swung his blade. The weapon sliced through the air, unleashing a blinding arc of violet energy. The beast was instantly cleaved in two.
Perhaps this truly is my path. Gazing forward, Hoyong sent a silent prayer. May you finally rest in peace. A gentle light enveloped him as he turned to his mother's spirit. The scene then shifted, back to a desolate square. A monster charged. Breaking the peaceful moment, a girl met the attack with a sharp cry, parrying the blow. The force sent her skidding across the pavement, but then a powerful aura began to flare around her. She grit her teeth, her knuckles white on her weapon. A single thought screamed in her mind. No, I can't hold on much longer. Asterisk. The scene flashes back to a time before the chaos. A young man held something out to her. Here, you should take this. Yeil's eyes widened in surprise. What is this? He just smiled, his own eyes closed. I felt bad for you. Having to study so hard, even on your break. It's not right, he continued. Shouldn't you take care of yourself instead of torturing your body like this? Standing before him, a small laugh escaped her lips. You're so strange. He looked genuinely confused. What's so funny? I'm not joking, he insisted. Yeil's smile softened. I know. Her expression changed to one of gratitude. Thank you.
Her thanks seemed to catch him by surprise. He raised a hand awkwardly. Well, I have training now. I'm heading out, so make sure you use that. Okay.
She nodded. Thank you. Train hard. But as he walked away, something made him whip around in shock. Yeil looked up, her eyes wide with terror. She was frozen in place. A voice screamed, Watch out! Onlookers could only stare in disbelief. Medicine bottles scattered across the pavement. Lying on the ground, the boy's first words were for her. Are you okay? Yeil could only manage a stunned nod. Her gaze darted away, a storm of shock and guilt brewing. She clenched her jaw and defiantly stood in front of the injured boy. The devastating thought crashed through her mind. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have lost his leg. He could have become a national athlete. Frozen in the present, a monstrous voice echoed her deepest fear. It's all your fault. If only I'd never appeared before him. Her head dropped in shame. I'm sorry. She couldn't meet its gaze, her heart heavy. It's true. Everything it says is true. The monster raised its club with a deafening roar. Yeil squeezed her eyes shut, consumed by guilt. The truth is, I should be the one begging for forgiveness. Looking at the ground, she whispered to herself, Pull yourself together. In that moment, a brilliant flash of light erupted, and suddenly, our hero was standing there, shielding her. He turned back slightly, his voice sharp. Did you hear me? I don't know what your connection is to the deceased, or what happened in your past. But you need to do this. What is he talking about, she wondered, confused. His brow. Yil stared ahead, speechless. But the monstrous form of the boy screamed at her. It's your fault, this is all because of you. Everything I lost, it was all because of you. The creature's face was a mask of pure, undiluted hatred.
I died because of you, and now you want to kill me again. Her own words caught in her throat. If he hadn't lost his leg, he wouldn't have lost his life.
Tears streamed down her face, her voice breaking. But how can I take your life all over again? Gritting his teeth as he battled the orc, he roared her name, admitting he knew just how hard this was. That man must have meant the world to her. But she never said a word, did she? With a confident smirk, she declared, I will become stronger. Her eyes shot wide open at those words. The beast let out a vicious growl, its eyes blazing crimson. In a flash, he seized the monster's head. He brutally slammed it into the unforgiving ground. Then, his gaze turned to the girl. Yol closed her eyes, her voice trembling. I can't. Staring right at her, Hoyong demanded, Then what am I supposed to think? He truly believed he had lost everything because of her. With a deep frown, he wrestled with the thought. Could he really do something so cruel? As she stood before him, the question echoed in her soul. Could the man who cherished her most truly blame her for his misfortune and hate her for it? Yol stared in utter disbelief. As she faced the man before her, tears began to well up in her eyes. She looked up in surprise as he asked, What's with that face? You look like you're about to cry. A grin spread across his face. Don't worry, he said. I'll just buy you new dietary supplements. Suddenly, a radiant aura enveloped her body. A brilliant light exploded from behind her. Yael closed her eyes, a realization dawning on her. Yes, this is the kind of person he was. He saved her. Even when he was the one suffering, he always put others before himself. A nature warm, like the sun. The hero watched her in silence, a faint smile on his lips. For a moment, she wondered if he had closed his eyes. It was as if she could see a trace of that person in him. The monster's furious growl shattered the moment. But suddenly, the beast lunged forward as it attacked. A flash of steel cut through the air. The girl drove her sword deep into the orc's skull. His eyes widened in pure astonishment. A sigh escaped him, followed by a relieved grin. The girl lowered her head, a single thought in her mind. Thank you. And with that gratitude came the chilling certainty. This was goodbye. The wind howled, bending the trees as if in mourning. As Hoyong rushed onward, he finally understood. The true point of this mission wasn't about fighting monsters. It was about acceptance. About coming to terms with the loss of loved ones.
Staring forward with new resolve, he knew. They had to accept their passing. This might just be the most difficult trial they would ever face.
A system notification materialized, displaying the time limit. His brow furrowed. They only had 3 hours left. He was able to help Yell because she was right beside him. But he couldn't save everyone. Ascending the long staircase, he hardened his resolve. All he could do now was support them telepathically. Ahead, the grand silhouette of a church came into view. He had to believe in them, to trust they could overcome this on their own. Standing near the altar was a lone figure. She glanced sideways and said, As expected, you're here? He approached her in silence, his expression grim. Why were you waiting for me? He asked. The altar stood ominously before them. A hidden rule was revealed. Whether the Day of Blood would occur on the 10th floor depended entirely on a secret vote cast by the killers. Here on the 9th, 2 types of crystals materialized nearby. To cast a vote in favor, a red crystal must be placed upon the altar. To vote against, a blue one was required. The total number of killers was a complete mystery. If the 10th floor was chosen for the Day of Blood, several zones would merge into one massive battlefield. And when that happened, the killers would begin to hunt the other players, fulfilling their designated role. The inside of the temple was vast and silent. So, this was the place. The girl was already there, waiting by the altar. With a knowing glance, she remarked, I knew you'd come. The hero walked steadily toward her, his brow furrowed. Why wait? He sized her up, a desperate plan forming. To get even one vote against this massacre, he had to convince Sion. Sure, but looking at her cold expression, it seemed she couldn't care less. He frowned, considering a grim possibility. Had receiving the status of a killer completely dulled her emotions?
Hoyong took a step closer. We don't have much time, he stated firmly. Let's get straight to the point. What on earth makes you think I'm the great killer, he demanded. Sion met his gaze. It's simple. You almost always make the perfect choice.
He froze, her next words sending a chill down his spine. It's as if you can see the future. The main character's frown deepened. What are you getting at? He realized she was trusting him completely, all because she believed the Great Killer's authority was absolute. His fist clenched. I have no idea who the real Great Killer is. But if you need me to be that person, then fine, I will be. She crossed her arms, nodding once. Good. So, what's your decision? What will you do? Do you want the 10th floor to become a day of blood? Hoyong looked her straight in the eye. I'll be direct with you. Facing her squarely, he declared. It's far too soon to hold a day of blood on the 10th floor. Cyan's eyes narrowed. And why is that? The hero looked up toward the darkened ceiling. Because whether we're killers or players, we all have to climb this tower. A gaping hole loomed in the temple ceiling above. I don't know how many floors there are, he continued, but I'm certain there are still a great many left to climb. The main character stood his ground, his voice low and serious. If we slaughter all the players on the 10th floor, how long can we, the killers, possibly survive in this tower alone? A dog was brought before the cauldron. Whispers said it knew the final moments of the rabbits. A grim sacrifice. Hoyong's gaze was fixed. The useless are cast from the tower, he declared, which is why we must delay the day of blood, indefinitely. The girl's eyes fell to the floor. He watched her, knowing the words were a desperate gamble, but not an impossible one. In this cruel game, even the assassins were merely pawns. A spark of hope ignited in their eyes, but a harsh reality quickly set in. Even with her on their side, the majority would still vote for bloodshed. They would be powerless to stop it. Then a shimmering crystal materialized. He clenched his fist, the dreadful thought emerging. If this happens, they might be forced to fight each other. The girl held the glowing crystal in her hands. Standing before him, she spoke with certainty. I'm starting to think that everything up to this point was guided by fate. Seo Yan held her hand forward. As you know, she added, every assassin is granted a unique ability. Her brow furrowed with resolve. Then, in a sudden move, she shattered the crystal, casting the fragments upon an altar. Seo Yan raised her arm. I know how we can change everything. The altar began to glow, and then the light erupted with blinding intensity. The hero shielded his face from the blast. A system notification appeared. A hidden ability had been activated. In a flash, they were transported to a canyon. The mission description appeared. His wish would become the wish of all assassins. Looking at the notification, he realized the stakes. If we clear this mission, we can postpone the day of blood, no matter how they vote. He glanced at the girl. So she knew about these hidden opportunities all along. It really did feel like the machinations of fate. Hoyong looked on in shock. This mission was designed to be impossible from the start. The girl's face was grim. We have 50 minutes to find the wolf. But how could they find it in these mountains? He glanced at her, remembering. Right, she had a terrible sense of direction. They charged forward. Closing her eyes, the girl screamed. Just make it stop, I want to live. Frowning, the protagonist commanded, Kangasu, jump! His loyal kangaroo let out a determined cry. Riding on the hero's back, Seo watched as their pet reached the cliff's edge and took a massive leap over the abyss. They clenched their teeth, bracing for impact. The black blood wolf stood before them, holding a gun. Well, we found it, the girl said flatly. Just as expected from a great assassin. Her words were cut short. As the beast unleashed a furious scream, Hoyong gripped his weapon, the tension hanging heavy in the air. A guide for the monster appeared before him. His eyes scanned its abilities. Toxic poison. Without his perfect shield, his old strategy was completely useless. But this time was different. This time, he had Seo to deal damage from a distance. Looking at his pet, he laid out the plan. Kangasu and I will be the decoys. You attack when you see an opening. She aimed her gun. Fine, I'll do it, she replied. But don't think I'll obey you from now on just because of your title. A small grin touched the protagonist's lips. He and his pet charged forward. The real battle had begun. A faint glow enveloped his weapon. He unleashed his technique, shadowless soul hunting. The kangaroo wound up its arm and delivered a powerful uppercut. A volley of bullets soared towards the beast. Smoke rose from the monster's head, Hoyong thought. It worked, but the beast merely clenched its teeth and let out a menacing growl. Turning around, the hero shouted, It's preparing its poison. Suddenly, the monster attacked, spewing venom. The very ground began to hiss and melt. Deadly pools of poison spread across the ground. Gritting his teeth, he knew they were surrounded. One wrong step would mean certain death. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Hoyong leaped into the air. The monster swatted him out of the sky, sending him crashing into a rock. The girl rushed forward to attack. Seowan launched herself off the ground. She aimed her gun, knowing her magic bullet skill was stronger up close. Frowning, she shouted, It's time to die! The beast simply swung its massive hand. Out of nowhere, Kangasu landed a powerful blow. Grinning, the pet taunted it. But its triumphant look quickly turned to shock. The wolf's tail shot out, grabbing Kangasu in a vice grip. "Recall your pet!" the hero screamed. The beast's gaze shifted.
Staring straight ahead, Seowan spoke the grim truth. "My magic bullets. They don't work on this monster?"
"What do we do now?" she asked. He cursed inwardly. Despite all their attacks, the beast was just too strong. He gritted his teeth, thinking, if only he could master shadowless soul hunting. He could cut through anything. But at his current level, he couldn't even sever its leg. The beast raised its head to strike. An idea sparked, just as Soan fired one last. Desperate shot at its head. The beast roared, its jaws snapping wide in fury. The girl dodged the lunge with lightning speed. The monster's tail whipped through the air. The protagonist leaped back from the devastating blow, landing beside the grotesque creature. As he looked at the blurry wolf, he realized his vision was failing. Was this the effect of the poison it spat? Had it finally infiltrated his system? Hoyong struggled to catch his breath, his mind racing to one technique, the shadowless soul hunt. He watched his partner grip her gun, her magic bullets seeming futile. Against this monstrous hide, all their efforts were useless. The reality was so much worse. They couldn't even pierce its skin. Gritting his teeth, he desperately searched for a plan, his eyes fixed on the enemy's head. And then he saw it. Was that even skin? The guy gripped his sword tightly. "Can you prepare a large-scale attack?" he yelled to his ally.
Seowan frowned, realizing he must have a strategy. She looked at her friend's determined face. He was exhausted, but his eyes burned with resolve. Raising her gun, she processed his request. A large-scale attack.
The preparation time was immense. She would only get one chance during this entire battle.
Seo Yan aimed towards the heavens, putting all her faith in him.
The main character dashed past the enemy, a realization striking him. The reason the shadowless soul hunt failed was simple. The monster's tail smashed through the wall.
He dodged the onslaught of attacks. It was trying to finish him in a single, decisive blow.
A grim smile formed on his face. In his weakened state, one hit would surely be the end. Suddenly, sparks enveloped the wolf's body.
Hoyong stared at the opponent's head. If this was just an outer shell,
his eyes widened in alarm. Raising his gleaming sword, he thought despairingly. He, the master of the world's most powerful sword art, couldn't even leave a scratch on its skin. The beast charged at him, consumed by rage. A brilliant light began to glow in the protagonist's eyes. The monster opened its vicious maw. As Hoyong swung his blade, he wondered, how could I ever face my master after this?
Seowan closed her eyes, focusing her concentration. She envisioned a mana cartridge. The magic bullets she normally fired were simple spheres. She remembered how Kyle had writhed from the impact. As a result, upon contact with a target,
their power would disperse, lacking true penetration. The girl imagined a different form.
Picturing several cartridges, she had an epiphany. If she could shape the mana bullets like real ones, she could succeed. Seowan's eyes flew open in shock. The penetration power would increase by several magnitudes. At that same instant, the guy let out a powerful scream. His blade slammed down on the monster's head. A deep gash appeared on the beast.
The bullet rocketed toward the enemy's forehead. The mana cartridge blazed with intense light. The accumulated energy hurtled towards its opponent. The bullet flew forward in a flash of light. The projectile pierced straight through the wolf's head. Seo Yan peered through the smoking hole in the monster. She held her gun with a grave expression. A system notification appeared. You have defeated the Black Blood Wolf. The protagonist heaved a deep sigh of relief. Seo Yan lowered her weapon. They stood opposite each other in the now silent ravine. The two looked at each other, a triumphant smile on their faces. The system chimed again, confirming their victory. Mission complete. Their votes would represent the will of all assassins. The vote was cast against declaring the 10th floor a day of blood.
Hoyong climbed onto the monster's massive corpse. Drawing his sword, he told his companion to wait. Stunned, Seo Yan watched him. "What are you doing?" she asked, completely bewildered.
He pulled a glowing orb from within the beast. The guide's words echoed in his mind. If you kill the Black Blood Wolf, rip open its stomach and consume its essence. He held out the sphere to her. Want some? He teased. She instantly recoiled in disgust. He smiled to himself. She had such a weak stomach. The protagonist brought the essence to his mouth. A disturbing crunching sound followed. A bright light started glowing from his heart.
Hoyong looked at the flame flickering in his hand as notifications flooded his view. You have acquired immunity to 1,000 poisons. You now have resistance to all poisons of the tower. Covering her mouth.
Seo Yan stared in utter disbelief. She couldn't believe he actually ate it. Standing before him, she finally spoke. So, you're leaving now? You found the Black Blood Wolf on this enormous map. Figured out its abilities at a glance. Is there anything you can't do? He recalled her anxious warnings about the poison. So this is what you were so worried about, he realized. Crossing his arms, the protagonist simply replied, "This is the power of a great assassin." The girl put a hand to her chin, impressed. Just as I would expect from a great assassin. Seeing her thoughtful expression, the protagonist asked, "Is something on your mind?" He stood atop the corpse, his tone turning serious. "Since the 10th floor won't be a day of blood, it will be harder to meet the required player kill count."
Hoyong's mind flashed back to the moment he had soared through the sky.
The tower's grim purpose was clear. A killer's duty is to thin the herd.
He pictured her reaching out, realizing every killer receives a personal kill quota, and failure to meet it carries a heavy penalty.
The exact nature of that penalty was unknown, but for those granted such overwhelming advantages, it had to be something terrifying. Planting his sword into the ground, a question surfaced in his mind.
She accepted his logic so easily, despite knowing the risks. Does a great killer truly wield that much authority?
Her gaze fell. "As long as I'm alive," she whispered. "What comes next? Comes." At her words, the gorge vanished, and the system declared the restless dead were at peace.
The 9th floor mission was officially complete. A broken laugh echoed in the lobby. Kyle covered his face, lamenting. To think, I was taken out by mere kobolds.
Tears cut through his bitter smile. The man slumped onto the steps and contacted his leader.
Our protagonist could only watch, stunned by the raw display of emotion.
Seeing Junho's despair, he understood the true horror of this floor. The monsters were weak, but the real challenge was facing the ghosts of their pasts. He glanced at his shaken comrades. Some had to face their lost loved ones. Others saw the faces of fallen friends.
Hoyong stood at the center of it all, knowing they each had to finally accept death and let their cherished ones go.
Without a doubt, this had been the cruelest trial yet. Just then, Yongwu hefted his massive hammer. Holding his weapon high, he roared for everyone to get a grip. He declared that they had to keep moving forward. The protagonist watched. Surprised by his sudden fire, Junho's sword materialized in his hand. "He's right," he said, his voice firm. "We can't just sit here." He swung the blade with renewed purpose. "We are still alive." Our hero was taken aback by their resolve. Hoyong, however, remained calm. It was the simple truth. Refusing the mission meant never going back. He saw it in all of them. Each had faced their regrets and chosen to return. A faint smile touched his lips. It was by supporting each other that they were all growing stronger. Just then, the portal before them shimmered with a brilliant light. The group turned as a familiar voice boomed through the hall. The 10th floor mission would begin shortly. He stared into the swirling gate as the system announced the next trial, a dimensional test. The portal revealed a sprawling city, as players were assigned to specific zones. The team stood before the gateway, preparing to step into another dimension. Their destination was a world known as Mirim. Glimpses of 3 great armies flickered within the portal. The system detailed a massive war between the orthodox, unorthodox, and demonic factions. Every player would be forced to join one of them. Beside the group, Clark was already lost in thought, calculating the best way to pitch a tent. Our protagonist frowned. Mirim? Wasn't that his master's homeland? He clutched his coat, his mind racing. If this world was anything like the master's stories, he pictured the old man, just beyond the gate. A hopeful smile bloomed on his face. Could this be their chance for a fateful reunion? He glanced at his sword with grim determination. He'd only scratched the surface of the shadowless soul hunt technique due to a lack of time. Gripping the hilt tightly, a single thought consumed him. I have to meet him again. He recalled the ferocious black blood wolf. If he could perfect his technique, perhaps he could reach a level where he could slay it in a single. Flawless strike. The system's voice cut through his thoughts. Players, choose the faction you will join. The team gathered before the portal. Hoyong grinned. Well, I think my choice is pretty obvious. After a quick discussion, the lines were drawn. Junho and Clark pledged their allegiance to the orthodox faction. Meanwhile, Kyle, Yongwu, and Lizzie cast their lot with the unorthodox faction. That left him and Yiziel to enter the demonic cult, with Siowan choosing to join them as well.
Our protagonist tried to look away, but it was too late. Kyle was already hugging his leg, sobbing. Please, take me with you.
The scene shifts to a vast arena in a bustling city. A system message echoed. The mission has begun. Their objective survive for a designated time within their chosen faction. Yiziel stood in the crowd, her eyes wide with shock. Brilliant streams of light rained down from the heavens. The tower's voice announced, Memory implantation sequence. Initiated. Hoyang watched as the torrent of memories descended upon them. Glowing puzzle pieces materialized above everyone's heads. A knowing smile spread across his face. This place? This was the divine cult of the heavenly demon. A sense of destiny washed over our protagonist. From this day forward, They were all disciples of the heavenly demon divine cult. But could they survive the brutal trials of the heavenly demon's path? Glancing around, Seowon noted that true martial artists were scattered among the ordinary players.
The protagonist's brow furrowed. He could feel the immense power radiating from their collective energies.
Every single one of them was at least an advanced level player. His eyes reflected the silhouette of one man in particular, a practitioner whose energy felt impossibly out of reach. That man strode before the crowd, his voice booming. "We are glad to welcome you." Surrounded by a crushing aura, he declared, "I am Ted, the chief examiner for the path of the heavenly."
Hoyong instantly recognized the imposing figure from the crowd.
This was the man in charge of the test, one of the 12 revered elders of the heavenly demon divine cult. Picturing Ted standing atop a mountain of corpses, the boy recalled the legends. He hadn't stepped onto a battlefield for nearly 7 years, but his devastating palm technique could still annihilate anyone in his path. He was one of the divine cult's supreme martial artists. The examiner stood before the hopefuls, his voice cutting through the tension. "As you know, the heavenly path consists of 5 grueling trials. Those who reach the 3rd will earn the right to become servants of the divine cult. So, it is in your best interest to give this your absolute all." Standing before them all, he sneered. "The beginning of the heavenly demon path is all about weeding out the trash." Raising a single finger, the man commanded, "It is time to begin. Acolyte number 1, step forward." The girl confidently drew her sword. A moment later, she was sent flying back from a single blow to her stomach as the stranger landed gracefully. With a contemptuous wave, Ted declared the previous attempt trash. Then his voice echoed across the arena. Next, the main character watched him soar away. So this man was the chief examiner for the path of the heavenly demon. And this was the very first test, a trial designed to check each acolyte personally, a method that had increased the cult's number of servants several times over. Seowon crossed her arms, whispering, "This is actually a pretty good idea. We're going to return to the tower eventually anyway." The protagonist glanced at his mission screen. "Perhaps," he answered. "This could be one way through, since the 10th floor mission is simply about survival." A faint smile played on his lips. Hoyong met his friend's surprised look and asked, "Do you really want to pass this as a slave?" Smiling, she shot back, "Not in this life." In a flash, Ted appeared right in front of them. "You dare to chat during the sacred heavenly path." A suffocating dark mana poured from him as he spoke. "I see. You are issuing a challenge." Above them, dark clouds began to swirl. The examiner stood before the girl, his gaze piercing. "What is your name?" Frowning, he declared. "From this day forward, Seo, you will forget that name. It no longer belongs to you." The protagonist watched them intently. He had assumed she was just another slave, but it was clear she had no intention of giving up so easily. Looking at his defiant friend, a thought crossed his mind. She had never even held a sword in her life. How could she possibly pass this first trial? Seowon was unfazed. "Enough standing around," she growled. Baring her teeth, she launched herself off the ground. Seowon brought her sword down in a wild arc right at the examiner. Ted stopped the blade between 2 fingers, unimpressed. "No technique. She's just swinging it," he thought. Then, his eyes widened. A bullet slammed into his forehead. The girl now held a sword and a smoking gun. The crowd stared in utter disbelief. Hoyong was stunned, thinking, "She's crazy. How could she possibly explain a gun appearing from nowhere in the world of Miram?" As his friend fired again, he realized she was basically screaming that she came from another world. The man's hand shot out and grabbed her by the neck. Frowning, the examiner asked, "Is that the finger-snapping technique?" "Releasing the girl," he said with a hint of approval. "Not bad." Ted walked away from her, his voice echoing across the arena as he announced, "She passes." The dumbfounded protagonist stood in the crowd, the pieces finally clicking into place. Of course. He didn't see a gun. He pictured Seo Yeon aiming with her hand and realized the tower must have disguised the attack, making it look like she was firing energy from her fingertips. Placing a hand over his chest, the protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her recklessness sometimes played right into their hands. Hoyong opened his eyes slightly as he heard her voice. "Judging by that smile, I'd say you enjoyed watching me suffer." Seo rubbed her neck, a grin spreading across her face. "You can laugh all you want, because you're next." The young man stepped into the arena, facing the examiner head-on. The protagonist's expression hardened. In his mind's eye, Ted became a colossal figure. Standing before him felt like trying to face an entire mountain range. He imagined an insect facing down predators. He was not as strong as the master. But for the insect, it makes no difference whether it faces a tiger or a wolf. Both were overwhelmingly stronger. So how? How should he even begin his attack? The man's stern voice cut through his thoughts. "Are you really here just to stare at me?" Hoyong remained calm, making a decision. He would start with water attacks. The boy launched himself off the ground. Ted sidestepped the attack with ease. The protagonist immediately followed up, swinging his sword with all his might. The examiner effortlessly evaded every single blow. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist wondered what was happening. It was like he was being mocked, shown that his current techniques could never even touch him. The examiner's actions felt like his master's voice, full of lessons. The man stood silently in the arena's center, gathering mana in his own hand. Ted noted the boy's power was decent, but far from special. It was time to end this little display. A heavy sigh escaped Hoyong's lips. He thrust his sword forward with deadly certainty. This man was a monster, one who could have killed Yin in a single blow. His water technique was hopeless from the very beginning. The protagonist stood before him, stealing his resolve. He may be just an insignificant firefly now, but he was still the successor to the heavenly demon, a fact he could not forget. He began to pour all his mana into the sword. The protagonist decided it was time to show him his true potential. The examiner's eyes widened in surprise. Hoyong advanced, his expression hardening. Even if it's just a glimpse, he thought, I'll show him. With a burst of power, the boy launched himself into the air. The main character swung his blade with all his might. This was the spirit of the heavenly demon's successor. Ted was stunned. This technique, he recognized it. Later, the protagonist walked silently through the deep woods. Hoyong's gaze was lost in thought, fixed on the path ahead. He approached the examiner, sword at the ready. The tip of his blade just barely touched a hairpin. With a flick, the guy's hair was unbound. The man extended his own sword towards his shocked opponent. In that instant, the protagonist froze, unable to move. Ted brought the cold steel to his neck and spoke. You pass. Walking beneath the trees, the protagonist reflected on the test. He hadn't landed a single hit, yet he was relieved to have passed the first trial. Hoyong looked up at the sky, a hint of sadness in his eyes, stopping before a secluded house. He wondered why the examiner had summoned him so late. Ted stood with his arms crossed. Your internal energy is far too low. The examiner sat across from the boy, his words sharp. The reason, he began, is because you've learned some bizarre cultivation technique, one that's completely unknown even to the dogs of the divine cult. A frown creased the protagonist's face. Was he really trying to rattle him? Was he going to fail simply due to a lack of internal energy? The main character pulled up his status window. The magical power they called internal energy here was supposed to increase every time he leveled up. But the problem was, he was only level 8. He closed his eyes, his resolve hardening. To hell with the leveling penalty. He'd thought it was a huge advantage, but it was the very thing holding him back. Hoyong watched as the examiner suddenly placed a hand on his arm. What are you doing? Removing his hand. Ted touched his own chin in thought. This is very strange.
Your meridians aren't blocked at all. In fact, your body's constitution is perfect for accumulating internal energy.
He recalled the boy's final, desperate sword swing. If I'm not mistaken, he thought, that sword technique actually exists. But that should be impossible. He'd never heard of the Almighty taking any disciples. Looking at the confused protagonist, the examiner mused. Besides, he would never accept someone with so little internal energy as his student. The man stared at the surprised boy. Could it be? Was he truly a secret disciple of the Almighty? Ted envisioned a massive crowd, hands raised in the air, shouting in unison that the heavenly demon had descended. He saw legions of demons bowing before their new master. He pictured Hoyong standing on that grand stage, becoming the true heir of the heavenly demon, the revered leader of a cult ruling 10,000 mountains. The examiner's vision shifted, seeing the protagonist frowning, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. The man knew the second stage of the path of the heavenly demon was a trial that someone with such low internal energy could never pass. And in that case, failure meant becoming a slave. He could be the successor, as absurd as it sounded. But right now, there was no other path forward. Do I really have to use that? The protagonist put a hand to his head. I feel tired, he said. I should go. Ted opened an ornate box. Inside was a single plant root. Eat this, the examiner ordered. It is a 100-year-old ginseng. If you consume it, you will gain the equivalent of 10 years of internal energy. Standing over the boy, the examiner explained himself. This is a gift. That sword technique of yours impressed me. Don't read anything else into it. The protagonist accepted the box, his eyes wide with astonishment. Ted placed his hands on the boy's shoulders. Now, you must follow my instructions exactly. Circulate the energy throughout your body. He poured his own mana into the boy's back. Hoyong clasped his hands, focusing his mind. A blinding flash enveloped them. The main character now sat within a whirlwind of power. Closing his eyes, the protagonist heard the examiner's voice. These are the fundamentals of the art of the shining life. Could this truly be happening? Stretching his back, the man's focus sharpened. He couldn't afford a single mistake. This path he had chosen couldn't end in failure. Not only had the elder trusted him with 100-year-old snow ginseng to boost his energy, but he was also sharing the divine cult's most profound and secret techniques. Holding the sacred text, the boy knew this was the shining life force of the cult's martial arts. And he couldn't fathom how he'd earned such a monumental favor. Mana coursed through him, and he wondered if his swordsmanship had truly impressed the elder, or if this was just a stroke of impossible luck. Beneath the moonlit sky, he recalled a vital lesson from the academy. Whatever the reason, an opportunity like this must be seized. The scene shifts to the hallowed grounds of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. On the second day, under the blazing midday sun, our protagonist observed the arena, noting that the cadets who survived the first trial were either training alone or desperately resting before the next ordeal began. Eel tied back her hair and remarked to her friends, "I guess all the other contestants were disqualified." Suddenly, a stone hurtled past Hoyong's head, followed by a deafening explosion behind him. The other cadets stared, their faces pale with fear. Through a fresh hole blasted in the wall, Chase swaggered forward. "Things are certainly heating up," he sneered, "especially for those who don't belong here." He clutched his head in mock disbelief. "Stupid outsiders! How dare you dodge my attack?" Our main character's eyes narrowed. He analyzed the greenish aura simmering around his opponent, realizing he was from the notorious Blood Tribe. His lineage and power were on a completely different level, one of the top cadets. So what could he possibly want from them? The boy scoffed. "I have no idea how a loser like you even managed to join the divine cult of the heavenly demon." Chase's eyes snapped open, filled with menace. "It seems we have some chatty fools here, who are eager to die." Brushing dust from her sleeve, Sean shot back. "Are you deaf?" She tilted her head, a dangerous glint in her eye. "Why are you asking so many pointless questions?" Veins bulged on the boy's neck as he smirked, reaching a hand toward her hip. "You have a sharp tongue," Chase hissed. In a flash, Seowon's weapon was out, its barrel pressed firmly against his forehead. "Will this be enough to knock the arrogance out of your head?" she asked coldly. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword. "I was wondering the same thing. Which is faster, your finger? Or my blade?" Our protagonist raised a hand, stepping between them. "Stop!" With all eyes on him, he declared, "Causing trouble during the heavenly demon's trials is a foolish idea." But internally, he knew the grim truth if they fought. Still, they had to wait for a better opportunity. As he held his ground, the bully's voice cut in. "Looks like you're just a coward after all. We'll show you mercy for now. You won't pass the second trial anyway." Hoyong's mind raced. To survive, he had to either gain more power through training or use every single tool at his disposal. The antagonist's gaze lingered on the girl. Though, if you think about it, she's quite beautiful, despite that sharp tongue of hers. Licking his lips, Chase made a vile declaration. "I've made my decision. When this trial is over, you will become my slave." Seowon was stunned into silence by his sheer audacity. "You should be ready," he warned. The fiend smirked. "Taming beasts with a bad attitude is my specialty." A deadly seriousness filled our protagonist's eyes. His hand tightened on his sword, rage boiling inside him. This lunatic had gone too far. But just then, a figure of authority walked up the steps. "All of you, return to your position." As Chase walked away, he glanced over his shoulder. "We'll be seeing each other again very soon." The group stared after him, their fists clenched in fury as the sun beat down on the courtyard. The examiner stood before the cadets, his voice echoing through the arena. "This day will be one of the most important turning points of your lives. The novices who pass this test will be permitted to study the advanced techniques of the divine cult." Sweat dripped from their brows. It was already scorching hot, Hoyong thought. But after dealing with that fool, the heat had become truly unbearable. He had done well to restrain himself. The time would come to teach him a lesson. He then noticed bottles being passed around and sighed in relief. "Finally, they've given us water." Our main character drank calmly, feeling much better. They had never been told the true nature of this test. As the liquid settled inside him, a violent inferno erupted in his veins. The stunned protagonist fought back a wave of nausea. Ted stood before the suffering crowd and announced, "The second test has begun. Your goal is to cleanse yourselves of the poison you just drank, using nothing but your own energy." The man gritted his teeth in agony. The examiner watched the boy clutch his throat, thinking, "I gave him a little help, but I'm not sure if it will be enough for him to pass this trial. He must prove himself, especially if he is truly the successor of the Great One." Suddenly, a notification flared to life in Hoyong's mind. "The skill, immunity to 10,000 poisons, has been activated." His eyes shot open. Ted appeared before the boy, a look of pure shock on his face. "Did you really get rid of all the poison already?" With calm resolve, the protagonist clasped his hands, revealing he was prepared for anything lurking in the water, which made purging the poison a simple task. A memory surfaced of a flame in his hand, a reminder of when he consumed the essence of the black blood wolf on the 9th floor, granting him a body with immunity to 10,000 poisons. As energy surged within him, the protagonist realized that while he was trying to grasp the brilliant life force of the sacred art, he lacked the internal mana to overcome such a deadly poison on his own. Without that immunity, this could have ended very differently. Hoyong stood before the man, satisfied he'd passed the trial without any real effort. Ted stared back in utter disbelief, thinking it was absolutely astonishing. Even after giving him a 100-year-old ginseng and the sacred art of shining life, one would need the internal energy of a first-class warrior to neutralize venom that fast. How could he possibly have gathered so much power in just 1 hour? The examiner stroked his beard, his thoughts drifting. He pictured the Grand Master standing before the Great Hall. Seeing a disciple bow deeply, he mused that such a feat was possible if his talent was chosen by the heavens. Perhaps this boy truly was his disciple. The other cadet walked towards them as the protagonist looked away. Chase wiped his chin, declaring he was done. Ted just laughed. The examiner stood before the cadets and announced that this year's recruits were exceptional. I never would have believed that first and second place could conquer the poison so quickly. As he congratulated them on joining the divine cult, the other boy scowled, already anticipating the challenges ahead. He strode forward to address the elder. Chase cupped his fists and asked if he could request another trial. The boy's brow furrowed as he declared his wish to retake the test with a double dose of poison. A nearby cadet paled, thinking a double dose was a death wish. He almost died from the first. The man's face hardened. How dare a cadet behave with such arrogance? The elder's gaze turned serious. Explain yourself. Why make such a request? Sweat dripped from the boy's brow as he replied. I feel I haven't reached my true potential. I want to prove my worth under greater pressure. Pointing a defiant finger at the protagonist, he added, and I want to do it alongside the one who expelled the poison first. Chase grinned wickedly, his mind filled with the praise he'd always received as the future of the blood tribe. Since childhood, he had consumed powerful elixirs and cultivated his internal energy with the blood tribe's exclusive techniques. He glared at his stoic opponent, thinking, how could this nobody's internal energy possibly be greater than mine? Impossible, he thought, picturing Hoyong's face cracking under pressure. He must have used some kind of trick, or he was just absurdly lucky. Even he would have a difficult time enduring a double dose. No matter what ploys he used, he was the future of the blood tribe. The cadet clenched his fist, vowing he was the true future of the divine cult, and would completely crush him. Closing his eyes, Ted acknowledged that a strong spirit was expected from the high-ranking tribes, but this crossed a line. That won't be necessary, he started to say, but the protagonist interrupted him. I agree, Chase smirked. Then I'd like to make a small adjustment to the dosage. He was certain a double portion was far too much for his rival. The protagonist simply held up 3 fingers. His gaze was unwavering as he said, let's make it 3 times the amount. The cadets were stunned. Ted stared at him in complete shock. His opponent was sweating bullets. As the sun beat down on the building, Hoyong calmly announced, I'm finished. Chase's body tensed, his mind screaming. He's done already. He sat there, convinced this was impossible. It had to be an accident. He bit his lip, drawing blood. Could a nobody like him really be superior to me? How is that even possible? He writhed in fury, unable to comprehend it. Suddenly, Chase coughed up a spray of blood. He looked at Hoyong in terror, who simply watched his opponent. With a faint smile, the protagonist watched the cadet collapse, unconscious. He reflected on how this unexpected extra round ended in his easy victory, all thanks to his immunity to 10,000 poisons. A screen projected from the building, announcing that since Chase couldn't withstand the triple dose, he was rushed to the medical department and fortunately saved. He noticed Yol putting a hand to her head. It seemed the female cadets had also finally finished their task. Gazing upon the remaining cadets, Hoyong contemplated what their futures held. Their fates were now sealed. They would either become slaves or rise as official warriors. As dragonflies danced over the arena, the narrative confirmed that the second test of the path of the heavenly demon had officially ended. We cut to the next day at the cadet accommodations, where a hushed conversation about a mystical creature was underway. A cadet pointed to his own head. It has horns, he explained. It's a head taller than a man, and it jumps like a rabbit. He was unbelievably fast. Even my agility skill couldn't keep up. Stroking his chin, the main character recalled their description. Taller than a man, and able to leap like hares. He was disgusted, remembering the cadet's words, that these mystical creatures were in... A cold sweat trickled down his neck. He knew exactly who they were talking about. Hoyong pictured Kangasu's innocent, smiling face. He remembered telling him to go play in the forest. But the loyal creature always returned before dawn. Lying on his bed, Chase's voice was sharp. Where did you see this mystical creature? The cadet gripped a towel furiously. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he nervously replied, Last night, from behind a door. Hoyong watched them conspire. They were in the dead of night, in that same forest. I swear, the cadet insisted. I saw it right. Click. Chase opened a small, ornate box. Inside, a single flower pulsed with light. A system notification appeared, Snowflower. Its name came from its bloom, resembling delicate snowflakes with an otherworldly aroma. A legendary delicacy for mystical creatures. Chase planted the bait in the soil, smirking. This is a temptation they can't possibly dream of resisting. It was an exceptionally rare plant. The worried cadet raised his hands in protest. Are you sure this is all right? What if we're caught? I heard this flower is priceless. Chase's expression hardened into a deep frown. He imagined the creature's core, swirling with mana. The essence of a mystical beast contained pure energy, far surpassing what any man-made elixir could offer. A bead of sweat traced a path down his temple. If I can just absorb that massive energy, I'll reclaim my title as the strongest of the Blood Tribe's new generation. Chase stood before his lackeys, his voice cold. Now, we disappear into the shadows, and we wait for our prey to arrive. Frowning from his hiding spot, Hoyong scoffed. So that's their grand plan. He sat with Kangasu, a calm smile on his face. It's a beautiful evening, isn't it? Why don't we get a little practice in? As Chase's men hid in the bushes, Kangasu watched from a perfect ambush point. Behind a tree, Hoyong's expression was deadly serious. He raised 2 fingers. Then he pointed forward. The signal was given. In a flash, Kangasu darted toward the flower. The creature inspected the glowing plant. Chase's eyes narrowed. With a burst of force, he launched himself from the ground. Soaring above the animal, he roared, Got you! A triumphant grin stretched across his face. Thank you for the essence, you fool.
The cadets began to celebrate their victory, but Kangasu simply held the flower in his teeth and vanished, watching from afar. Hoyong smiled.
Hoyong had activated his skill, Pet Recall. The kangaroo dissolved into particles of light. Chase's victorious smile froze into one of utter shock. Against the towering cliffs, a panicked voice cried out, Wait, where did the magical creature go? Hoyong gently petted Kangasu's head. How could anyone call you ugly? He murmured. You're the most amazing creature I know. You did a great job grabbing that snowflower. His feet landed softly back on the forest floor. Hoyong studied the luminous plant. Is this really such a priceless elixir? His gaze then shifted to his pet, who was staring at it with longing. He could almost see Kangasu drooling. Without hesitation, Hoyong handed the flower over. Here, you take it. This will benefit you far more. The pet devoured the plant in a ravenous frenzy. Hoyong wondered what had gotten into it. He then recalled a simple truth: taking elixirs of the same grade offers diminishing returns. Feeding it to Kangasu was the right call. Hoyong placed a hand on his pet. I will help you with your energy circulation. Let's make sure every drop of this power is absorbed. A brilliant light enveloped his palms as he activated his sacred art, Shining Life Force. Hoyong watched Kangasu, his expression suddenly filled with concern. Veins pulsed on his hand as he felt the overwhelming mana. He ate a single snowflower? But it feels like he swallowed a 100-year-old snow ginseng. A blinding light erupted from Kangasu's small body. Hoyong crouched low, steadying himself against the ground. Streams of pure light swirled around the pet's head. Sweat poured down Hoyong's face. This is beyond anything I expected. Kangasu's mouth opened wide, letting out a primal roar. Hoyong could only think, I've only ever read about this happening. New muscles swelled on Kangasu's arms. Veins bulged on his powerful thighs. The pet stood with fists clenched tight. A wide, confident smile spread across its face, and Hoyong realized, this is body reformation. Kangasu crouched low, his new voice booming. This power, it's surging from within. He then shot upwards, blasting into the sky like a rocket. Hoyong stared, breathless. For an elixir to have such a profound effect, he really is a mythical creature. A sudden worry creased his brow. His body's changed, but what happened to his smaller form? A nervous sweat began to trickle down his face. He pictured a tiny, overly muscular kangaroo. No way. It can't be. As the transformed beast met his gaze, Hoyong called out, Hey, try shrinking. Instantly, the small animal began to plummet from the sky. Hoyong lunged forward, his hands outstretched to make the catch.
The protagonist smiled, a thought echoing in his mind. Nothing had changed at all.
He gently poked its belly, noticing it had gotten a little chubbier. The boy's face flushed as he realized what that truly meant.
Kangasu perched on his shoulder as Hoyong commented on how much cuter it had become, thinking that he hadn't lost a thing.
Our hero stared forward with confidence. He couldn't summon his companion on the path of the heavenly demon, but he eagerly awaited their future battles. The protagonist simply turned his back. The kangaroo whined for him to stop. Just as sunlight bathed the grand demon god archives, a man stood before the young warriors, his voice ringing with authority. "You are no longer mere cadets," he declared, "but official warriors of the heavenly demon divine cult." The mentor in the bandana spoke, announcing a special opportunity before the third trial of the cult began. A glimmer of hope ignited in the boy's eyes.
He pushed the massive doors open, explaining, "For the next 4 days, you are granted access to the entire third floor of the Demon God Archives."
Towering bookshelves filled the chamber. The trainees grinned, their anticipation palpable. They surged forward as the rules were laid out. 4 days to study any martial arts manual on the third floor. But copying them was forbidden. And the penalty for getting caught was immediate execution. The boys erupted in cheers around Hoyong, thrilled to finally study the legendary arts. When their master roared, "You scum, maintain order," a thought crossed the young man's mind. They were given access to the third floor before the third trial. The protagonist stroked his chin, based on his memories. The third floor contained only low-ranking manuals, techniques even slaves could learn. He pictured dusty tomes with worn, tattered bindings. Then, an image of a crimson book flashed in his mind. He recalled that a supreme art, studied even by the cult leader, was hidden here. The very essence of the heavenly demon divine cult, concealed within a mobility art. The two rivals locked eyes. Hoyong knew exactly what this meant, from his knowledge of the heavenly demon path. The third trial was an arena, where they would fight an opponent of their own choosing.
The dark-haired boy smirked, a realization dawning on him.
Granting them access to the third floor could only mean one thing. This mobility art would be the key to passing the third trial. Suddenly, someone roughly brushed past the protagonist's shoulder.
Chase glared at him with pure hostility. "Feeling relaxed because you passed the second trial first?" he sneered. "You should enjoy it while it lasts." The
boy turned his back, but our protagonist just scoffed internally. What an arrogant fool, assuming he'd even be chosen as an opponent. As Chase walked away, Hoyong noted that despite his disgusting attitude, the boy possessed a formidable amount of energy. The protagonist's gaze returned to the bookshelves. The mobility art he needed for the third trial had just become infinitely more important. A system notification materialized before his eyes. The books on the third floor of the Demon God Archives would now display star ratings, a process that was already complete. In an instant, brilliant symbols of light appeared next to every tome. The protagonist touched a shelf, a grin spreading across his face. "Incredible," he thought. "The guide has done all the work for me." He spotted the blonde girl sitting among the shelves, and it seemed the trial on the 9th floor had ignited a new fire within her. Hoyong's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw the stack of books beside her, realizing every single tome she'd chosen had a pathetically low rating. He walked over to Yeol, remarking, "You're working hard." The blonde looked up, her expression resolute. "I have to," she replied. "If I want any chance of becoming stronger," she turned, looking over her shoulder with determination. "I want to be able to truly help you and our team." The protagonist listened intently. Her earnest words struck a deep chord within him.
It was like a balm to his soul, a moment of profound peace. This, he mused, was the true heart of a healer.
Our hero spoke up, offering her a different book. "Try reading this," he said. "I think it will suit you."
Hong's expression was serious as he presented the tome. He knew Moonwalk was the highest-rated art in this section. Of course, a deeper search could reveal even greater treasures.
But this was far more useful than anything she was currently reading. The girl accepted the heavy book, reading its title aloud. She clutched it to her chest. "I don't know why you're recommending this," she said with a small smile. "But your advice has never led me wrong before." Hoyong closed his eyes, a gentle smile on his face. "Don't worry about it," he said, wondering if his excuse sounded convincing enough. As he turned to find his own books, he failed to notice a pair of eyes watching them from the shadows.
With a sigh, Yiziel wished him luck, but Seo Yan's gaze hardened. All he saw were shelves of pathetic, low-ranked books.
The main character stood among the archives, wondering if some mediocre fool wrote all this. When a voice suddenly called out to him, his eyes darted to the side, instantly recognizing the girl who had approached. Seo Yan now stood before him. "Could you give one to me, too?" she asked. He paused. "What did you say?" The dark-haired girl simply repeated her earnest request. She closed her eyes, placing her faith in him. "Please choose a book for me, too." Hoyong's expression was one of pure shock.
4 days later, rain poured from the heavens. The cadets gathered before the grand arena as an announcement echoed through the storm. The third trial of the Heavenly Demon Path was about to begin.
The bearded instructor's voice boomed. "The rules are simple. You just need to defeat your opponent." He gestured to the square stage. Fall from the wooden pillars, and you lose. Use the mobility arts you learned in the Demon God's archive. The boy stood before the treacherous pillars, his gaze steady.
Our hero stared ahead, a single thought dominating his mind. The mobility art you chose would be the deciding factor in this trial.
His gaze shifted. An opponent stepped into a puddle, then launched himself upward. Chase landed nimbly on a pillar, like a predator claiming his territory. With a flash of steel, he drew his sword. The blade pointed directly at Hoyong. Chase's voice was ice. "Step aside!"
Hoyong's concentration sharpened, ignoring the cold rain that drenched the arena.
The two rivals stood in opposition. Chase held his sword with an air of boredom. "You know," he sighed, "my life until now has been rather dull." He spoke of a lonely path to greatness. "Everyone I've met recently, no matter how talented, has been far too weak." His eyes blazed with contempt. "Everywhere I go, I find only pathetic fools lying at my feet." Chase raised his blade, his voice laced with arrogance. "I thought this path of the heavenly demon
would just be another way to kill time. Become the best cadet, take a few slaves to relieve my boredom." Our hero watched him, his expression hardening.
His opponent's eyes flashed with a hunter's glee. He recalled their last meeting, then swung his blade, unleashing an attack on Hoyong. A twisted smile crept onto his face. "But all of that became meaningless. The moment you appeared, Hoyong," as the rain fell, he spoke with chilling sincerity. "Thank you. You've filled me with a desire I've never felt before." At that moment, lightning split the sky. In a flash, Chase appeared behind our hero. Hoyong gritted his teeth, danger screaming in his senses. Atop the pillars, his opponent's voice rose to a roar. "A burning desire to kill you." His speed was so immense, even the raindrops were cut in two. He was in front of Hoyong in an instant. A thin, red line appeared on our hero's chest. Hoyong clutched the wound, his mind reeling. His technique is so perfect it can slice through water itself. It was only one attack, but I felt its overwhelming power. A suffocating, ominous aura exploded from his opponent. Hoyong thought, "I can feel it." His terrifying strength. Hoyong's breath caught in his throat, but as a drop of rain fell from his chin, a new resolve formed. "Even so, today is the day I will make you fall." He could almost see Chase licking his lips with anticipation. "Haven't you heard taming wild beasts is my specialty?" Hoyong's pupils narrowed to slits. The two warriors were locked in a deadly standoff. Clang, their swords clashed again and again. Hoyong glared at his opponent with unyielding fire. An evil smirk grew on Chase's face. "Is this all you've got?" "Just as I suspected. What you did in the second trial was nothing but a cheap trick." Their feet landed side by side on a narrow pillar. "By the way," Chase added, "there's something you should know." The pillar before Hoyong was suddenly empty. His opponent's voice echoed. "The mobility art I learned was written by one of the 12 Supremes," and as those words faded, Chase reappeared right before his eyes, vanished again in a heartbeat. Illusions of colorful divine beasts rushed towards our hero. It was the 4-God-step technique. Hoyong's focus was absolute. He remembered seeing a book with that very name in the archives. It was a 4-star technique. As Chase leveled his sword, Hoyong's heart filled with frustration. He's already blessed by his lineage, and on top of that, he gets this kind of luck. This world is truly unfair. The boy planted his feet firmly on the pillar. A brilliant purple aura erupted around him. He activated the high-ranking shadowless step technique. "But on the other hand, I'm glad it's you." The opponent stared in shock. "What is that?" He remembered the moment he first laid eyes on the book. As soon as he read the title, Shadowless Step, he felt a strange connection. And the more he read, the more certain he became. The one who wrote this divine art was his own master. Chase was stunned. "You found a decent mobility art. In which corner did you dig that up?" Vincent stood before the boy, explaining what a pity it was. His oath to the tower bound his hands. He was forbidden from teaching its sacred sword techniques. But Hoyong just smiled, a spark of understanding in his eyes. It all clicked into place. The Shadowless Step was actually the Shadowless Soul hunting sword technique. He flowed across the arena with impossible speed. This stage was undeniably his master's creation. He appeared in a flash at his opponent's side. He pictured Vincent in the manual's pages. Recalling the 24 wooden pillars, the design was sketched perfectly in the second part of the Shadowless Step. Hoyong effortlessly weaved through Chase's relentless assault. "You slippery vine!" his opponent roared in frustration. A blade whistled past the boy's face as he replied, "I'll take that as a compliment." He explained that a vine was a marvel, capable of devouring 1,000 mosquito larvae in a single day. Hoyong materialized before his foe, who could only stammer. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chase bellowed and lunged forward once more. The relentless pressure forced the protagonist backward, but Chase's eyes only burned with more fury. Hoyong's pupils narrowed. He could see it now. While Chase was advancing, the flow of his attacks was rough and uneven. The youth sidestepped another attack. The four-warrior step was a peerless art of agility, but it showed its true worth on solid ground. In this arena, he could only unleash 70% of its power. Chase gritted his teeth as a sharp blow finally connected. He was sent flying back, but the protagonist gave him no time to recover. Closing the distance in an instant, crimson lines bloomed across Chase's chest as Hoyong declared, "This is practically my home ground." His opponent grimaced, the bitter truth dawning on him. "Did I lose?" His body began to fall, arms reaching for the sky, for the ground he so desperately needed. The clouds above seemed to part as Chase thought. Just how terrifying is this technique? The young man landed gracefully on a pillar. He brushed back his hair and let out a silent breath. He had won. He looked down at the others, standing tall on the pillar before them. He knew he had succeeded. Seowon stared up, her gaze piercing. "That bastard," she thought. "He took the best book after all." The arbiter raised a hand, his voice ringing out. "Hoyong is the victor. The next challenger may now choose their opponent." Ted looked on in awe. Right now, at this very moment, he was witnessing the birth of the next supreme. The protagonist flexed his fingers as the sun's rays bathed the arena in light. He stood with his back to the crowd. He envisioned the coming battles. Sensing that the 10th floor could become a day of blood, he recalled Ted, a mysterious box in his hands. He remembered sitting, waiting, preparing. An image of a muscular, smiling Kangasu appeared in his mind. He remembered mastering the shadowless step. The protagonist clenched his fist. This floor was a crucible, a place where he had acquired immense knowledge and power. Sean had also won her match with ease, using her advantage as a long-range attacker to dominate her foe. He pictured the girl overwhelming her enemy, her main skill, arc strike, sealing her victory. Seo Yan crossed her arms, claiming the book he chose for her was useless. But he could see the truth: she had already reached a higher plane of power. A girl stood on a pillar before him. He knew that this time, it was Yeo's turn. The protagonist watched with keen interest. Most of the others were physically stronger than her, but she was incredibly sharp. With the moonwalk technique he'd given her, she could defeat the majority of them. Then, his expression turned to one of horror. The blonde warrior was lying crumpled on the ground. "Yeo!" he shouted, rushing to lift her head. He gritted his teeth, looking away from the devastating sight. On a pillar nearby stood another figure, a sword resting on his shoulder as he stared ahead. Chase took a step forward as the protagonist explained. "If anyone were to ask who the strongest cadet is among those on the Sky Demon path, it would be him, the future of the fearsome blood tribe." The protagonist stood firm and added, "And I, who defeated Chase so convincingly, am also considered among the strong." Hoyong's eyes blazed with anger as he concluded. But the name that most cadets truly remember is a different one entirely. On the pillar before them stood a young man holding a sword. This was Rick, the first son of the Blade tribe. The group was gathered around Yeo's bed in the medical room of the Sky Demon Divine Cult. The protagonist couldn't help but think that she had faced the most fearsome opponent of them all. He and Sean looked at their friend with concern. "Yeo," he said gently. "Are you all right?" The blonde looked away, guilt welling in her eyes. "I lost. Didn't I?" she whispered. "Even with the book you recommended?" He wrung out a cool, damp cloth. Placing it gently on Yeo's forehead, he urged her, "Your opponent was on another level. Don't dwell on it. Just focus on recovering." Sitting by his friend's bedside, Hoyong added softly, "Not long ago, you were a normal office worker. To stand on the same stage as those who fight for their very lives is an incredible feat." A small laugh escaped her lips. "I suppose you're right," she admitted. Her eyes fluttered closed as she playfully warned him. "Don't think you can fool me. I know you kept the best manual for yourself." A bead of sweat trickled down the protagonist's face as the blonde asked, "Is that true?" He stammered. "It's not what you think, but you're not entirely wrong either." "So it is true," his friend declared with a grin. After a moment, Seo just grinned mischievously. Our hero looked at Yale with worry, but she simply said, "He's usually so serious and stern. Seeing him this flustered is kind of cute." Yale hid her smile behind her hand, adding, "It's fine, and honestly, I really liked the moonwalk technique you recommended." She pushed herself up slightly, her expression turning serious. "I can't always depend on you," she declared. "Everyone. Let's give it our all in the trials to come." The blonde's eyes shone with newfound determination. Isel, sitting by the window, exclaimed, "I'll do my best until we're back in the tower." Seo nodded firmly. That was my plan all along. Their gazes all aligned, focused on a single goal. A faint smile touched Hoyong's lips. That's so like her, he thought. The full moon cast a silver glow over the mountains. He thought, Walking the path of the heavenly demon with them would be nice, but they'll find their own way. Our duty is to pass the remaining trials with our head. His thoughts then drifted. He remembered Rick approaching them earlier, asking, "Is she okay? I think I might have hit her too hard." The main character's eyes narrowed in confusion. "Damn it," he cursed internally. "What is with that guy?" As birds soared across the sky, an announcement declared that the third trial of the heavenly demon's path would end the next day. Sunlight bathed the training grounds. Out of 38 duels fought, only half of the cadets now remained. Our hero now stood before Ted in his office. A scroll was placed in Hoyong's hands. He thought, as soon as the third trial finished, the details of the fourth stage were revealed. A blade sliced through a throat. The fourth trial was assassination. Portraits lined the wall with descriptions. The task was clear. Choose a target from the list, prepare meticulously for 2 weeks, and then execute the kill. Suddenly, a system window materialized before the protagonist. It read that the assassination success probability was being calculated based on provided data and his stats. He reread the system's message in his mind. System windows flared to life as the calculation completed. Success percentages appeared next to each portrait. Such detailed calculations, Hoyong thought. His eyes fixed ahead as the examiner began to speak. A box rested before Ted. The one who achieves first place in this trial, he announced, will be rewarded with a sacred artifact from the divine cult. They stood face to face, and the protagonist repeated the words in his mind. A sacred artifact, he mused. If something like this is just an artifact, what would a true treasure look like? The bearded examiner stared ahead, his expression grim. The most critical part of this fourth trial is your choice of target. Choose wisely. He envisioned a warrior facing a simple challenge. Choose a target that's too easy, and you'll pass. But you won't grow. A shadowy figure was impaled by countless spikes as Ted added, but choose a target that's too difficult, and you risk death. He concluded, to survive and grow stronger, you must find the perfect balance in all things. Hoyong gripped the parchment tightly. Which target must I defeat to claim first place? Next to the portrait of a dark-haired man, the number read 30%. The probability is too high, he decided. Watching Rick, he guessed. He'll likely pick a target with 20% or less. The dark-haired young man touched his chin in thought. Picking someone below 10% is just reckless. There's no point if we all just die. So, what's the right move? He stood before the examiner. Ted's gaze was piercing. The test has already begun, the old man thought. Hoyong's eyes widened in surprise. So, what will you do? The examiner's thoughts seemed to challenge him directly. The boy clenched his jaw. Facing the examiner, he made his declaration. I choose Lucas of the Red Death Sect, an unorthodox faction. The man in the portrait seemed to smirk as his deadly statistics flashed into view. As he cursed the target, calling him a filthy animal, the ghostly cries of past victims echoed in his mind. The man merely covered his face and laughed. A twisted, chilling smile spread across his lips as he gazed ahead. Hoyong's jaw tightened, rage burning in his eyes as the target's profile replayed in his mind. Knives, alcohol, a depraved lust, the rapist and murderer of over 10 women. I'll take care of this trash myself. A fist slammed the table as a system alert flared to life, announcing the probability of a successful kill a mere 1%. A heavy aura pressed down from the examiner. This is beyond reckless, he growled. Only the strong possess the right to be angry, he then demanded. Tell me, what do you think your odds are against Lucas? The protagonist faced him down as Ted scoffed. Perhaps 10%. Not even close. Even if you give 200%, the odds would be far worse. The bearded man's eyes blazed with fury. Are you truly willing to throw everything away? But even knowing the stakes, the protagonist opened his mouth to reply. Just because the probability is small doesn't mean it's impossible. The examiner's pupils constricted. The boy stepped forward, his voice ringing with conviction as an inferno blazed in his mind's eye. If my path leads through fire, I will extinguish it. Hoyong saw a vision of razor-sharp thorns. If my path is blocked by thorns, he added, I will cut them all down. He took another defiant step forward. With unwavering resolve, he declared, whatever it takes, I will see my path to its end. Standing directly before Ted now, the old man's expression was taut. Instead of choosing the safe route, he had the sheer arrogance to declare his impossible path was the only one. As the examiner stared, an image of the legendary Vincent materialized behind the boy. He's just a brat who's barely begun his journey in martial arts, he thought. So why do I see the shadow of the Supreme One in him? A faint smile touched Ted's lips. Perhaps it's because it truly is him. The setting sun bathed the road ahead in gold. Inside the carriage, Hong stared out the window. His decision to challenge Lucas wasn't made thoughtlessly. He pictured the ancient book and the mysterious ring. He possessed the manual, and now, Kangasu had finally awakened. Beyond his own growing power, he had several hidden cards that could turn the tables in an instant. As the scenery flew by, he calculated his odds. With 2 weeks of proper preparation, my chance of victory will skyrocket. A smirk played on his lips, and most importantly, he absolutely could not lose the reward the guide had recommended. Then, the main character recalled the system notification. The special reward from Ted would be a massive advantage for the next mission. Taking first place wasn't just an option, it was a necessity. Hoyong's expression was firm. Even so, he thought, 1% is far too generous. Staring out the carriage window, his thoughts were interrupted by a curse. Damn it, are you really going to drag me along for this? The driver gripped the reins, cursing under his breath. Just shut your mouth and watch the road. The protagonist recalled the man's bitter expression. This was Chase, disqualified in the 3rd stage. Now nothing more than a glorified taxi for the 4th test cadets. The main character knew the truth. He pictured the long-haired man with disdain. Calling it the transportation department was far too grand. He was a porter, nothing more. A punishment for incurring the clan's wrath with his humiliating disqualification. Chase seethed with resentment. But Hoyong had brought him along for one specific purpose: killing practice. As the carriage halted beside a grove of trees, the boy considered his options. He wasn't on Lucas's level, not yet. But as a warm-up target, there weren't many other choices. The protagonist slapped the side of the carriage. Stop here! We're making camp for the night! Chase stood beside the horse, baffled. Weird words. He's using them again. Crouching down, the protagonist glanced back. Hey, porter, come get this. The boy's face, he stood his ground, his voice dripping with venom. I may serve you because I lost, but I am still Chase, the future of the blood tribe. Veins bulged on his neck as he yelled, My only role is to deliver you to the mission site. Nothing more. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. Even the horse seemed to cautiously look away. A dark aura flared around Chase. If you dare humiliate me any further, I can't say what I'll do to you. Hoyong simply stared forward, completely unfazed. Just as I expected, he thought. Plunging his hands into the basket, he decided it was time to reveal the world's cruelest truth. He held up a chicken carcass, his voice firm. Those who do not work, do not eat. He pictured the barrier, recalling how inside the tower, basic human needs like sleep, food, and other desires were utterly... A tranquil river snaked through the forest, a peaceful illusion. This place was the 10th floor, yet it existed in a separate dimension, completely outside the tower's laws. And with that realization, a crucial seal was broken. The system's suppression of hunger had just been lifted. Memories of food from his past life flooded Hoyong's mind. And as his hunger raged, a feast materialized before him. A massive cauldron already simmered over a roaring fire. Tying a bandana around his head, the main character announced his plan to cook, noting that 12 years of solitude had made him a master chef. He revealed his secret ingredient oil from a fragrant lotus, a rare mirum seed that looked uncannily like one from Earth. In a flash, a heavy cleaver appeared in his hand. With practiced lightning-fast cuts, he dismembered the chicken, the pieces flying perfectly into the searing oil. The seasoned chicken sizzled and danced in the cauldron. The sound was as pleasant as falling rain, but Hoyong knew the most important step was yet to come. He prepared to anoint the meat with a special secret sauce he had made long ago. Chase looked on in horror, repulsed by the strange dish. Hoyong simply offered a knowing smirk. He placed the finished plate before the cadet, calling it a divine meal that would forever captivate his soul. With a wide grin, the protagonist finally revealed its name, seasoned fried chicken. Hoyong crossed his arms, his expression serious. You are going to be my partner in this assassination. I'd rather starve, Chase shot back, turning away defiantly. What makes you think I'd ever follow your orders? Before he could finish his protest, a piece of chicken was in his mouth. The words died on his lips as his entire body froze in shock. He closed his eyes, overcome with pure bliss. As Chase licked his lips, he finally understood the true meaning of happiness. The cadet began running in pure ecstasy, his arms spread wide as if to embrace the world. Has the world always been this beautiful? He wondered aloud. Seeing his plan had succeeded, Hoyong declared it was time to practice the art of killing. Hoyong's gaze drifted toward the distant mountains, his thoughts turning serious. The two sparred until exhaustion. Looking at the battered Chase, the protagonist decided to call it a day. You're a monster, Chase panted, admitting he'd never lost before. Fighting you? It's like facing a completely new person every time. Wiping sweat from his brow, the cadet confirmed their timeline. The assassination? Is it still 3 days from now? Yes, came the reply. If everything goes according to plan. As the sun set, Chase voiced his doubts. Even with my help, Lucas is in a different league. I can't imagine you succeeding. How will you do it? Hoyong appeared silently behind him. If you're that worried about me, he said calmly, you could always join the fight. Chase spun around, enraged. Worried I'll celebrate for a week if you die. Why would you think I care about you? Leaning back with his hands behind his head, Hoyong sighed. Too bad. I was going to make you more chicken if we succeeded.
A brilliant sparkle lit up Chase's eyes. I never doubted you for a second.
The protagonist held back a smile. He was far simpler than he let on, and reminded him of someone from long ago. As the boy put on his hat, he urged his partner to hurry up, warning that he wouldn't wait.
Sunlight streamed into their carriage as Hoyong wondered how he was doing. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open in shock.
Scattered baskets littered the road ahead. A woman was on her knees before a man, pleading, "Is it true to trade here? We must now pay for protection." She begged for mercy, promising she would pay next month. The man and his cronies just laughed. "Next month? Do you really think we don't know you'll just ask for another extension?" The thugs began to sneer amongst themselves, talking about the newcomers they'd have to break in and how they needed to work harder. Beside the protagonist, Chase scoffed. "These unorthodox bastards are nothing but barbarians. That one looks like a wild boar."
With his back still turned, the leader's voice dripped with menace. You must think I'm joking.
He flexed a powerful arm, roaring his identity. "I am Kyle the Black Bear of the Red Death Sect." What is he doing here? Hoyong wondered aloud, then spoke just loud enough for Kyle to hear. "I'm right behind you." Kyle froze. As he turned back in utter disbelief, tears of shock began to well in his eyes. The protagonist adjusted his hat as a voice boomed his name. Nearby, inside an inn close to the Red Death cult, a man slurping noodles remarked that he was doing quite well. Seated before Kyle, the protagonist declared he truly enjoyed taking money from others, so much so that one might think he was raised in an unorthodox sect. To this, Kyle coolly replied that he was also on a mission. The red-haired man glared at Hoyong. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. The boy answered evenly, "I am also on a mission right now."
At the mere mention of killing, the cadet's eyes narrowed with a deadly focus. Kyle's face was a mask of suspicion. Don't tell me the target is one of my own, he pressed. The chilling answer came back in the affirmative. Sweat dripped from his brow as the protagonist revealed his name was Lucas. The dark-haired man eating noodles paused, then loudly demanded he repeat himself.
Kyle slowly opened his palm, whispering, "You've completely lost your mind," he continued. "You can never defeat him. Did you overestimate your own power? I know you are strong. But Lucas exists on an entirely different level." A fierce glare shot from Hoyong toward his comrade. The protagonist stared into the distance, lost in thought. If Kyle, who knew his strength so well, was this shocked, then his target must be a true monster. This objective fact only. Chase glared at him, his voice dripping with venom. "Are you in league with a bastard from an unorthodox cult?" The protagonist and Kyle both turned their heads as the latter asked who the boy was. He was told, "That is my porter, the cadet with the scar." The red-haired man looked him over with a knowing smirk and simply replied, "I see."
Kyle stepped directly in front of Chase, his presence overwhelming. How dare you call Hoyong by his name? Just because he's a porter, he is my right hand. And for that insolence, I will teach you some discipline.
The man in the headdress looked away, trying to de-escalate. "Calm down," he warned his comrade. "Don't judge him by his appearance. In truth, he is far stronger than he looks." Then the cadet finally spoke, his voice firm. "I am not just a porter." The protagonist watched the explosive tension mount, thinking to himself, "We're in deep trouble now." "I'm nothing but the main character's fart," Chase roared, his fists trembling with humiliation. A cold sweat traced its way down Kyle's face as Hoyong simply stared, his expression frozen in disbelief. The men glared at each other, their bitter argument over their roles in the protagonist's life swallowed by the storm. Outside, the rain fell in sheets, and a single lantern cast a lonely, flickering light at the entrance of the Mooncloud house. High above them all, hidden amongst the rain-slicked leaves, the protagonist sat perched on a branch. His gaze was fixed, his thoughts sharp. The time for the mission had finally come, and this rain was the perfect cover. Below, figures huddled under umbrellas. Hoyong reeled from Kyle's words. Could it be true? Did the great Lucas really frequent a brothel like the Mooncloud house every single day? With a thunderous crack, the doors flew open as the man roared Sophie's name. A terrified servant cowered, shielding his head as he stammered, "He's here!" The young girl clutched the instrument to her chest, her entire body trembling like a leaf in a storm. The protagonist's fiery gaze softened the moment he recognized Lucas. The man just smirked, sticking his tongue out as he gripped the bottle's neck. Kyle crossed his arms, a cynical look on his face. "There's a girl here," he declared, "named Sophie. An aspiring courtesan that fool fell hopelessly in love with." The main character sat in silence. Beside Chase, the question was pressed again. "Just how young is she?" The chilling answer came back. "She looks 16. Hoyong's profile was sharp as a blade, his thoughts colder still. "This man? He's completely unhinged."
Dark figures haunted the building's interior. but a stranger. Darker thought surfaced. Lucas himself was the one who threw Sophie into this hellhole.
A wicked smirk twisted the man's lips as the hero's words echoed, revealing he had masterfully entangled her family in the Red Death cult's dead. An old man knelt behind the girl, the crushing truth finally unveiled. Her father, left with no other path, was forced to sell his only daughter. Lucas dipped his head, a shadow falling over his eyes. "It's a thing of beauty," he whispered. He turned his back with a dismissive wave. "I'm heading to the washroom. Wait for me." The protagonist's gaze burned with menace, his enemy's last words echoing like a war drum in his mind. A deep forest loomed before the manor. Lucas stood half-turned, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the trees. "Who's there?" he demanded. Kyle emerged from the tree line, his voice low. "This is the spot. The young sect leader is here." The young master sneered. "A newbie. What are you doing in my territory?" Instantly, the man's face burned with shame as his bottle was cleaved in two. Like a phantom, the protagonist materialized at his back. The man whirled around, his instincts screaming danger. At that same moment, Ho's eyes were locked on the bottle's fragments. But the one who now...
Kyle charged towards Chase like a freight train, but the man just sneered. "Look at the wild boar," he warned. "Take one more step, and you'll regret it."
The main character's eyes darted to his friends hiding behind a tree. Their desperate shouts echoed. "It's gone this far. You have to win. If you lose, we're all dead." The young man had to wonder, what was the point of bringing them here at all? The man drew his blade. "Who sent you?" he demanded. "The Justice Alliance or some demonic cult?" His words were dismissive, careless. The discarded sheath splashed into a muddy puddle. Lucas's head tilted, a shadow falling across his face. "You've completely ruined my mood," he sneered. "And for that, you're going to pay." The assassin's blade leveled at him, cold and sharp. Hoyong's mind raced. The first attempt failed, which meant the next would be twice as hard. The longer this drags on, the lower my chances of survival. A footprint dug deep into the earth as he launched himself forward. Soaring through the air, he knew his only chance was a relentless, all-out assault. Hoyong gripped his sword, his resolve hardening. "I have to end this now," he muttered, "before this liquid courage wears off," and effortlessly, Lucas dodged the blow with his eyes still closed. In a flash, Hoyong was on him again, blade whistling through the air. He unleashed another desperate slash at his foe. Again and again, the man dodged with contemptuous ease. From behind a tree, his friends watched in horror. "He's a monster," Cal whispered. "None of Hoyong's attacks are even landing." Lucas's hand tightened on the hilt of his blade. Hoyong grit his teeth. It was as if he could predict the sword's trajectory, reading every single one of his movements.
Staring down his enemy, he accepted the bitter truth. This was the overwhelming difference in their power.
The man casually brushed back a lock of hair. "I'm almost speechless," he mocked. His gaze turned menacing, a predator's glare. With a lazy swing of his own sword, Lucas scoffed. "You're trying to kill me. With this pathetic level of skill." Another powerful strike met his blade. "A parasite like you is just an absurdity." Then, a sickening crack echoed through the air. Hoyong stared down at his shattered sword. "Hoyong!" his friends screamed, their mouths agape in shock. A shard of the broken blade spun through the air. It plunged into the ground between them. But Lucas stared at the hilt in horror, his eyes wide. What is this?" A faint smile touched Hoyong's lips. "I would have thought a man with your vast experience could have foreseen something like this." He stood firm in the mud. Then a violent shockwave erupted, sending him flying. An ominous, suffocating aura exploded from Lucas. Adjusting his hat, the main character felt the immense energy. He wondered, was my last attack not even fatal? Lucas patted his own chest a few times. "Not bad," he admitted with a cruel smirk.
"For a pathetic parasite," he mused, "you have a few annoying tricks." The insult hung in the air, thick with malice. "But no matter how hard you fight," he roared, charging forward, "you'll always be a pathetic insect." His sword swung, aimed for the final blow. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared behind Hoyong. A hand like a vice clamped around his neck. Lucas lifted him into the air, completely helpless. The man grinned, looking him in the eye. "See, wriggling like this suits you so much better." The sharp sound of a sword being drawn cut the air. "Take your hands off him!" Chase yelled. But a firm hand grabbed his shoulder, stopping him cold. It was Kyle, his face grim. "Stop," he commanded quietly. "What do you think you're doing?" Kyle's gaze was locked on the fight. "Hoyong," he said with absolute certainty, "hasn't shown his true power yet." Dangling helplessly, Hoyong understood his enemy's worldview. This arrogant monster truly believed anyone weaker than him was just an insect. He remembered Lucas's cruelty toward that old man and his daughter.
Now it all made sense. This man committed such brutal acts without a shred of hesitation. Hoyong glared at his opponent, a fire burning in his eyes. He knew his current skills weren't enough to defeat this bastard. He had to do something. Right now. But the chasm between their abilities was simply too vast. He couldn't even dream of touching him. His brutal training with Chase flashed through his mind. If it weren't for that, he would have died long ago. And yet, even in this seemingly hopeless situation, he still had one last card to play. Lucas licked his lips, savoring the kill. "Time to die," he hissed, raising his sword. Suddenly, Lucas's pupils contracted. His gaze shot downwards in disbelief. Hoyong was preparing an attack, a move that was completely impossible to predict. A blur of fur slammed into the side of Lucas's head. "Kangasu," Hoyong cried out. The stunned assassin stared at the kangaroo. "A mystical beast," he stammered. Lucas reeled, his mind racing. He had no idea where it came from, but the sheer energy pouring off it was off the charts. A vein bulged on his forehead as greed filled his eyes. That means it must possess a powerful and valuable essence. In that single moment of distraction, Hoyong moved. His blade flashed. His friends could only stare as Kangasu stood proudly over the headless body. A foot stepped into a growing pool of blood. Crimson drops splattered across the protagonist's face. Behind his friends lay Lucas's severed head. Kyle and Chase clenched their fists, roaring in victory. "We knew you could do it. He's invincible. Hoyong actually won." Gasping for air, Hoyong stared down at his own trembling hand. He remembered the feeling of raw power enveloping his blade. It was unmistakable. Sword aura, the symbol of a high-ranking martial artist. But as he looked at his hand again, the power was gone. He wondered, why did the sword aura suddenly disappear? The main character stared at the fist offered to him. Kangasu watched, a look of satisfaction on his face. A sly grin spread across Hoyong's face. He had overcome the 1% chance, and their fists met in a silent pact. Standing beside the kangaroo, he savored his victory. The moon peeked out from under his hat, signaling it was time to head home. He adjusted his hat, glancing up at the sky, but a voice called his name. Chase was standing right behind him. Hoyong offered his thanks, admitting the training had been incredibly helpful. The cadet's mouth fell open, a question forming on his lips. He glared ahead furiously, wondering if this mystical beast was truly his to command. A single bead of sweat rolled down the protagonist's face. Kangasu, for his part, looked terrified. Under the glow of a full moon, Chase's voice roared. Calling them thieves, he demanded they return his snowflower. The protagonist's only thought was to run. "Don't you forget about me," Kyle pleaded, as their cart rumbled through the mountains. An enraged Chase let out a furious scream. Hoyong calmly explained that when he found out Kangasawa ate the snowflower, he was furious too. Chase sat, munching on chicken, his rage slowly subsiding. After Kyle went home, the protagonist recalled the man's history. Fearing trouble after the sect leader's death, Kyle had quickly abandoned his post, joining Yang Wu's faction instead. Hoyong pictured the girl's enraged face. He thought about how Kyle discovered that the young courtesan of the Mooncloud House had been poisoning him day after day. An image of Lucas flashed in the protagonist's mind. He knew that if it weren't for her courage, they never would have defeated that monster. They owed her their lives. Hoyong gazed out the window. A faint smile touched his lips. Staring into the bright sun, the protagonist mused that it was all simply a matter of karma. His carriage finally arrived at a towering building, hidden behind a high stone wall. Hoyong's brow furrowed. He remembered standing among his comrades. The fourth test on the path of the heavenly demon was simple: murder. And he was on the list. Only 12 people had succeeded. Hoyong pictured the faces of the dead, remembering that 7 had paid for their failure with their lives, and 15 returned broken. As the wounded were carried from the battlefield, the protagonist noted that most recruits had failed miserably, lucky to have escaped with their lives at all. Hoyong walked down the long corridor. He thought of Yi-il. It was a blessing she failed the third test. She was never meant to be a killer. But Seung, hiding behind a tree with a weapon in hand, Hoyong knew his acquaintance was born for this kind of work. Bowing deeply, the protagonist reported to the elder that the task was complete. Ted was stunned. "You really managed to kill Lucas," he wondered. Admitting Hoyong continued to surprise him time and time again. The protagonist held out his hands. A crazed, wild look burned in his eyes. Reaching into his robes, Ted declared he would keep his word. The protagonist waited, his heart pounding in anticipation of his reward. Hoyong imagined the precious liquid, dripping from a small bottle. His mind raced. Would they give him the essence of azurite? A single drop held the same internal energy as 30 years of brutal training. Or perhaps a sacred cult relic, an image of a book materialized in his mind. Hoyong stared at it with a satisfied smirk, thinking he could finally achieve unimaginable strength. But disgust washed over his face. Opening the box, the protagonist found a hideous mask waiting inside. Looking up at Ted, Hoyong's voice was cold. I went through hell, and my reward is a mask made from a human face. The mask suddenly shot out of the box. This is no ordinary item, Ted announced. It landed perfectly in the elder's hand. A phantom touch, the protagonist wondered. A shocked Hoyong listened intently. An ordinary mask could never hide its presence from the falcon-like gaze of a true master. But this item was truly worthy of being called a relic. With a smile, Ted explained that if you saturate it with internal energy, the mask began to cling to his face. The protagonist was horrified by the sight. But suddenly, Hoyong felt a strange calm. Ted's face had completely changed. With this, the elder said, he would have the perfect disguise. Staring at the elder, the protagonist couldn't believe it. Even his own perfect senses couldn't detect the illusion. He imagined the girl's blade piercing Lucas's body. He realized that with an item like this, even the most impossible assassination would become mere child's play. Tearing the mask from his face, Ted asked, "Well, are you satisfied now?"
The protagonist took the mask into his own hands. I am completely satisfied, he replied.
Tucking the box away, the protagonist knew that if used correctly, this mask was far more valuable than any elixir or secret technique. Ted inclined his head slightly. Since you are pleased with the reward, he said, allow me to ask you just one question. Bewildered, our hero replied that he was all ears. The question of his bond with the cult leader left him speechless. Stroking his beard, Ted declared that his own position in the cult was nothing less than absolute. His was a name so feared, even the elders dared not speak it. A sly smile formed on Hoyong's lips. Ted's audacity to mention the supreme leader could only mean one thing. He was absolutely certain of a connection. Our protagonist met his gaze, unflinching. Your intuition serves you well, he announced. I am the supreme leader's one and only disciple. Scanning the room, Hoyong's eyes narrowed. Now then, it is my turn to ask the questions. Fury ignited within the protagonist. Where am I? He demanded. His mind flashed back to a battle with a monstrous foe. It was thanks to the shadowless soul-shattering sword technique, learned in a moment of desperation, that he could conquer any trial. But he knew his journey was far from complete. Behind him, Lucas stared intently at a screen displaying the various cults. Hoyong pieced it all together. He had joined the demonic cult for the sole purpose of finding his master once more. The plan had been to search quietly upon arrival. But then he recalled his own reckless outburst, shouting his demand to meet the cult's leader. A stunt like that was a direct invitation for a death sentence. Clenching his fist, he knew this was his moment. With the elder convinced he was the master's student, the time to act was now. Looking over his shoulder, Ted stated, My secluded training is not yet finished. Hoyong looked down, reflecting on his entire life. He had poured everything into mastering the way of the sword, until his body and blade became one. He'd reached a state of divinity, only to be transported to this tower. His gaze locked onto Ted. Has the supreme leader vanished? He asked. The elder recoiled as if struck. He slammed his hand on the table, roaring. What do you know? Touching his chin, a satisfied smirk spread across Hoyong's face. He had hit the bullseye. He pictured a towering fortress in his mind, the training ground of the heavenly demon. A sacred place only the cult leader and his right hand were permitted to enter. The pavilion of the demon god? A deep frown creased the protagonist's brow. He saw the silhouette of a woman, wreathed in a brilliant aura. Before him stood the vice leader of the heavenly demon cult, the very woman who would ascend the throne if he were to die.
Hoyong instantly dropped to one knee. With a fan held before him, he formally greeted the vice leader.
So, the woman mused with a satisfied glint in her eyes. This is the old master's disciple. The air grew heavy, and Ho Jang felt a crushing pressure, as if caught in the coils of a giant serpent. With his head lowered, the main character realized he never expected to face the vice leader so soon. She was aiming for the leader's throne, a throne that was his by right of succession. An image of Amanda holding a deadly blade flashed in his mind. He was certain she would stop at nothing to get rid of him. Stunned, Hoyong was broken from his thoughts by a sudden laughter. Wiping away a tear, Amanda asked, Are your nerves getting the better of you? Just who do you take me for? He was utterly speechless. She had just handed him her most treasured relic. She even looked slightly offended by his suspicion. Hoyong was in shock. A bead of sweat traced a path down his face as he processed the truth. Amanda had no intention of killing him. Touching the ground? He asked, Are you searching for our master? Rising to his feet, the protagonist pressed again. You are looking for the supreme leader, aren't you? A knowing smile graced the girl's lips. That is correct. It's the very reason I summoned you here. A violet aura pulsed around Hoyong again, its pressure drilling into him. His expression turned grim. Behind Amanda, streams of blue energy twisted like serpents.
A portal ripped open behind her. When Hoyong stepped through, a massive bay stretched out before him.
Amanda looked at our hero. The movements of the Miram Alliance and the Blood Cult. They give me no rest. There is every reason to suspect they have formed an alliance. Hoyong were called the members of the various factions. And yet, they would have the world believe they are at war. Here, in this dimension, a three-way war was raging between the Miram Alliance, the Blood Cult, and the demons. He then added grimly, "If I hadn't prevented the Day of Blood, I would be forced to fight their missions in the heart of this meat grinder." Smiling, Amanda's question was sharp. "Are you saying you know where the Master is? And that you can bring him back to us?" Hoyong's gaze shifted to the portal. He folded his arms and replied with unshakable confidence, "I will bring him back, and it will be very soon." A man materialized behind him, his voice cutting through the air. "And who might you be?" The old man clasped his hands behind his back. "I am this young man's future master." A slight smile touched Hoyong's face. A memory surfaced of his time training with the old master.
Holding out a simple stick, the old man gave him a choice: remain a frog splashing in a well, or be reborn under his command. Standing before Vincent, Hoyong's voice was firm. "I am your disciple."
Flashes of the past returned. The moment he bowed before the heavenly demon, begging to be taught everything. And now, in this new life, he was kneeling before that same master once again. Vincent observed him, listening to his plea for acceptance. His gaze was sharp and intense, but suddenly, his expression twisted into one of displeasure. Undeterred, the main character looked up. In a flash, Hoyong began to swing his blade. It was like watching the hands of a clock spin backward. It would be stranger if Vincent actually recognized him. After all, he had regressed into a parallel world. Hoyong's eyes blazed with focus as he unleashed his technique. Sweeping his hair back, our hero asked, "How was that, Master?" The old man was utterly stunned by what he had just witnessed. Stroking his chin, he grumbled that Hoyong's form was a mess. But it was, without a doubt, the shadowless soul-destroying sword technique. Gazing at the river, the old man's voice was final. To accept a student from outside the cult was simply unthinkable. Rage boiled inside our hero. What a stubborn old man. A sharp crack echoed as Vincent's stick struck him on the head. He was frowning. But inwardly, the old master was impressed. An ordinary person could never master even the basics of the shadowless soul-destroying sword. Clutching his head, Hoyong shot back. "No matter how much you deny me, what happens if someone defeats you?" The great master, with a bitter cry, our hero declared that Vincent would have to kiss his reputation as the strongest warrior goodbye. A vein bulged on Vincent's forehead. He had agreed with the main character. Hoyong suddenly grinned. The old man began to sketch in the dirt with his stick, saying he knew of one person. He was called the most brilliant fighter among all candidates for the cult's leadership. Vincent drew the young man's face in the dirt. His name was Rick, and if fate doesn't intervene, he said, then he is destined to be my disciple. Hoyong's expression immediately hardened. The old man's gaze was like steel. "Defeat him, and I will take you under my wing." Our hero's face became a mask of grim determination.
Sweat traced a line down his face. He pictured Rick, and then Lucas. He had no idea what Rick was truly capable of.
He might be weaker than Lucas, but this was a duel, not a fight to the death.
All his usual tricks were useless here. He would have to win with pure skill alone. With that thought, Hoyong began to walk.
The image of a girl's corpse flashed in his mind. He knew he could lose, but retreating was simply not an option.
Our hero moved towards the portal, his voice steady. "I can handle this." Watching him go, Vincent called out, "And where are you going?"
Resting the stick on his shoulder, he taunted, "Do you really think you can win?" The main character turned around, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. He charged back towards the old man, shouting that he would gladly heed his every command. But as he stepped through the portal, he felt a strange sensation, as if he had forgotten something. Amanda was sitting on a chair, waiting for Hoyong. 10 days later, the arena was filled with people. An official named Ted stepped forward. "I will now announce the conditions for the final test on the path of the heavenly demon." Holding up a scroll, the man declared that they would fight one another according to a list he had prepared.
With a sweep of his hand, he announced the first duel. Across the way, Rick casually placed a hand on the back of his head. Our hero crossed his arms. Hoyong frowned. "Me versus Rick, right from the start," he thought. The crowd's gazes all turned to Vincent. The fighters stood in grim silence. Amanda watched with her arms crossed, and Vincent sat upon his throne, stroking his beard. Rick waved at him, shouting, "Master, it's been too long." Frowning, the old man thought to himself, "That boy hasn't changed at all." Slinging his blade over his shoulder, Rick declared, "I look forward to our glorious duel. Hoyong, although the victory, of course, will be mine."
The main character's eyes narrowed. They were about to cross swords. Yet he felt no anxiety, no excitement, not even a hint of fear. Looking at his opponent's weapon, our hero acknowledged the truth. Rick had grown into a worthy warrior, as befitting the son of a respected family, to a man like him, who had grown up his entire life in the shadows. Rick shone brighter than the sun. A flood of sorrowful memories washed over Hoyong.
He felt that Rick truly deserved to be the master's disciple more than he did. Our hero briefly closed his eyes.
But Vincent drew a finger across his own throat. A silent message. If Hoyong lost, he was finished. The main character let out a sigh, a small smile playing on his lips. He fell into a battle stance. Rick prepared himself. And then, they charged. Their blades sang a vow to fight with honor, but on the ground, Rick lay defeated, desperately gasping for air. Sweat dripped down Hoyong's determined face as the man simply waved his hand. The stands roared as the victor was declared. Our protagonist offered a hand to his fallen rival, pulling him to his feet. "You were incredible," he said with genuine respect. Seeing the pure elation on the boy's face, our hero knew those weren't just polite words. He was truly impressed. Rick fought with the skill of a seasoned martial artist. Glancing towards Vincent, Hoyong realized this was the quality you'd expect from the master's potential disciple. Without those 10 days of brutal, solitary training, he would have been utterly defeated. A slight smile touched his lips. He gazed at his own fist, wondering if he had finally secured the right to become the lead disciple. The other trainees looked on, their faces pale with fear. Hoyong looked at them, confused by their terror, until he followed their gaze upwards. There, hovering in the sky above him, was Vincent himself. An overwhelming purple aura pulsed around the old master as he prepared to address every member of the heavenly cult. As one, the entire crowd fell to their knees. The elder's immense pressure washed over them. Hoyong knelt too, his body reacting on pure instinct. This was the absolute authority of the supreme leader. Yet, a defiant energy began to emanate from our protagonist. He was stunned. Then, Vincent's voice boomed with a grave declaration. "Hoyong, you will become my disciple." The elders immediately protested this sudden decision, surrounding the Grand Master with their objections. But with a mere flick of his wrist, Vincent sent them all flying. As he watched the final duels play out, our hero knew that every recruit had to face this trial to prove their worth. As twilight settled over the grounds, Hoyong mused that the long, arduous trial of the heavenly demon had finally concluded. Night had fallen. Sitting across from Vincent, our hero voiced his confusion. "Why name me your disciple when I'm about to leave? You've only painted a massive target on my back." The elder raised his cup, a sharp glint in his eye. "Are you suggesting," he asked, "that the world's strongest warrior taking a disciple is an insignificant event?" Hoyong was taken aback. He clutched his head in frustration. "Of course there are consequences. Countless people will now be searching for me, wondering where your new disciple suddenly vanished to." Vincent smirked. "On the contrary, this makes the race for the throne far more interesting, since your rivals won't even know where to find you." Changing the subject, Hoyong asked, "Master, were you able to resolve that problem Amanda mentioned?" The old man scoffed, recalling the scene vividly. "I merely stomped my foot once, and they all collapsed, utterly powerless." Our protagonist was left speechless. He could only imagine what a spectacle that must have been. A bit flustered, Vincent quickly asked, "Is there anything else you wish to learn before you return to the tower?" "This could very well be the last time we meet." Our protagonist fell into a deep, thoughtful silence. He simply refilled his cup. Taking a sip, he finally suggested, "Let's just drink, master." The old man looked baffled. "You fool," he snapped. "You came all this way just to squander this golden opportunity." But Hoyong's expression remained serene. He knew this chance would never come again, and that he might live to regret this choice. His mind drifted to an image of his comrades back home, drinking and laughing together. Gazing at his reflection in the cup, his heart was certain. More than anything, he just wanted to share this one moment with his teacher. Vincent studied the young man in silence. He was reminded of Amanda, who once told him that at his age, it was foolish to worry about the future when there was barely enough time to train. The elder sighed. He had spent a lifetime chasing martial perfection, but it felt wrong to complain about a quiet moment like this. Extending his cup, Vincent simply said, "Pour me some as well." As they drank under the quiet sky, Hoyong reflected on his exhausting journey. The 10th floor had been a trial of blood and chaos, but the lessons were priceless. He would return to the tower with no regrets. Gazing at the nearby flowers, he had a feeling that even though they had to part ways again, this would not be their last encounter. As the light of teleportation enveloped him, he clutched a single flower petal. "Until we meet again, master," he thought. "Stay well."
As the light faded, he heard familiar voices calling his name. A warm smile spread across his face.
His comrades were there, waiting for him. For now, this was his path to conquer the tower side by side with his friends. Suddenly, a system announcement echoed through the air, congratulating them on clearing the 10th floor.
Players from Area C2567 will no longer be able to increase their stats with gold or stat points.
From this point forward, the only path to power was through relentless training. A grin spread across Hoyong's face, declaring that they'd all grown stronger. Kyle flexed dramatically, boasting that the blood cult had foolishly underestimated him. A smirk played on his lips. But Yong-woo, hammer in hand, declared that Kyle was definitely a spy. Kyle immediately clutched his head in mock defeat. Meanwhile, Seo approached Hoyong. She asked if he had surpassed them all, then addressed him by a new title disciple of the Sky Demon. The protagonist froze, his mind reeling from her words. The others stared, jaws agape. The Sky Demon. The strongest being in the world. Hoyong was stunned. How could he possibly explain everything to them? He thought back to all the rare items he'd claimed. In the tower, everyone risks their lives, but somehow he always ended up with the best loot. He stood silently, thinking of Vincent. He'd managed, by hook or by crook, to conceal his secret until now. But the truth was out. They knew he was a disciple of the legendary Sky Demon.
Hoyong looked at his comrades' faces. He wasn't just a solo player in Mirim anymore.
The weight of that title was immense. It was only natural for them to feel it was unfair, especially for Seo, a peerless assassin and the top of her former squad. Hoyong braced himself, assuming Seo was seething with resentment. But with a grave expression, she simply said this was to be expected from the great, unrivaled assassin. The flustered girl admitted that no one but the main character could have earned the title of the Sky Demon's disciple. Kyle's eyes lit up with excitement, shouting that meeting the Sky Demon was a lifelong dream. The team erupted in cheers, congratulating Hoyong. A blade flashed in Junho's hand. He charged forward, yelling that they couldn't disgrace their leader's honor and that it was time to get stronger. Yeil's sword hummed through the air as she noted they couldn't always depend on the protagonist's strength alone. As training began, Hoyong realized their bond had carried them through 10 floors. Something like this wouldn't tear them apart. A small smile touched his lips. It seemed he was the only one who had ever hesitated in doubt. Suddenly, a system window materialized before him. The manual was available. Hoyong's eyes widened in surprise. He began to read. He had to master the principle of the human-faced mask before starting the 11th floor. The protagonist slipped into Clark's tent, asking for a moment of privacy to take shelter. A strange mask materialized in his hands as he began to study its rules. The first rule stated that the mask allows the wearer to take the form of other players, and only other players. The second rule revealed it could change not just the face, but also the display name and level. The third rule was a critical weakness the moment other players learn of the mask. The disguise will instantly fail. And the final, terrifying rule, a murder committed with the mask on, is completely untraceable, even by a peerless assassin's ability. Staring at the description, Hoyong understood. This wasn't just an item, it was a sacred relic. The protagonist held the mask tightly in his hands. It began to shift and warp. He placed it on his face, and projections of his teammates flashed before him. His eyes filled with shock as a brilliant light erupted from Clark's tent. He had transformed into Yeil. Looking in a mirror, he reasoned that he chose her because of her different body type, gender, and voice, a true test that simple transformation couldn't replicate. And so he wanted to see if the mask could truly handle such a complex task. He stepped out of the tent, muttering that he was definitely not a pervert. Flustered, Hoyong looked away from the real Yeil, nervously commenting on the wonderful weather. Yeil watched him, utterly confused. Nearby, an exhausted Jonho complained they'd been torturing themselves for 6 hours with no change in stats. Just then, a sinister purple projection filled the sky. Lounging on a throne was Ron, asking if they really thought a few hours of sweat would suddenly make them 3 times stronger. Hoyong frowned at the sight of the monster. Ron just grinned, telling them not to be too upset, noting that the 11th floor was an ideal chance to retrain for anyone who regretted their class choice. A voice boomed from an unseen loudspeaker, announcing that they and players from other zones would now be pursuing the same goal. The team looked up as their objective was revealed: the complete extermination of all participants from one of the other zones. A bounty would now be assigned for each of their heads. Their own stats appeared next to their frowning faces. The main character read that the reward for his own death would be 146,000 points. Behind Ron, wanted posters materialized as he explained that the reward amount was determined by a player's dexterity and agility. So stop hesitating. This is our chance to completely rewrite our future. A wave of horror washed over the group. Rage flared in the main character's eyes. He was trying to prevent a bloodbath, and Ron had given them this task. The girl raised her hand, pleading for them to wait. Her expression was one of pure disbelief. "We don't have to kill anyone," she explained. Our mission is just to clear one of the zones. They could simply hide. Let the players from the other zones tear each other apart. Kyle waved his hand dismissively. So we do nothing while everyone else is raking in gold, he scoffed. We're struggling to level up. And you want to miss this golden opportunity. A stood. Behind him, her voice low. The problem is, our opponents won't be monsters. They'll be people. The world had changed, she knew. But if they started killing others just to get stronger, Yol held her head in her hands. How could we ever trust each other again? Yongwoo, furious, yelled that the girl was right. It would take far longer, he argued. But they could still level up through pure training. Junho held up his hands. The problem with that kind of thinking, he countered, is that we're only shooting ourselves in the foot. While we sit back, the other players won't hesitate to get stronger. Hoyong looked down, his thoughts heavy. Most of his comrades had never taken a life. He scanned the room, the grim reality setting in. If they did nothing, they'd simply become prey for the other players. The main character clenched his fist. After everything we've been through, he declared, we've become a real team. The argument raged, tearing the group apart. Hoyong listened in silence, his heart sinking. It was just like that time. Everything was happening all over again. Seo Yan, sitting on the stairs, finally spoke. What a foolish thing to be arguing about. Her expression turned deadly serious. You all need to understand. If we don't kill, we will be the ones who are killed. The main character rode Kangasu through the desolate settlements. He remembered standing before his team, the terrible thought dawning on him. That this time, everyone might have to take a life. Even if they couldn't bring themselves to do it, they would just be waiting for their own deaths. He frowned.
Our very lives are on the line, the main character stated. The line between good and evil had become hopelessly blurred.
But one thing he knew for sure was that each of them had overcome their trials and forged their own principles.
Hoyong presented the book. It's great when the system suggests the best path, he said. But it isn't all powerful.
The team watched their leader intently. As he rode through the forest, Hoyong came to a realization. When the system was silent, all he could rely on were his own principles.
He pictured Sayawan, a gun in her hands, her voice echoing in his mind. We have to understand. If we don't kill, we become the victims.
Gripping the rope, Hoyong knew the answer was painfully simple. Survival. That was their unwavering goal. To survive. And to conquer the tower. He imagined himself falling, wrapping the rope around the tower's spire. If they kept refusing to kill, the gap between them and their ruthless rivals would only grow, until only death. In his mind's eye, the faces of those he had killed appeared. They were just the first, he thought grimly. Suddenly, Hoyong spun around. He dodged the surprise attack. I only killed them because they were villains who wanted us dead. The attacker leaped back. So, you're the famous Woopat, huh? A crazed look filled the man's eyes. That's a nice bounty on your head. But your level is pathetic. The main character stared back, his gaze like ice. The stranger twirled his weapon. How did someone like you even survive this long with a level that low? He swung his nunchucks with a wild grin. This will sting less than a mosquito bite, he screamed. So just accept your death with some dignity. Hoyong's fist connected with explosive force. The man went flying into a tent, with his fist still extended. The main character watched as the stranger lay buried under the fabric. The man charged again, swinging his nunchucks wildly. Have you ever killed anyone, you coward? His face was a mask of rage. I sent more than a few souls to the afterlife before I even entered this tower. He unleashed a devastating blow, but the main character simply launched him into the air. And you dare to brag about something so vile? Kangasu watched the battle unfold. The wounded stranger couldn't believe it. This was impossible. Hoyong and Kangasu continued on their path. The world was crawling with scum like that, the main character thought with grim resolve. So his conscience remained clear. With the trash effortlessly taken care of, the man spotted his target. Vinny? He called out, raising a hand in a cool greeting. A system window flickered into view. The approaching figure was identified instantly. Name Herman? Level 27? Vinny raised his hand as well, offering a friendly greeting to his acquaintance. A system message flashed. Herman feigned horror, noting another player from their zone was dead. Clasping a hand to his chest, Vinny replied in a sorrowful tone that it was truly terrible. Herman's eyes narrowed into a sly grin. He accused his friend of being far too dramatic. Vinny simply said he was happy to have met someone he knew. A mysterious smile played on Herman's lips. He agreed, saying he was also glad. Then he swung his axe, declaring he was overjoyed to see them. At that moment, his face twisted into a greedy grimace, consumed by a thirst for the massive bounty on Vinny's head. But in the next instant, a glowing line etched itself across his entire body. Blood erupted into the air. As the artifact mask faded, the face of Hoyong was revealed. The look in his eyes promised he would stop at nothing to reach his goal. A new notification appeared, showing the player count across the 4 zones. 2 more had just been eliminated in the 4th zone. Hoyong sat calmly on Kangasu's back as the beast bounded confidently across the rocky terrain. According to the tower's intel, finishing his kill count meant targeting Zone 1. The best option was to go after the 2 remaining players there. But Hoyong knew the tower's system thrived on balance. This meant those 2 were likely strong enough to fend off a full-scale assault from other zones. He concluded they might be even stronger than him and soon, riding atop Kangasu. Hoyong's thoughts drifted to the players he had already met in Zone 4. Vinny, the persona he first encountered, was just a high schooler. Herman was a student too, yet Hoyong hadn't felt an ounce of humanity in either of them. It reminded him of similar people he knew back in his own school days. He recalled a time when bullies cornered him, and he asked them why. Their only answer, because it's fun. They were the kind of people who inflict misery for sport. Human trash who turned others' lives into a nightmare for their own amusement. The players Hoyong had killed in the tower, they were no different. Kangasu's powerful foot landed on the very precipice of a cliff. With Hoyong on his back, the creature launched itself into the air. As they soared, Hoyong knew he had to eliminate the rest of Zone 4's players, and quickly. He activated the special skill he'd received for his first kill on the 11th floor. A predator's senses sharpened, allowing Hoyong to locate every player. The first he found was Seo Yan, locked in a confrontation with a man wearing brass knuckles. The girl seemed completely unhinged. She was rambling wildly, demanding to know why he'd killed an innocent man. She screamed that people like him deserved to be punished, while her opponent just stared at her in utter confusion. Chris readied himself for a fight, completely stunned. He had seen the bounty on this girl and was genuinely afraid. But now, she just seemed insane. Ignoring his confusion, Seo Yan advanced on him, muttering over and over that he killed her innocent friend. In a flash, bloodlust consumed her. Seo Yan aimed her pistol at the man and ordered him to beg for mercy. Observing from a distance with a detached gaze, Hoyong struggled to understand what she was even talking about. An enraged Chris yelled back, demanding to know what she meant and if they'd ever met before. The girl's answer was a bullet to his leg. His leg gave out, and the man collapsed, clutching his shattered knee. Chris howled in agony, but Seo Yan was deaf to his screams. She closed the distance, her only demand for him to beg. As Chris desperately tried to stop the bleeding, he pleaded with her to explain what he was begging for. If it was about someone he knew, he didn't want to do it. Her response was another bullet, this one tearing through his other knee. The man's screams echoed across the rocks. Her face was a mask of terrifying fury. In a chilling voice, Seo Yan again demanded that he beg. Terrified, Chris tried to crawl away. Tears streamed down his face as he turned to curse the madwoman. Elsewhere, a spearman faced off against a man in glasses. A system message alerted them that a 3rd player had been killed. The man in glasses, who had the air of a professional gamer, glanced at the message and laughed. "The pace is way too fast," he commented, as the spearman trembled. Seeing his bespectacled opponent was distracted, the spearman cursed and lunged, thrusting his weapon forward for a surprise attack. But in the next instant, the gamer vanished, reappearing right beside him. "That's not how you use a spear," he said casually. Eugene whipped around, startled by the voice, but it was too late. The gamer pierced his back with the very spear Eugene had been holding just a moment ago, staring at the spearhead protruding from his own chest. Eugene tried to process how he'd gotten behind him. The gamer, Choi, simply pushed up his glasses and grinned. "Do you get it now?" Strangely, the bounty offered for killing him was listed not as a reward, but as a series of questions. An hour and a half into the death game, a system message shattered the silence, updating the kill count in every zone. In Zone 1, only 2 remained. Zone 2 was a bloodbath, with 7 survivors and 4 fallen. In Zone 4, a bloodbath had left only 1 survivor out of 7. Meanwhile, Zone 3 remained a powder keg, with 8 players split into 3 tense groups, pushing themselves to the limit. "Hoyong, right?" And Clark finally closed the distance, managing to catch up and call out the girl's name. For a fleeting moment, tears glistened in her eyes, stunning him. But just as quickly, they vanished, replaced by an impossibly sharp gaze. As he dismounted from the kangaroo, she confronted him, her words like ice. "All this time has passed, and you've only killed 1 person." Her power activated, her eyes piercing through him as she mocked him for being the so-called unrivaled killer. But now, it seemed he had lost his edge. Her ability was the legendary Eye of the Master Killer, a power that revealed a target's kill count and even granted glimpses into their memories. A spark of admiration lit up in the guy's eyes as he absorbed the details of her terrifying ability. It made him wonder, remembering how she reacted to Chris, what horrors did she witness in his past? After Kangasu shrank down to his shoulder, Hoyong laid out his strategy, stating that reckless killing was foolish. For now, They needed to gather intel. Turning away from him, she sighed, confessing, "I don't understand you at all." Then, a critical detail surfaced in his mind. The human face mask rendered its wearer's kills untraceable, even to a master killer's eye. It was true. Seowon glanced back at him, her voice sharp. "So what are your plans? There's only one player left to complete the mission." The system alert confirmed it: 2 players in Zone 1, 7 in Zone 2, 8 in Zone 3, and only 1 left here in Zone 4. Hoyong immediately pulled up the minimap, his eyes scanning every detail. His sword materialized in his hand as he declared they had to find the last player, and fast, before more lives were lost. But as he activated his gaze of supremacy, Hoyong uncovered a chilling truth. For some reason, the 2 players from Zone 1 were right here. Elsewhere, a man named Choi smirked at his partner. It'd be a shame if the fun ended so soon. Behind them, a man was bound and gagged, the true final survivor of Zone 4. Bob, on his knees, tried desperately to speak, but the gag muffled his pleas. Choi toyed with a strange bottle, complaining that there was still so much gold left for the taking. Greed burned in his eyes, a look his girlfriend mirrored. Nearby, Hoyong's expression hardened. "Looks like we have another problem to deal with." On the screen of a retro console, pixelated fighters clashed in a digital war. Choi was completely absorbed in the old game, while his companion, Mina, calmly read a book beside him. Suddenly, Choi's frantic button mashing stopped. He ripped off his headphones with a slow grin and tossed the console at the feet of a figure who had just appeared. Hoyong stood before them, silhouetted by the setting sun. Choi muttered under his breath, "The game has begun." The console's dark screen reflected Hoyong's tense, determined face. Choi turned to his girlfriend. "See, I told you if we used him as bait, the hunter would come to us. You lost the bet." In response, the girl cursed under her breath and instantly transferred him the money. Watching their seamless interaction, Hoyong knew one thing for certain: these two were a perfectly synchronized team. Choi pushed up his glasses, his mind replaying the system messages detailing the speed of the other player's eliminations. Rising to his feet, he spoke. "Seeing someone systematically clear out an entire zone. I figured it out instantly." In a blur, he appeared right beside Hoyong, his hand landing on his shoulder. "You must have a skill that reveals player locations." Danger flared through Hoyong's senses. He instantly activated his analysis ability and spun around. Choi's grip remained firm as he guessed. "A minimap, perhaps." The next second, Hoyong leapt back, desperately trying to create distance. A deep weariness and a dawning dread filled his gaze. He finally understood. There was a very good reason these two had survived so long. Choi and Mina were radiating an immense, overwhelming aura of power. Worse, it seemed they both shared a unique class, pro gamer. In a world built on game logic, a class like that could be the strongest of all. He watched the two of them casually play rock, paper, scissors to decide who would attack first. And a thought struck him. If they both held that class, they were either true professionals or had dedicated their entire lives to games. Uncovering that truth just became Hoyong's #1 priority. And so, he broke the silence and spoke to the gamer, putting on an innocent act. Hoyong asked if he was the legendary pro gamer Choi, making the man freeze on the spot. A moment later, his entire face lit up, with a faint blush on his cheeks. The gamer smiled shyly, asking if Hoyong was one of his fans. Hoyong admitted he wasn't a diehard fan, but often cheered for him, which confirmed what he already suspected. This man truly was a pro gamer. Watching the couple flirt so casually, Hoyong assessed his opponent. He may not be a top-tier player, but taking him down was still going to be a hell of a fight. Choi happily turned back to Hoyong, offering an autograph. But at that exact moment, Hoyong gave the signal to Seoyoung. High in the air behind their target, the girl appeared, her gun already aimed. She pulled the trigger. In that instant, the bullet shot forward, straight for Bob. Kneeling on the ground, he sensed the projectile just a second before impact. But before it could connect, Mina was there. In a flash of silver, she intercepted its path with her blade, catching it by the guard. With a twist of the handle, she altered its trajectory. The bullet slammed into the ground, missing Bob completely. Seo stared, completely shocked by what she had just witnessed. Even Hoyong was in awe of Mina's incredible skill. The man's face was a mask of disbelief at the impossible speed Mina used to catch the bullet. His eyes fixed on the girl as her hair whipped in the wind. A realization dawned on Hoyong. The girl's deadly focus was a testament to how powerful the owner of a pro gamer class could truly be. Choi simply grinned, a sarcastic tone in his voice. It was a pity, he said, that they were both prepared for such an attack. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, the gamer declared that the real fun was just getting started. In the next instant, he lunged at Hoyong with his spear, a look of pure joy on his face as he said it would be a sin to end the game so soon. Hoyong gritted his teeth, the force of the parry sending a bone-jarring shockwave up his arm. Suddenly, a brilliant energy erupted around Kangasu. The ground cracked and shattered where Kangasu, now in his giant form, slammed down his fist. Choi barely managed to leap away from the devastating blow, sensing another presence. The gamer glanced back, only to see a sword screaming towards him. Unleashing his shadowless soul-slaying sword technique, Hoyong pressed his assault. But Choi, with a piercing gaze, dodged every single strike.
Sparks erupted like fireworks as their weapons clashed. The tip of Choi's spear became a deadly blur in the air.
One of those strikes nearly found its mark, but Hoyong managed to bend back at the last second, narrowly avoiding it. Concentrating his power, Kangasu prepared for another blow. Sensing this, Choi used his divine control skill to track Kangasu's every move. His control was so precise he could move his body through the tiny gap between Kangasu's fist and Hoyong's sword. The gamer then drove the end of his spear into the ground and launched himself into the air. With a single, perfectly aimed kick, he sent both of his opponents flying in opposite directions. Clutching his chest where the blow landed, Hoyong coughed, a tremor running through his hand. How could anyone move that fast? The gamer landed perfectly. His feet planted firmly on the ground as he stared his opponent down. He admitted to Hoyong that his technique was fascinating. He'd never seen anything quite like it. Then, glancing over his shoulder at Kangasu, he added that Hoyong also possessed a high-ranking pet, making him a rare multi-class character.
Choi scratched his head, thoughtfully remarking on just how strong Hoyong was.
And yet, he seemed to want to finish this quest early, which honestly just made things boring. Comparing it to a game, Choi mused that Hoyong could have claimed all the rewards and lived an easy life. But for some reason, he chose this difficult path instead.
After a moment of silence, Choi's tone shifted to one of pure contempt. To think Hoyong called himself a fan, when in reality, he was just a pathetic loser who'd probably never played a real game in his life. Staring back at Choi, Hoyong's voice was firm. This is not a game.
Flashes of Yihol and Yongwoo's smiling faces filled his mind. With a deep frown, Hoyong stated that the people trapped here weren't just lines of code. He thought of Junho and Kyle, and how much effort they had poured into their training. Gripping his sword tighter, a deadly serious look on his face, Hoyong declared, "They are all real people." Frowning, Choi seemed to be trying to process what he was hearing. Then, with a tired sigh, he sneered, calling Hoyong a self-righteous hero, pointing his spear forward. He asked if he really planned to conquer the tower without killing anyone. Bursting forward with incredible speed, Hoyong gave his answer. "I do," as he charged to meet his enemy. Hoyong admitted with regret that he had no idea what kind of monster he was truly facing here. As his sword swung toward the gamer, he roared that if he'd known this would happen, he would have never started clearing the fourth zone. Spinning his spear effortlessly, Choi grinned, mocking how anyone could survive in the tower with such pathetic principles. Steel screamed against steel as Choi's spear crashed into Hoyong's blade, vowing that he wouldn't be the one to back down. Bathed in the blood-red sunset, his wide grin was utterly demonic as he advised them to finish him before his girlfriend died, because not even he could defeat his wife so easily. Parrying the relentless blows, Hoyong's voice was ice as he demanded to know exactly who they planned to kill. Meanwhile, Mina moved like a blur, deflecting every single bullet aimed at Bob. The constant effort was taking its toll. She was already gasping for air, her stamina fading fast. A stark contrast to So-on, who stood unwavering with a gun in her hands, clutching her weapon. The girl's gaze drifted away for just a moment. "Incredible skill," Mina breathed, realizing with a shock that no one had ever deflected her shot so perfectly before. Her eyes were locked on her target. Seo-Yan raised her weapon, internally marveling at her opponent's unbelievable speed and reflexes. Her grip on the gun was unshakably confident. An incredible torrent of power erupted from the magic gun, soaring high into the heavens as the energy beam pushed ever forward. Reaching its peak, the energy blossomed across the sky, and a magical rain began to fall. Mina could only stare upwards, completely stunned. "Mina, watch out!" Choi's terrified scream cut through the air, just as a devastating hail of magical energy rained down upon the earth. In the camp, a group of players stood gathered, while up on the mountain, Sean and Emil stopped dead in their tracks, shocked by what they saw. Before them, a massive group of players had assembled, blocking their path. Fear gripped them, and their only thought was to escape. As they fled, they couldn't understand it. Everyone should have been scattered across the map. The silent group simply stood and watched them run. Turning around with a confident smile, Lizzie explained that the clone missions had taught them a lot, and finding them from such a height was simple. Clark scanned the manual, relieved to read that forming a team of at least 3 people would drastically increase their chances of survival. Youngwoo looked away in surprise. Gripping his hammer tightly, Yol looked up, assuring them that they had nothing to worry about as the team stood firm, radiating confidence. A storm of sand and debris rose, choking the street in a cloud of dust. Explosions rocked the area, and in the center of the chaos, Mina's body lay still, unconscious. Standing beside Kangasu, the main character admitted he never expected such a powerful blow. while an exhausted Seo confirmed his mana was completely gone. The heroes turned back to look at Mina and Choi's battlefield, wondering how the girl managed to completely overwhelm his skill. Thinking back on Bob, they all realized he had simply been used as a pawn to buy them more time. The main character looked away, a flicker of distrust in his eyes, while Choi glared down at Mina's unmoving form with pure contempt.
A cruel smile spread across his face as he told Mina to get up. Her time was almost finished. A system window appeared, but the exhausted heroine didn't move.
A few seconds later, the system prompted insert token. This was a unique skill that only pro gamers possessed. Mina's eyes shot open in shock. Her body suddenly lurched sideways, completely out of her control as she stared in wide-eyed disbelief. The strange power propelled her forward at an impossible speed, and a scream of pure terror tore from her throat. The main character and Kangasu watched on, their faces etched with deep concern, while another pair of eyes watched from the shadows, burning with rage. Turning to the others, she revealed, "That was my last cheat skill." Seeing Choi laughing triumphantly, the main character muttered that he must have a second life as well. Slow, heavy footsteps echoed through the silence. At the same time, something truly massive began to fall from the sky. Mina and Choi charged forward together, screaming to the heavens that no one could possibly match their power. Gritting his teeth, the main character braced himself for the coming battle, as Choi and Mina continued their relentless advance. With a sickening crack, Kyle gleefully twisted the player's head, cackling with delight. The sudden scream made both Mina and Choi turn around. The protagonist and Kangasu stared, their jaws hanging open in horror. As Soan looked away in disgust, a system window announced that all players from the 4 zones were eliminated. The system then declared that the 11th floor task was complete, and all survivors could now return to the lobby building.
Kyle raised a hand, calling out to the main character. With a warm smile, the man asked Hoyong what they would do without him. Hoyong returned the grin, knowing the man had saved his life more than once. Hoyong glanced at his teammates, listening to their happy cheers, relieved that they were all okay.
He thought about his team and realized with a start that most of them had chosen not to kill anyone. A genuine smile spread across Hoyong's face as he admitted he was glad it turned out this way, even if they had missed the opportunity to become stronger. Looking at the rabbit, he realized a profound truth. They had chosen to remain human, not turn into monsters. As he looked at his companions, the main character knew. Before this tower, he had no one, but now he fights to conquer this hell for them. The main character stood shoulder to shoulder with his friend. Raising his head, a new resolve burned within him. They would conquer this place and return to their lives, no matter the cost. With a contemptuous sneer, Ron spat, "You're all pathetic idiots."
Scanning each of their faces, the rabbit scoffed. "I offered you a chance at true power, yet you threw it away, and you're still smiling."
Seated upon his throne, Ron's eyes blazed with scorn. A system window shimmered into existence as he hissed, "Let's see just how long this little friendship of yours will last." The first challenger stepped forward, the second followed. Approaching with deliberate steps, the hero's party stared ahead with unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, Seo Yan sat on the steps, trembling with uncontrollable rage. Thinking back to his blow against Mina, Hoyong knew he had wounded her pride deeply. The magic circle on the floor began to glow with an ominous, thickening light. Wild sparks erupted in every direction. The team stared in shock at the spectacle. "What is that?" Kyle screamed. Utter confusion swept through the group, but the main character and his team remained alert, their gazes fixed on what was to come. Seo Yan looked away, clutching her head in her hands. Their enemies were armed. A smug smile played on Choi and Mina's lips as they said, "What a delightful reunion." A system notification appeared. Zone fusion has been completed. The heroes exchanged hostile, uneasy glances. "You want me to stand beside the very people who murdered my friends?" one of the heroes roared. With a look of pure hatred, he thrust his sword forward. His face twisted in disgust as the hero demanded, "What kind of sick joke is this?" But Choi simply looked on with a cheerful smile. "Well now," he said, "it looks like you're their leader." They stood toe-to-toe, an unspoken challenge passing between them. Seo Yan and Mina glared at each other, fury sparking in their eyes. "Everyone, calm down," Hoyong pleaded, holding up his hands. "The mission is already over." Taking in the volatile situation, the hero tried to reason with them. "There's no point in us fighting each other now." Hoyong gritted his teeth and threw his weapon down, but the protagonist could see it in their eyes. They had no intention of calming down. The spear clattered defiantly against the stone floor. With a disarming smile, Choi calmly raised his empty hands. A bitter smirk touched the hero's lips. Of course they wouldn't accept them. Not after they had slaughtered their comrades. "Hold on," Choi said, raising a hand. "I can tell you about the 12th floor's mission, ahead of time." A man adjusted his glasses, a cool smile on his face. "Now that is very valuable information." The other heroes ground their teeth in frustration.
One of the men glared forward, his anger palpable, but Hoyong's eyes widened, having noticed something completely unexpected. A satisfied smirk spread across Choi's face as he heard them take the bait.
So, what is it that you